in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, gloomy, not so rainy, but gloomy and gray California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world. That's right. I'm wearing my Palestinian Youth Movement t-shirt that I got at Coachella. And yeah, I'm Hassan Piker. And we are here. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a great one. It's a beautiful sunny day in upstate New York. Okay, stop flexing. Stop flexing. Oh my God. God's chosen place, the DMV, said nobody ever, except for that one chatter. So everyone's required to have a baby now, MAGA. It's true. Everyone is required to have a baby. I'm going to impregnate everybody. Don't worry, I got you. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? I tried to get into free run again. That's what I did. Oh, I also played a little bit of a game that is that I will not mention, but you know what I'm talking about when I say it. And honestly, I have an announcement. There's a game that may or may not be on the boycott list, which is why I am not telling you to purchase it. Don't purchase it. You know, pirate it if you will. It's one that I have played already in the past, right? I have played this game in the past. It's been remastered recently. The game is named Oblivion. Now, the thing is, it's so peak I have to. No, it's a great game. It's a fantastic game. My point that I was going to make is that I have been completely spoiled by Kingdom Come. I've been spoiled by Kingdom Come. Yeah, I did a little bit of a tub night, watched some free run, which is so fucking slow. And, but honestly, like Kingdom Come's combat system, which is of course more complex when it comes to sword fighting, but I mean significantly more refined, but only because it's like sword fighting and pole arms and things of that nature, as opposed to the combat system in Oblivion and, you know, Elden Ring style games that has like magic and, you know, all these other factors in it as well. My point is, after playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, Oblivion doesn't hit in the same way. And I say this as someone who loved it. It's like one of my favorite games of all time. It's just, it's broken my brain. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has ruined everything. Cause like when I'm chopping away on an Elder Scrolls game now, it's just a reminder that the combat is so basic. It's a 20-year-old game. No, I know. My point is, it just feels like you're just doing this. Boom, 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 boom. Like the combat feels ass after you get used to Kingdom Come Deliverance. The fencing in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is based on HEMA. It's fairly accurate. Yeah. Elder Scroll games weaknesses in the combat system makes sense. That playing a game with a good combat system is hard to go back. Yeah. But it's not just that. It's like, I know that in Kingdom Come Deliverance, for example, if I'm wearing a certain type of garb, the NPCs, like, it feels more real. The world feels more like alive, where the NPCs will react to it in a way where if you're dirty, for example, like there's the survival component in Kingdom Come Deliverance as well. There's the hunger and all this stuff. Like, and if you, for example, you know, yuck it up in the mud and you get really dirty, the NPCs will look at the dirt on your clothes and react to it and be like, what the fuck happened to you? And I feel like it's just going back from that, it just feels something is missing. It is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is, I think, truly one of the greatest RPGs of ever made of all time. I want that. I want that combat system, and I want that game in a million different in every single environment. I want the Oblivion structure to reflect that. I want that game and that engine and that style, that play style, to be in Oblivion, inside of the Elder Scrolls universe. Apples to oranges, they're different games. No, they're what? No, Kingdom Come Deliverance being compared to Oblivion or an Elder Scrolls game is actually unironically an apples to apples comparison, not an apples to oranges comparison at all. And I don't know if like that's what Elder Scrolls 6, whatever it's called, is going to look like. I don't know if that is what it will look like. 2006 game versus 2025 game. No. This is more so chatters. I am not, dude, you're misunderstanding my point. Chatters are misunderstanding my point, of course, because I'm talking about gaming. And as soon as I talk about something that's not politics, everybody turns into like hogs almost. The director of Kingdom Come 2 took great inspiration from the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, says today on Twitter. Yeah, of course they did. That's what I'm saying. They refined it. They took the Elder Scrolls system, the Elder Scrolls hyper focus on lore, the Easter eggs, the UI even looks the same. And then they added new elements into it, survival elements being one of them, right? Like, which is in virtually every game now. They added the survival components in a way that is not disruptive. They took the combat system of these other much more difficult online games that have been ruined at this point. Like, what is it called? What's the one that everybody, Mordhau? Like, they took a more easy to follow combat system of Mordhau and added it into this first person RPG. And I think that's what, like, Kingdom Come Deliverance took the Elder Scrolls universe and like, not the universe, but like that style of gaming into a totally different, like a totally improved version of that. And playing Oblivion, which is a 20-year-old game at this point. The remaster is amazing, by the way. If you liked Oblivion, or if this is going to be your first time encountering Oblivion because you were like a child when you played it, even though, pirate it, obviously, it's BDS. Like, if you were to encounter it for the first time ever, like, it's a fantastic game. You're going to love it. The story is amazing. Like, it's amazing. It is a million times better than Starfield. Right? Or is it Starfield? Was that the game that they put out? It's already cracked, so it was available on the high seas. I wish they remade Morrowind or Fallout 3. So for me, like, Morrowind was my first interaction with RPGs. For those of you who don't know, I could not even believe it. I could not believe that there was a style of gaming that was out there that spoke to me so perfectly. That's what basically kickstarted my journey into gaming. And it was incredible. This big TikToker dunking on Asmongold's weird gaming takes. Wait, do I follow this guy? I think I already follow this guy. Anyway, that's it. And I've been the other bad take that I was going to give you guys that is going to annoy you on top of this one that I just mentioned, which is that, like, Kingdom Come Deliverance is bricked gaming for me. Like, my expectation is too high from RPGs. Is that I've been watching Frieren and I'm on like episode 3. And episode 3 of Frieren, and it's so goddamn slow, dude. It's so slow. I'm sure it'll pick up eventually, but goddamn, it's been slow so far. Everyone says it's peak, so I'm watching it, but like, it's so goddamn slow. It's maybe perhaps a too slow of a burn, but in any case, that's what I got. Episode 3 of Frieren. Let's blast off. White House wants women to be pregnant. Pregante. Tariff war de-escalates without Xi phone call. Did you see what happened in India? No, I did not. Panicans rise up. Jerry versus Jordan Peterson. Get in now. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Chocolate chip cookie dough. Next question. Oh yeah, Ukraine Russia final proposal from US or they walk away. That's another big one too. Ukraine. That's another big one. How's your fingy doing? It's fine. I mean, it's just annoying. It's annoying that it's annoying that I have to constantly wrap it because I'm worried about infection. But other than that, it's fine. Nora Damien, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. Before I forget, La Cuchilla, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Durf, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Those were earlier in the day. But yeah, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Let's get it going, baby. Let's go. There's a lot to talk about today. Personal news wise, I almost died while I was doing 310 pounds, which is not that much. Last week I hit 6 for 310. This week I couldn't do, I barely did 4 and I almost died, like low key, high key, almost died while doing it. Here it is. Here's the video footage of it. This is it. Yeah. Your b-ball journey inspired me to pick up the ball this morning after my normal workout session. You doing God's work, King. Bad first one regardless. Second one's much better. Yeah. Really get into it. Third one is the best one. Fireman carried 310-pound dude once, but I also look. Like I rushed it up and it was like falling forward. Does the belt provide notable assistance? Yes. First 3 episodes of Andor 2 just dropped last night. Is peak. Love that. Unc been eating too much food lately. Got to lock back in. Yeah, I have been, but I have been locked in. Yesterday was a perfect day. Why no security bars? I mean, at that point, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. You know, it's almost 3 plates on there. Bar path was rough. We all have tough days though. Yeah, that's it. Did you see Ghost of Yote Taylor drop date? No, I did not. Have you heard of Supercube, the anime Chinese, so technically called a donghua? No, it's either PR or ER, brother. That's how I see it. Thank you. Another poll vindicating your immigration take. Yeah. Oh my God. I can't believe public sentiment is shifting on immigration. Oh my God. Who could have foreseen this? Oh my God. Only someone who has the gift of prophecy, Apollo's gift of prophecy, would be able to foresee such an obvious thing that would inevitably happen. That's right. Don't forget, I don't have the gift of, it's not hindsight. First of all, this is not hindsight. This isn't even foresight. It's just sight. Okay. It's just sight, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. New YouGov economist poll out this morning finds Trump is no longer popular on immigration. Oh my God. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming? Me. I did. I kept saying that this is going to happen eventually. If there's pushback, and there's a little bit of pushback, there needs to be a lot more pushback right now. Yeah. Turns out Americans don't like brutal immigration policies, and they're only reminded when Dems actually make a bigger deal out of it. Start getting back on the issue. The media starts covering it. Really important lesson for all Dems to remember. Be a leader. Okay, political movie recommendation or documentaries, please. Love the Friends, by the way. I don't have any recommendations right now. Anyway, all right. You see Jen from I've Had It, Rip Emmanuel. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel got cooked. I'm not drinking pure coffee concentrate. It's pure coffee concentrate that I put water into and I dilute with water. It's not. I'm not ripping pure XX coffee concentrate. Are you playing Oblivion today? No, I'm not. I'm not playing Oblivion. Stop asking me to play Oblivion. I'm not. This dude is defending Elon Musk from you. Dude, this is so funny. XQC, I posted, don't let anyone tell you your voices don't matter. Musk wants to leave politics because he's tired of the attacks from the left. And XQC voices. First of all, this isn't the reason why he's trying to quit politics. Are you fucking... I was about to say, are you fucking stupid? But the answer is, he's not. It's XQC. Voices. This is so funny. This is just right-wing garbanzo. Okay? Straight up. Yeah, this is why Elon is quitting, dude. Not because he's such a fucking loser that... First of all, this unironically pairs up with his actions in office at Doge. What he has done at Doge in one of the most prominent stages has caused unimaginable resentment to such a degree that even in Europe, universally, Teslas are despised. Okay? It is reflecting in their stock prices. Well, not their stock prices necessarily, because the stock performance is not associated with like any sort of serious market fundamentals. Let's be real. It's obviously Tesla. It's a super inflated tech stock to begin with. But it's reflected in the 71% of net profit that they lost, even though the revenues that are even coming in right now, because they would have been unprofitable, the revenues that are coming in right now are predominantly coming in from carbon credit swaps from other companies still. Like $500 million of revenue for Tesla still came from the fact that they are an EV manufacturer, and other car manufacturers in the United States of America still don't make EVs or make enough EVs, and therefore they're still buying they're still paying Tesla. That is not true, Lamau. It is true. What are you talking about? That is not true. What? Am I getting something wrong? There have been numerous instances throughout Tesla's history that if they did not have the EV tax credits, they would have went bankrupt. It still happens. It's not the bulk of their revenue. No, of course it's not the bulk of their revenue. The reason why it's not the bulk of their revenue is because other car manufacturers are also making EVs. It's a double bind because on the one hand, if other car manufacturers are making EVs with better build quality, now you have a more competitive product to Tesla. So that's actually lowering the sales of Tesla because, you know, you got people like myself who don't want to buy a Tesla, but will very easily go or who are interested in getting an EV. Okay. And number two, when they make their own fleets of electric vehicles and they no longer have to buy into the carbon credit swap. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I'm saying that the carbon credit swap scheme has literally saved Tesla from becoming insolvent and becoming bankrupt in the past. Nowadays, it's still a decent chunk of revenue that they get, but it's nowhere near as significant as it once was for the two factors that I mentioned. Number one, other companies are also making their own electric vehicles, so therefore they have no need to purchase as much carbon credits carbon credits from Tesla. And also, that's it. That's the major reason. But in terms of why they're still profitable, the EV credit swaps are part of the reason why they're still profitable. Don't react to it. He has been irrelevant lately and is doing the fuck Hasan again. Yeah, no, he's just... I thought XQ wasn't right-wing. I'm confused. I thought he chose not to be right-wing. Did he choose to be right-wing again? Like, what's going on? I thought he hated Tesla and Elon Musk. And what happened? What happened? I thought personally that he was he said that he wasn't on board with the Trump stuff and thought that they were stupid or whatever, but now it's like, just, I don't know, maybe he's just still defending it on principle. Yeah, the EV maker generated $692 million from selling regulatory credits in the last quarter of 2024 alone and accounted for nearly 30% of its quarterly net income of $2.33 billion. Yes, they still generate a shit ton of revenue from the credit swaps. So, yeah, Tesla reported $1.1 billion in net income for Q1 of 2024. $444 million of that net income came from federal carbon credits. Yeah, I mean, there's also the federal carbon credits. There's different kinds of subsidies that they get at the point of purchase, but also from other manufacturers as well. We're talking about two different things. Anyway. Why am I having this conversation? The point is, Elon Musk, under his watchful gaze, under his wonderful leadership, especially after he did this Doge stuff and became persona non grata, public enemy number one, because he is an unlikable monster, right? When it comes to Hasan, that's funny. An unlikable monster. Oh, wait, no, this person is responding to this guy. Said, you still have time to delete this, bro. He's saying, is it dick riding? Elon Musk is an unlikable monster, and therefore, people don't want to associate with Tesla anymore. I get it. I have a friend. I was talking to one of my friends. He's Jewish, okay? He bought a Tesla a week before Elon Musk sig heiled. A week before. And he was like, dude, I'm fucking driving around in this thing now. I'm going to meetings, and people are looking at me funny. You know? What am I supposed to do now? I just got this shit. I'm not talking about Will, dude. Will got the plaid a long time ago. Anyway, everything's computer, but 71% revenue drop, or net revenue drop. 71% for the same quarter. Q1 2024 versus Q1 2025. 71% net revenue drop. People don't want to buy this shit. It's not about this, okay? It's not about this. This is reflective of the resentment. This is reflective of the resentment that people feel towards Tesla, certainly the anger that people feel towards Tesla due to what Elon Musk is doing by, engaging in mass layoffs, the federal government also being super incompetent in broad daylight in terms of how they're doing these supposed cuts, these budget cuts and whatnot. But there's a reason why people are bullying Tesla owners and shit, okay? And it's not like I've been egging this on. I'm not like, oh yeah, this is base, this is good or anything. I haven't really said anything. It's just, I don't even fully understand why there's so much smoke, so much animosity towards people who are individually own Teslas. Maybe it's because like I live in Los Angeles where it's not unique, and I see so many Teslas with a sticker that says like I hate Donald Trump on them, which feels like a insurance against like people putting a dog shit on your car. In any case, this is not the reason why. Don't let anyone tell you your voices don't matter. Yeah, they firebombed one Tesla facility, so I guess that's the reason why Elon Musk is quitting. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. That was their profit change? Yes, net revenue, profit. Like, not gross. I'm saying straight up, their profit went down 71% quarter 1 2024 versus quarter 1 2025. That's huge. That's a huge decline. And a big part of that is because they are not selling as many cars. They're not selling any of their models. They underperformed according to analysts' expectations. Anyway, technically net revenue is not the same as profit. Yes, I apologize. Fucking goddamn finance nerds. So, sad to see it. Any other corp would fire the CEO? No. I mean, they ate so good for so many years having Elon Musk be the key man. I don't even know if they can. You literally don't understand the stats. Yes, it's 71% down, but it's only about minus 10% if you count in Elon's big plans for robo-taxis and the very big plans in the future to sell more cars. Big plans. It's an investment. Yeah, exactly. Board of directors is all Elon family or lackeys. It's not independent. Yeah, he has complete control over it. Plus, also, he's the key man for better or for worse. And for many, many years, him being the key man was beneficial for Tesla because he inspired a lot of confidence in Tesla. So people wanted to buy in. Every time he lied, people were like, I don't want to believe that he's lying. I want to believe that he's actually being honest. And I want to believe that he actually has a method to all of this madness. But now that his popularity is waning and now he's becoming a incredibly unpopular figure, all of a sudden, his association with the company is a negative one. And that's precisely what's going on here. It's becoming more and more negative day in and day out. I think Elon's politicization will be looked back as one of the great cell phones of all time, completely unforced error, unless he is the Henry Ford to Trump's Adolf Hitler, in which case it will we'll be living in a dramatically different universe at that point. But I don't think so. I don't think so only because they're so incredibly incompetent. Like, they cannot do fascism properly, which is good. It's not a bad thing. I mean, here, look, this is another great example of how incompetent their fascism looks like. Here, let's take a look.
Drinking at the Pentagon. He's getting hammered in the Pentagon. Yeah, there's never a lack of bottles of Jack, but it's a little tight when he's calling airstrikes. Wasted in the Pentagon. Yeah, some bottles came and went, they're gone. It did not go right for Coors Light when there was no more time for the old Corona line. So stick with us and you're set. Our war plan shared in the Signal chat. It'll be like any administration, except way more public intoxication. Training Henny at the Pentagon. Sipping bourbon.
Dude, he loves drinking, dude. He loves to drink, bro. It is crazy. Respect. Like, actually, look, as someone who struggled with alcoholism in the past, like, listen, fellow boozer, he's Mr. Booze Cruise, man.
And we are so far gone. And our faces flush through every rush. The tweets get so discordant, but your vision is so distorted. Drinking at the Pentagon.
He almost killed. Remember when he almost killed someone with the axe, where he tossed the axe over the wall and it struck a band member? Luckily, it was the blunt side.
They're all trashed at the Pentagon. All the Houthi PC groups get confused because Pete blew through the booze like he's back at Fox News. Cause like you just blacked out on the job and texted secret war plans to everyone.
Bitch, you hit the Pentagon!
He no longer suffer the hangover. Yeah, of course. You can't have a hangover if you keep drinking. Never forget. There's no other company doing what they are. LaMafia. Every other company is either completely bankrupt, Waymo, or not trying to find a general solution. You can't really compare them to anyone else. What is this? You're acting like Google hasn't had cars autonomously driving around the country for years. Tesla leads the way in no way all than defrauding governments. There's no other company doing what Elon Musk is doing. Waymo is unironically a successful implemented robo-taxi system that you can utilize right now, and it has a better self-driving, a more successful self-driving initiative than FSD ever could have. What are you talking about? It uses a different technology from what I understand as well. Waymo's literally bankrupt. Okay, they have an actually functional robo-taxi system. They're not saying we might have a functional robo-taxi system in our fleets maybe a couple years down the line. They have it. And I don't even want to defend Waymo because I don't like it. I'm scared. I'm scared when I see one of those cars, when I see one of those Jaguars and there's no driver in the driver's seat. I get scared. Okay? I think this is the spawn of Satan. But having said that, if we're going to be real about it, they already have an actual fucking functioning robo-taxi fleet that works, that operates right now in my neighborhood and in many other neighborhoods. It's not like FSD will be readily available. FSD will have a fleet of robo-taxis. Like, I promise it's going to fucking work. None of that in the future. It's here right now. What do you mean no other company's doing it like they're doing it? I guess you're right in the sense that, yeah, Waymo's not lying and saying that, like, in the future we're going to have a robo-taxi fleet. They are doing it right now, as opposed to Elon Musk. Yeah, Waymo's latest funding round boosted to a $45 billion evaluation. Also, I don't care about this. This stuff, I hate this, okay? This is all fake. Money is fake. All of this is fake. I don't care. Oh my God. I don't care how much money they've, how many, I don't care what their valuation is. I don't care how much fundraising they engage in. I don't care. All of this is fake. Everything's computer. I love Tesla. Money. Everything is computer. Even the money is computer. Tesla has no interest in developing full self-driving. They're using 360 cameras. Everyone knows LiDAR is superior. Yeah. They're cash flow positive, not bankrupt like that chatter suggested. Yeah, I just don't know why that person is still dick riding Tesla into oblivion. But I guess it's good. It's cool to see, because you wonder, like, what kind of person is still in the holy year of 2025, the year of our Lord, still dick riding Elon so hard that they think he's doing something bold, brave, and beautiful, or believe the fucking nonsensical bullshit that he says on a regular basis. And here it is, you know what I mean? There are still people, and there even are among us in this community as well. Hate to be a stickler. Bro, you were drinking this past weekend. What do you mean struggle with alcoholism? Heavy drinking is not alcoholism. Alcoholism is a chronic illness. No, okay, chatter. Thank you for telling me about my experiences. Yes, I know that I have to constantly fucking monitor my behavior in that regard. I actually don't drink at all under normal circumstances, with very, very unique exceptions. Addiction, let me tell you something about addiction. And I'm sure you know this, considering how touchy this is for you. Addiction is different for different people, okay? It's more so about letting it get completely out of hand. I am not at a stage, like, I will never smoke another cigarette again because I know the one puff that I take is over, I'm back into it, okay? Because I've quit smoking and then restarted over and over again throughout my throughout my life. But with alcohol, after I got arrested for a DUI and never prosecuted for it because I wasn't actually drunk driving, I quit cold turkey for a year and a half, almost 2 years. That allowed me to basically every now and then be able to drink without completely fucking relapsing. You don't have to completely relapse at the first sight of alcohol to be, I assume, to be considered a fucking full-blown alcoholic. That's why I say I struggled with alcoholism. Okay? I can't believe you're gatekeeping this, dude. I appreciate the explanation. I think we're just going to have a semantic disagreement on this, but it's not a big deal. Didn't mean to police you. Okay. Well, in any case, I don't know if you guys have ever been here when I've described addiction, but I feel like from my own judgment, from what I've experienced, like the way I see addiction is like the time it takes from your first puff of a cigarette to an entire fucking pack a day. Okay? If the entire pack a day is like the worst version of this, in my experience, what I have seen from my cycle of quitting and restarting, I realize that addiction over the years shortens that time frame from going from one puff to a fucking full pack of cigs. And the same with alcohol as well. Going from one drink socially to complete blackout all the fucking time. Okay? That is like, for some people, they can go a whole lifetime without ever letting it get out of hand. I don't know how. They're like fucking aliens to me. But even today, even right now, if I drank beers at Coachella, right? If I drank the next day and the next day, okay, and the next day, I would relapse. So the time frame between like the time between being able to socially engage in the act of drinking for a little bit versus like complete collapse, complete fucking relapse, there's a boundary there. Like for me, for alcohol, it's not like cigarettes. Cigarettes, one puff and I'm out. For alcohol, I can, drink casually every now and then. But if I were to continue doing it, if I were to continue going out and drinking night after night after night, I would completely relapse and I'd be blacking out non-fucking stop as I used to back in the day. I'm very fortunate that I was surrounded by good friends and I was able to catch this before it became a much larger problem, so I can still every now and then engage in social drinking without it becoming a problem for me. It's not the same for other people. It's not the same for other folks. Please accept functional alcohol. People can accept functional alcoholism, but not this. I get so tired of people gatekeeping struggles. Yeah. I just re-quit literally today 4 times and learned this lesson, brother. Some shit. Even one lick will get you. Yeah. Are you sharing with us that you're an alcoholic? No, I'm not. I wouldn't say that I am, but I have said that I have struggled with alcoholism. It's not something that I keep a secret. It's something I talked about quite a bit. Anyway, much love to all the people who have quit cold turkey, who are sober. All right. Can't believe we started the day off with a chatter gatekeeping alcoholism. We came to that conclusion off of defending Elon Musk. Cool. All right. Are you going to talk about Kashmir today? Probably not. Maybe. Important message for Brace Belden. Please boost this. What? Hey, TrueAnon. Check out this Portuguese specimen. I mean, he's tiny, but he looks like he's in shape as opposed to American cops who are tiny and not in shape. You know what I mean? All right. We're live. Let's get into it. Elon Musk to step back from working in the Trump administration. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It turns out your voices matter and bullying works, okay? Don't ever let anybody tell you it doesn't.
Musk saying he will spend significantly less time in Washington and step back from his work with Doge as Tesla reported a more than 70% decline in profit for the first 3 months of the year. Our senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is here with the story. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, Rebecca, good morning to you. Well, Elon Musk has...
Doesn't that line up with 100 days of being a special employee anyway, though? Yeah, except what has this administration actually followed through on? Technically, you have 120 days as a special employee designation for Elon Musk, so it actually does line up with when his time was up. Having said that, however, this administration doesn't give a fuck about any of those things. If he was actually killing it and was super popular, you think that he would stop? Of course not. No. The reason why he's quitting, the reason why he's quiet quitting or full-blown quitting is, and I called this already, the Wisconsin special election was a major blow to Elon Musk. He wanted to be the money warrior for Donald Trump. He was like, oh, I'm going to bully anyone that comes after my goat, comes after my God King. If you come after him, you come after me. I will spend all the money I have to primary you. Turns out when he actually shows up to a race, it has a negative impact. Turns out people fucking despise him. People think he is annoying and cringe and a gross little loser, a freakish little guy. Hard to look at, really, right? So that was a major blow because he flopped. He flopped big time. And Donald Trump hates losers, okay? So when he got branded as the big fat L, that made that relationship that he has with Donald Trump, that placed that relationship that he has with Donald Trump on shaky grounds. He was already a diva, and so is Donald Trump, and these guys are both narcissistic assholes, right? And for that reason, there was always back and forth, but at least like Elon Musk, the money and influence that he had was allowing him entry into the White House and to be prominently displayed. Donald Trump also probably utilized them as a deflective shield, basically to prop him up as the guy that you should be annoyed at in order to shelter himself from some of the negative consequences of the actions that he's taking at the administration. So there's a couple different reasons why Elon is no longer in favor at the White House, but I think the most significant one is the fact that he might have the money, but it clearly it clearly doesn't go the distance as it once did. Okay? But if you were to think that Elon Musk would not have redoubled his efforts at Doge and all the power and prominence that he has enjoyed within the White House, if he was actually killing it right now by his own metrics, if Doge wasn't seen as like a pathetically unpopular and also incredibly incompetent group that is engaging in mass layoffs at the federal level, then he would have continued working. He would have continued doing the special boy of the administration status that he has.
Has been one of the president's most powerful advisors.
Trump doesn't need his money anymore. He won the election. You're wrong. If there's one thing that rich people like, it's making more money and getting more money. Okay, so that's number one. And number two, no, Trump likes the fact that Elon Musk said he was going to be Trump's attack dog. He was going to fund races and primary out Trump's opponents within the Republican Party. And also advance Trump's agenda with his money. He was going to go out and actually do the things that he was doing in the Wisconsin race. Once it was a failure, a spectacular failure, it was over. He no longer has that. He no longer has that motion.
But he now says he will be spending less time in the Trump administration.
He lost 1,000 aura points for that Wisconsin L. It was a big flop. And everybody realized maybe Elon does not have the motion that he claims to have. That level of aura loss is going to cause him to fall out of favor with our zesty king, Donald Trump.
Administration and more time focused on his business as it faces backlash. Overnight, billionaire Elon Musk telling Tesla shareholders that his work with the Department of Government Efficiency is winding down.
I think starting probably in next month, May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly.
The world's richest man insisting he will stay with the Trump administration, at least part-time, but will focus on his business.
Starting next month, I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla.
He sounds like a little boy that was sent to the principal's room and was scolded. Starting next month, I'm going to do less of the things that I've been doing. USA. In spite of the neurodivergence, you can still see a dramatic tonal shift here. I feel like maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm being parasocial, but like it does feel like he comes across dejected.
His remarks coming after his company Tesla announced a 9% drop in revenue from January to March and a staggering 71% drop in profits in the first quarter. The electric car giant blaming the growing trade war and, quote, changing political sentiment, which could have a meaningful impact on demand for our products in the near term.
As people know, there's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE.
The company's CEO has become a divisive figure since heading up the president's effort to shrink the size of the federal government. His high profile making Tesla a target. The Department of Justice already charging multiple people in several states for attacking dealerships and lighting multiple Tesla vehicles on fire. So Elon Musk also said that he will continue to push the White House for lower tariffs. In recent weeks, he has openly fought with the president's economic advisors over the administration's trade policy, guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you.
Ultimately, one company that has reported their earnings, first quarter earnings yesterday, was Tesla. And Tesla, the stock is now up, but yesterday their net income was announced. It's down 71%. And Elon Musk even said, he admitted that Tesla faced a lot of blowback from his ties to Donald Trump. And now he's talking, and we're going to play a little snippet of it. He says, you know what, maybe I better go back to the car company because they need me.
Starting probably in next month, May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly. So I think I'll continue to spend, a day or two per week on government matters for as long as the president would like me to do so, and as long as it is useful. But starting next month, I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla. And now that the major work with establishing the Department of Government Efficiency is done, there are some challenges, and I expect that this year will be there'll probably be some unexpected bumps this year.
Are you crying? Are you crying, Elon? Damn, dude. I'm sorry that your project of dismantling the federal government was short-lived and you didn't get all the benefits that you wanted out of it. I'm sorry, dude. I feel so bad. I feel so bad about all the internal drama that he had with like Trump's inner circle as well. Apparently there was like some appointment issues as well. Like he wanted to have his guy in the IRS. Trump had, other people in the Trump orbit had different plans. They won. He lost. I mean, don't worry. Like they're still going to crash and burn. They're still going to slash spending as they have done so far. Layoffs will probably still continue to happen at the federal government. Make no mistake. It's just that like Elon is not going to be able to run around in the White House in the way that he did, I suspect.
I remain extremely optimistic about the future of the company.
So investors are happy to hear that, hoping he's going to refocus his efforts on.
Yeah, this is what I was referencing, the internal drama between him and Scott Bessent. This is the White House reporter for Axios, Mark Capito. Musk versus Bessent dispute erupted into the West Wing shouting match. Two billionaire middle-aged men thinking it was WWE in the hall of the West Wing. Elon Musk and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent got into a heated shouting match and earshot of President Trump and other officials in the White House last week during a dispute about the IRS. Two witnesses and three sources briefed on the matter tell Axios. It was two billionaire middle-aged men thinking it was WWE in the hall of the West Wing. One witness said of the argument last Thursday. Why it matters, the clash with both men in each other's face showed how much Musk's personality and style have rankled some senior administration officials since he began running roughshod through agencies with Doge. I'm not even kidding when I say this. I think a major part of why there is like discontent towards Elon is not even because he's like he has his own, like he has his difference in opinion with the way that the administration is doing stuff, like, with the tariffs or whatever. But the reason why I think is because he is such an unlikable fucking douchebag. I'm not kidding when I say this. A big chunk of this is because he cannot play ball with anybody else. He is he has an ego the size of Mars, which he ironically keeps lying and saying that he's going to go to. He is so repulsive and people don't want to be around him. And I think like when you're in the White House, like a lot of those guys we look at from the outside and we think, oh, this guy's a dumbass. This is, this guy sucks, whatever. But a lot of those guys are at least to a certain degree charismatic. You have to be in order to go out and fundraise. You have to be charismatic in order to get to that level. Like you have to know how to play ball with other people. Elon Musk, on the other hand, has lived an entire life of failing upwards and creating a false sense of self, and therefore doesn't know how to do any of that shit. Like, think about it. His pivotal moment, the pivotal moment in Elon Musk's life was when he got fired from PayPal, forced out of PayPal by Peter Thiel, which still gave him a massive a massive exit package, like not even an exit package, but he still retained shares over PayPal, and he took all of that money and then kept buying other companies in the process. So the last time he actually did something, the last time he actually worked, that led to a lot of failure at PayPal to begin with. But since then, it's all been capital accumulation. So he doesn't know how to be a normal guy who can fucking have a conversation. So a lot of people are not going to put up with the, autistic wizard nonsense that he tries to present himself as, because they're not, like, the dudes who are in the White House are not his, like, cryptocurrency douchebag followers. You know what I mean? These are people who are also independently successful and some of them are sharks. So they're not going to sit around and act like Elon Musk dick riders. They're going to inevitably be resentful. They're not going to simp for him in the way that, like, people who are incredibly likely to fall for a cryptocurrency scheme would. So, yeah. You're wrong, though. All he has to do is wiggle his fork sculpture and Trump will buy another Tesla for every American. Yeah. Also, RFK probably hates that Elon Musk is autistic. RFK is like, Elon is, this guy is one of the people that doesn't pay taxes and can't poop on the toilet unassisted. We have to put him on a list. Elon, let me dissect your brain. I need to see if you have the same kind of worm that I have. You have full-blown autism. The New York Times first reported Friday that Besson and Musk had a disagreement over who would lead the IRS, but the chest-to-chest clash, and Elon does have a barrel chest, between the two men a day earlier has not been reported previously. They were not physical in the Oval, but the president saw it, and they carried it down the hall, and that's when they did it again. Said a second, it was quite a scene. It was loud, and I mean loud. Okay. Brother, it feels like every behelit on earth has been activated at the same time. Yeah, this is the closest we've ever been to, like, a rapture style governance, like the spawn of Satan, really accelerating things. Asked about the shouting match, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt referred to comments she made to the Times about how it's no secret President Trump has put together a team of people who are incredibly passionate about the issues impacting our country. Yeah, no. President Trump put together a team where you have people that are all sharks that want to steal as much money as possible. And they sometimes are like, hey, you're stealing my money that I should be stealing instead. So then, they butt heads over that. It's like, it's great. That, and also they're incompetent, narcissistic monsters with incredible egos. So obviously they're constantly going to be fighting. Anyway, representatives from Musk and Besson acknowledged the shouting match happened, but declined the comment. Musk has had high-profile disputes with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and Trade Advisor Peter Navarro as well. Everyone thinks Doge is great, but Elon's antics are a bit much, another administration official said. There was also coverage on the New York Times or was it Washington Post? I can't remember. That talked about, that went and got notes from anonymous administration officials that said that Elon is so fucking annoying that they want to kill themselves when they listen to him drone on and on about dumb, nonsensical bullshit. So clearly, so clearly, people just don't like him. I think his vibes are really fucked, and that actually plays a role in his lack of support within the administration. Whereas someone like Pete Hegseth, like I'll say this, someone like Pete Hegseth is the exact opposite of Elon. A dude, unless you're a woman that he wants to sexually assault, Pete Hegseth is absolutely the type of guy that other creepy sex pests will fucking love to be around. Okay? He's a TV guy. He's fun. You know, he drinks fucking brewskis on the job. He's a big dude, bro. He makes people feel young again. So he is the exact opposite of Elon Musk. I mean, they're identical in terms of how incompetent they are, okay? But he is all style, no substance. Elon Musk, no style and no substance. That's it. He is like the old school. He's the old school kind of guy that, you know, could get a job with a handshake, okay? That's who Pete Hegseth is. He's got a firm handshake. He gets the job. And before you know it, he's elevated himself into a status that within the company that he certainly has no competence to fulfill the role. He'll just get there simply because he knows how to play ball with other dudes who are more powerful than he is.
Tesla. He's saying it's because political sentiment, he thinks, and the uncertainty in the automotive and energy markets. But he has some plans coming up. He's on track to launch this robo-taxi business out of Austin, Texas, within the next few months. And then he said the second half.
Dude, what is happening today? All the old folks are dropping like flies. Senator Dick Durbin, Jan Schakowsky. This is like... There's a crazy situation taking place within the Democratic Party right now. What the hell? Dick Durbin also is dropping? Oh my God, Chuck Schumer, please do it. Oh my God, Chuck Schumer, do it, do it, do it, do it. Drop, you pussy. Chuck Schumer, do not seek out re-election and endorse Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. As a matter of fact, don't endorse Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That might have a negative association. That might actually that might actually be a problem. Oh my God, the purge is happening. Inshallah, we're gonna have young people in office now. Oh my Lord, you think Dem establishment is getting out all the old folks so they can put the younger neolibs that they got from the Gillibrand template? I think that's probably what they're gonna try to do. The hog is burning down the old folks' home. I mean, I am kind of shocked if that's the case.
Half of next year, 2026, he's going to have millions of Teslas operating fully autonomously. So are those the self-driving Teslas?
And the other thing is robots. He's got the Tesla robots rolling out. And if you see some of this...
No, he's not. He doesn't have any of this stuff. Dude, this motherfucker's been saying he's going to be flying to Mars any day now for like the past decade, okay? He just lies, dude. You don't... I hate that when you're the administration's guy, Fox News has to sit there and be like, yeah, he's got robots that will suck you. And it's great. And definitely, he's going to do all of the things that he's promised. Like, no, man, a lot of fucking business people just lie, okay? That's what they do. And especially if, like, their stock prices don't reflect a downtrend when they are called out for lying or when people are supposed to recognize that they're lying, their stock performance doesn't take a major dive or a major hit, then they just keep lying. Ever heard of unsupervised FSD June? Yeah, every year since 2017. Give me one time in history he said it would give me one time in history he said it would be the same year. Here's 36 times, but it only goes until 2022. So realistically, we're probably near 50 by now. I cannot believe that we have a billionaire that is lying to us over and over again. It's so crazy. This makes no sense. What the hell? Did you hear about the heterosexual pride festival in my hometown of Boise, Idaho? It was started by a chud who thinks the earth is flat and socialism is family choking leash. Also got asked for donations to a bar in order to fund him buying a Cybertruck. So glad I left that shithole. I love this story. We might look at that in a little bit. That sounds amazing. That sounds fucking amazing. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look. What is this?
Alley, the Heterosexual Awesomeness Festival is coming to Boise. This isn't just another festival. It's a movement, a celebration.
This is amazing. This is soy right, dude. This is soy right. You're watching the soy right movement grow.
Of faith, family, and freedom right in the heart of Idaho. For 2 action-packed days, we're to honor the values that built this nation. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with live music and bands that share our vision and rock the stage with pride. Inspirational speakers who are on the front lines defending traditional family values. A family fun-free kids zone featuring games and bounce houses for all ages. Savor the best of local cuisine with ice-cold beer and wines. And artisan vendor booths to connect with family-owned businesses and supporters.
I'm hetero and this is the gayest thing I've ever seen. Is this an SNL sketch? Will there be a wiener measuring contest like last year? So a bunch of straight men getting together to celebrate being straight sounds super gay to me. This is giving Sundown Town vibes. Finally, a safe space for people who say no homo after making eye contact. Oh my God, they're cooking them.
This festival is more than just an event. It's a declaration that faith...
First of all, a parade is gay as fuck. There is no way out of it, okay? Even if it's like a North Korean military parade, parades functionally are gay. It's just like, you know, it's going to be really hard to convince people that you're not doing some gay shit when you're like, I want to do a parade, okay? Thanksgiving Day parade, gay as fuck. But the very fact that you're trying to do a parade with like hard-dicked men, it makes it extra gay. Just, I don't know, just play with a penis, dude. Play with your boy's penis, okay? It's going to be a less gay endeavor for you. Just play with your boy's penis.
Family and freedom are worth protecting. We're reminding everyone of what truly matters. Together, let's make the Heterosexual Awesomeness Festival a resounding success. We're seeking for bands, volunteers, vendors, and sponsors who share our vision. Mark your calendars for June 20th and 21st, 2025 at the Cecil D. Andrus Park by the Capitol Building. Be part of...
Grindr's going to go crazy that weekend in Boise. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, chatter. I am going to this. Yeah. This is where you find this is pound for pound where you're going to find the highest density of dudes who are questioning. Okay. Opportunity strikes now. For all the gay boys in Idaho, this is where you're gonna find all the questioning dudes. Okay, yeah, it's pride for closeted men. Did you see Rob Amado getting shredded on that Wine Mom Lib podcast for caving to right wing framing? That was pretty funny. First of all, the Wine Mom Lib podcast are my fucking friends. Okay, just so you know, and they're doing a fantastic job with that. So yeah, I did hear a lot of people hyping them up. Yeah, those are friends of the show right there. Bro, stop moaning into the mic or I will start questioning. What do you mean? Am I moaning? Maybe? I don't know. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. So there's internal drama and these guys are glazing Elon Musk. Let's keep going and then we'll continue.
The robots are more athletic than us. I mean, they can go down a mountain. They could do a tough mutter. So, and I need somebody that understands me. And I'm hoping that this robot could be one of the people.
That's why when you would watch the Jetsons back in the day, you identified with Rosie.
Right. Absolutely. Rosie
Rosie the robot.
Was the housekeeper.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Did a great job. She had wheels.
Was the robotic
right? Didn't she have wheels? Elon Musk has feet. Right?
Okay.
Like, you know, and also, what was the Lost in Space robot? The worst robot ever
Not
to be lost in space.
I like that we're just making shit up. Like, these are not things that are happening. We don't know what the actual timeline looks like. Elon Musk is not an individual that is Elon Musk is not a orator that you can trust. He has lied routinely about every single technological development at his company. So don't know why we're taking him at his word here. Elon Musk is the Israel of tech developments. It's just always fucking lying, okay? So I like that they're fantasizing about all the shit that Elon Musk said and then being like, why don't you like this? I thought liberals liked robots. I thought liberals liked technology. Why do they hate technology? It's like, no, dude, they hate Elon.
Remember?
Robot.
Yeah.
A number name?
Yeah, it was just a robot. It had arms like on
Danger,
slinkies.
Will Robinson.
Yeah, it was a bad robot.
Yeah.
It made you not want to, no neck.
Elon did not build that one.
Right, he didn't.
No. Elon, Tesla did say one thing about the tariffs yesterday, and they said that the tariffs are making its energy storage business, it's impacting them harder because obviously they need the rare earth, the rare minerals to make the batteries and stuff like that. Musk even told the president, look, tariffs are a bad idea, but Musk also supports the president. He's got a different vision. and they're going through with it. It's just going to make making batteries more complicated.
Just noted. Remember that Elon Musk is going to donate money and Donald Trump is going to do whatever he wants. No, Howard Lutnick would be the Treasury Secretary if he listened to Elon Musk. Elon Musk didn't want the tariffs, but he respects that he's not the president. Right. And I would say this: there's got to be like 10 major items for national security that when this trade war is over, we just have to bring it back. And rare earths is another. We have to be able to refine it. We have to be able to do it because.
Yeah. Again, how are we going to do that? Oh, that's right. Elon Musk's robots will be able to do that, right? Since we're in the business of fantasizing about shit that hasn't happened with no way of happening, we might as well continue fantasizing, you know? Oh, dude, you don't understand. Elon Musk's robots will actually do the refinery. Okay? It's great. And Elon Musk will just use those robots to build the factories. He'll build them tomorrow. Open Pokemon packs, you giant. Dude, shut up. God damn. Calm down, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? Open Pokemon packs. The hell? Did you already cover the White House wants women to sex topic? Had the dip for a ship? A super curious? Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit.
China will hold this over our heads in any conflict, military or economic, unless we start doing it ourselves.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Polling debunks Musk's excuse that his unpopularity collapse of Tesla is because of paid protesters.
I think the protests are really starting to bug them.
Yeah, they are. Of course they are. There are millions of people that are actively taken to the streets basically on a weekly basis. Of course that's going to have an impact. Of course it's going to have an impact. That's why it's so funny that XUC was like, oh, dude, what do you mean your voices matter? It's because people are torching Teslas. It's like, dude, the very fact that you got people so agitated that they're torching Teslas is, again, the point that I am making. The point that I am making is that people fucking despise this dude.
I don't know if it's the number of protests or the number of people protesting or the fact that the protests really aren't going away and they keep seeming to grow. I don't know if it's the tenor and good humor and peaceful nature of the protest that's bugging them, but I think they are really getting bugged. I think it is really getting under their skin. And here's one way we can tell. Let's say you're the head of a big car company and then something happens to your car company. And it's not happening to all car companies. It's not happening to the car sector, right? In fact, it's not happening to any other car company at all. It's only happening to your car company, and it's not good. Headline, CNN, Tesla profits plunge. Headline, Washington Post, Tesla earnings plunge. Headline, New York Times, Tesla's 71% drop in profit. Headline, USA Today, Tesla profits fall 71%. Headline, Wall Street Journal, Tesla profit sinks. Headline, Reuters, Tesla sales skid. If you are the head of a company that is having a day like that, how do you spend that day? How do you spend that day that...
God, I can't stand Rachel Maddow. I'm sorry. It's just like it's so hard for me. It's so hard for me to listen to Rachel Maddow talk about this. Like, she's right and she's flexing because like she has every opportunity to flex here. She has every right to flex here. But god damn, I can't stand it. Libs are on it though. Look at this, 500,000 likes. Holy shit!
Below market expectations.
500,000
it's
views.
Really, really below market expectations. The first quarter of last year, Tesla made $1.4 billion. The first quarter of this year, we learned today, you can drop the billion off of that. They went from $1.4 billion in the first quarter of last year to $0.4 billion this quarter. And even that was less than it appears. Tesla not only had that 71% drop in profit off of what they did last year, the profit they did have is not from selling cars. Quote, Tesla would have actually lost hundreds of millions of dollars this quarter had it not earned $400 million in interest on cash and investments, and had it not earned $595 million from selling credits to other car makers, which themselves failed to meet emissions regulations. So yeah, it looks like they made $0.4 billion. It looks like they made $400 million, but they would have been $600 million in the negative for this quarter. They would have lost $600 million this quarter if they hadn't had cash and investments, interest payments, and credits that were paid to them from other car companies because of anti-climate change.
I already covered all this. All right, let's just move on.
Latest on President Trump's
Donald
trade
Trump
war.
is back and said the money molestation will stop. Okay. Donald Trump came out and said, I'm sorry for molesting the money. I'm not going to molest it any longer. Just a little bit of diddling. Just diddling. We're going to diddle the money, but no more molestation. He's just getting yelled at again by the same fucking libtards that he hated the last time around. And I guess he's caving. It's just, yeah, this is funny. Bro is shadowboxing and getting owned. Yeah, it's a real Baki situation. You know what I mean? You got Baki Hama getting his ass beat by his dad in his dreams, okay? This man came out and was like, I'm going to molest the money. It's me. I'm going to do it. I'm going to put my hands all over the money. The bag is mine. And in a matter of like 3 weeks, it came out that, you know, nobody is fucking with him. All right. Nobody's rocking with Trump. America no longer has the motion that it once had. Lo and behold, everyone's shocked, except you wouldn't be shocked if you were watching me in the process, because I kept fucking saying that this is inevitably going to happen. He tried to go after China and say he's going to do 7 trillion. He's going to do trillions of dollars in revenue. He's going to make trillions of dollars of revenue by just like doing 400% tariffs on China or whatever, with the express purpose of trying to decouple from our largest trading partner that comprises in and of itself 30% of our trade. And lo and behold, turns out everyone is getting Chinese goods, all the goods that have components that are getting manufactured in China. So obviously you can't just do something like this without nuking global trade in its entirety. Donald Trump also obviously famously did this by attacking all of his allies first as well, Mexico and Canada, which was insane. Once again, especially insane considering that he had previously written a deal with Canada and Mexico in the first tenure, the USMCA trade agreement that he was now reneging on. And, you know, turns out a lot of this stuff has had shockingly negative consequences for him. And he is slowly but surely unwinding. In the process, he also said he was going to fire the Fed chair. Now, we don't even know if he has the power to be able to do so. It seems like something that Congress has to do. And it turns out Trump is no longer doing money molestation. It turns out he is, you know, he's scaling back the money molestation that he was engaging in, scaling back on the tariffs in China, even though China never called him, even though he said he wanted China to call him and China never called. But now he's saying, oh, it's the calmer heads will prevail, he said. And now this, he said that he was going to fire Jerome Powell. And now he says he has no intention. What do you mean?
The president is backing off his threats to fire the Fed chair as his administration talks up a possible tariff deal with China. That sent markets soaring. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
George, good morning. While the White House is well aware that the president's tariffs and his knocks on the Fed chair have caused turmoil in the markets, and they're trying to reassure anxious investors. The president now painting a rosy picture of these negotiations, but still not offering specifics. After his attacks on the independent chairman of the Federal Reserve spooked markets, this morning President Trump now says he has no intention of firing Jerome Powell, the Fed chair he appointed.
No, I have no
Who appointed this man, Jerome Powell? Who appointed him? What kind of stupid idiot would appoint this guy, Jerome Powell? Art of the deal. I will fire him. Just kidding. I will not fire him. He's a good guy. I like him a lot. I did a very good job appointing him last time around, believe me.
Intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates.
A change in tune after the president blasted Powell, calling him a major loser and saying Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. But most legal experts agree the president doesn't have the authority to fire Powell, who has 1 year left in his term. Trump's attacks sending markets into a nosedive. Wall Street is heading to its worst April.
I love these photos, man.
Since the Great Depression. The International Monetary Fund now warning Trump's tariffs will slow economic growth around the world, with the U.S. taking a significant hit. The White House now trying to reassure anxious investors. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling investors he expects a, quote, de-escalation of the trade war with China, saying the current situation is unsustainable. But the administration is sending mixed signals about the state of talks with China.
We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice. And we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal. I think it's a process that's going to go pretty quickly.
But the Treasury Secretary telling investors something very different, acknowledging China is going to be a slog in terms of the negotiations. The president refusing to say if he's talked directly to Chinese President Xi or if negotiations are underway between the two countries. Mr. President, you said you're ultimately going to make a deal with China, but where do things stand right now? I mean, have you talked to him? The secretary said these negotiations are going to be a slog.
My relationship with President Xi is great.
So you've talked?
It's been great for a long time. We've had a very good relationship, and I think we'll make a deal with China.
Now, despite the lack of specifics, the White House's positive outlook seemed to be enough for Wall Street recovering much of its losses from Monday, George.
Mary, on another front, we have new details on the security breach by the defense secretary.
Yeah, we do. Officials tell us that the attack plans that Defense Secretary Hegseth shared with family and friends on that Signal chat came directly from the CENTCOM commander, though he used highly secure communications to share that. This is the second time that Hegseth has been accused of sharing highly sensitive military plans over Signal. The first, when a journalist was inadvertently added to the chat. Hegseth continues to deny any wrongdoing, and the president is standing by him.
President Trump setting.
I love this because this kind of back and forth makes the dick riding of Trump fans undeniable and impossible to argue against. If you start off the conversation with tariffs are amazing and I'm glad that he's doing it, we're going to be onshoring, baby. And then Donald Trump turns around and says no more tariffs actually, except for China. And you say, hell yeah, actually, tariffs were kind of gay, and I'm glad that we're doing tariffs to China, but nobody else, actually. Thank God for our beautiful president. And then he says, I'm going to do tariffs. I'm going to do extra tariffs on China unless Xi Jinping calls me tomorrow. And then there's retaliatory tariffs that come from China, and everyone's like, oh, well, that's actually sick. Like, I'm glad that we're fucking over China. Why don't you make your stuff in America? Even though I make all my stuff in China as well, it turns out. Everything I buy is made in China, whatever. I'm not even going to think about that. Fuck it. It's actually a period of financial instability, but that's normal market stuff. That's normal market shit. Don't worry about it. And then now he's like, okay, I lied. Actually, I'm going to lower the tariffs. I want to de-escalate with China. Come on, please call me, Xi Jinping. And these guys have to turn around and still go, oh, excellent gambit, sir. Thank God you did all of this. Thank God. Thank God Donald Trump did all of this. I mean, oh my God. We really needed this, a shock to the system for no discernible reason whatsoever. Did he accomplish any of his goals? Fuck no. Does it matter? Probably not. Not to his cult, at least. Money is fake. Donald Trump is showing that and also showing to anyone and everyone that is in the margins that still thinks like, oh, maybe Trump's got some good ideas, that no, he is an incompetent monster. Okay? That's it.
The stage for a trade deal with China as the administration says they could scale back on some of the new tariffs soon.
What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What's going to happen to all of the art of the deal people? Will anyone check in on them? Will they go, is this the deal? Is this the art or is this the deal? Where is the art of the deal? You just put a gun to your mouth and say you're going to fucking pull the trigger, and then everyone's like, yeah, do it, pussy. Who cares? And then that's it. And then you're like, just kidding.
Hurry. Mark Meredith is at the White House with details. Mark, have the conversations with China actually started? Because it sounds like things are heading that way.
Steve Ainsley and Brian, good morning, friends. Well, Steve.
No, the answer is no. China has not, as a matter of fact, responded to the United States of America at all. They not only did not concede to the United States of America, they actually yesterday came out with a threat against the involvement. They came out with a threat against all of the other partners of the United States of America, as they are going through their own negotiations. And part of those negotiations are decoupling, forcing them to decouple from China, right? That's what America wants. America's saying, like, you have to also put tariffs on Chinese goods. You have to also decouple your trade from China. So China came out and said, this is like getting in the pen with a tiger. It will be dangerous for the European parties involved, if you follow through on the Trump administration's belligerent demands, then you're only going to hurt yourself in the process. So not only did China not call the Trump administration yet, I do suspect that that will come eventually because they want stability. But on top of that, they also said, don't fucking put tariffs on Chinese goods if you're a European trade partner. What are you doing? Same with Japan. Same with all of the Asian partners. Yeah, China said, we'll go ban for ban. And they have been. They have been going. So then nothing ever happens. Chuds were right. I mean, this is very much things happening moment. I don't know what you mean by this. Nothing ever happens. Chuds don't think that there would ever be a multipolar world. Under normal circumstances, America could basically enforce its wishes upon China and all of the other global trade partners like that. There would be no issue whatsoever. Do you understand? The past couple of weeks for our global trade partners has been a moment of reconsideration, if they're smart enough, of course.
The White House was asked yesterday whether or not the president's engaged in a one-on-one talk with President.
Do you think China will back down without gaining serious concessions out of this from America? I don't think they'll get a lot of concessions from America. I think China will actually concede in an effort to maintain global trade stability. That's what my suspicion is. They'll offer something. They'll offer something to Donald Trump to make it seem like he's a big boy who actually did this, who dominated little old China. That's my suspicion. And the only reason why they will do that is because they benefit from global trade working the way it currently does. I don't think China at this stage wants to be the global reserve currency. Keep coping, man. I mean, I've been right so far. I don't know why you think I'd be wrong on this assessment. I mean, it's speculation, but I think China is incredibly restrained when it comes to its foreign policy and incredibly reasonable, sometimes even reasonable to a fault, really, when it comes down to trying to maintain global order, because they have worked within the existing structure and have seen tremendous success within. Xi won't bend the knee to the paper tiger. No, it's not a real bending of the knee, dummy. It's not. I never said that. I'm saying China will make slight concessions to the Trump administration to make it feel like, so that Trump can just, stroke his ego and present a W, like, oh, we dominated China. But before that happens, and it hasn't happened yet, obviously, this period of unprecedented global trade instability and market volatility is happening because China, I think, wants to use the temper tantrum being thrown by the fucking idiot in charge as a way to remind their global trade partners who the adults in the room actually are. I don't think that China wants, China's long-term interests do not revolve around, especially right now, becoming the global the global reserve currency, like replacing the dollar. I don't think they want to do that. I think they still have a lot more development. They want to keep developing their secondary markets, and they want to develop themselves as well. And it's not beneficial for China to become the global the global reserve currency in which trade is being conducted, because that would require, at least in the current landscape, in the way that politics works, international affairs works, in the current landscape, you need 800 military bases for that. China doesn't have 800 military bases.
President Xi of China and the White House not willing to go on the record with that, an indication that these conversations are still not happening at the most senior levels.
If you think China will make slight concessions, doesn't that mean that you think Trump holds more cards over them? No, the only fucking reason why they will inevitably make slight concessions in an effort to make it seem like Donald Trump won this fucking battle is because they still want... Donald Trump is saying, I have a nuke. I am going to nuke myself and the entire global marketplace. Of course, China doesn't want the entire global trade design to be nuked overnight. They stand to benefit from the way trade is conducted on the international stage. What do you mean? Yes, when you are the United States of America, putting a gun to your mouth and saying I'm going to pull the trigger is going to be quite impactful for that reason. America basically is looking at the situation in front of them. They've recognized that China is lapping us, okay? They recognize that China is far more developed. They recognize that China controls the refinement process for key resources that are necessary. Like, they have a lot of power, okay? And if you look at it like a board game, America basically recognizes that China is winning the board game. So they're saying, I'm going to literally flip the fucking table. I'm going to flip the table right now. If you don't, as a negotiation tactic, they're saying, I'm going to fucking flip the table if you don't meet my insane demands. But there are other players on the board game as well. And they're noticing that America is fucking saying they want to flip the table, which will create unprecedented chaos. Nobody wants that. So now China is looking at the other players on the table and saying, you see, this guy's a fucking asshole. He wants to blow up this goddamn game. I still want to play the game. Maybe I'll win the game in the end, but I still want to play the game. Do you want to continue playing the game, or do you want this person to fucking flip the table and no one wins? You are admitting that Trump holds the cards. I think you guys are some of the densest motherfuckers I've ever encountered in my entire life. If China wanted to flip the table, they could too. That doesn't mean they hold the cards, you fucking moron. If Trump held the cards, held all the cards as the global hegemon, then China would have conceded overnight. Why has that not happened yet? Like, actually, fully conceded. Is this all the fucking Asmongolddians that aren't getting? You don't let the bully get away? What? That's not how international relations work, man. What are you talking about? Nobody wants nukes to be launched, okay? Obviously. So you have to play you have to play this delicate tightrope when the guy controlling the global reserve currency is trying to fucking nuke it into oblivion for no reason, for no discernible reason. It takes time. You have to solidify your relationship with your global trade partners outside of America, because many of the most important markets that still import from China are within the sphere of American influence.
Either way, all three major U.S. stock indexes are set to open sharply higher today, given some of the news the president and Treasury Secretary made within the last 24 hours, suggesting that the trade war won't last forever. As you all three know, there's been a major sell-off on Wall Street ever since the trade war began.
We're doing fine with China. We're doing fine with I think almost every country.
This is great, yeah. Breaking, Scott Bessent has said, in response to Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us wanting to help rebalance global trade. In response to my coming into the room with a bomb strapped to my chest, more than 100 people have approached me wanting to help keep everyone alive. That's a perfect analogy.
In response to President Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us wanting to help rebalance global trade.
Like, it was already, dude, amazing. Amazing. What they're stating here is that, yeah, we said we're going to fuck up the bag for everybody. We're going to fuck ourselves up, and it doesn't matter because we're insane. This is a suicide cult. So, yeah, now people are coming to us and being like, please don't do that. Whatever you want, just don't do that. That would be terrifying for everyone involved. Yeah. Ironically enough, one of the famous instances of these countries coming over was Japan. Japan is a fucking vassal state, okay? We wrote their constitution. We have so much control over Japanese affairs, okay? We, as in the United States of America. And they were one of the first countries to directly come in and bring in a trade committee to talk to the Trump administration about what their demands were. They left with no deal. And they said, in the aftermath of those trade negotiations, that Americans were so belligerent that they didn't even know what they wanted out of Japan. So what do you do with that information? That's the one country that is supposed to unconditionally offer full-throated support to the United States of America, and they're like, we want to support you, but we don't even know what you want. We want to support you, Mr. President, Mr. Trump, okay? You are the great white hope, but we don't even know what you want. What do you do? What do you do?
These countries have responded openly and positively to the president's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others. In response to President Trump's
Yeah, he got yelled at, by the way, because CEOs warned that there would be empty shelves and mass inflation. A lot of people geared up for his tariff threats early on, and Apple was sending 5 cargo planes worth of merchandise. They literally shipped in 5 planes full of merchandise to the United States of America to at least withstand the first couple of months of Donald Trump's insane tariff shit until he calms down, right? And all of these guys have done the same. A lot of these companies have basically tried to make up for what kind of loss of revenue they're going to have and loss of inventory that they're going to experience once the tariffs hit, right? So there is a month and a half remaining on readily available inventory. So they had to go to Donald Trump and be like, okay, we thought you would have stopped this tariff shit by now, but seems like you're still pushing it. So we are here to inform you that, you got 2 months maximum until you're looking at empty shelves and massive panic by consumers.
Everybody wants to have involvement with the United States. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. We were talking about fentanyl, where, various
I think the only thing you're not considering is that a supply shock of any kind right now, like a conflict in the Middle East started by a genocidal 51st state, would nosedive our economy. And I don't know if China / the rest of the world wants to pick up U.S. debt at the moment.
Elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high.
Making the corpos bleed is kind of cool, though. Yeah, except you live here. You don't live in Germany. So when the corpos are bleeding, you also don't get to purchase the things that you need. I think a lot of people fail to consider that a lot of this impact certainly will hurt rich people, but it'll hurt rich people a lot less than it hurts you. You won't have access to food. Well, maybe not food, because a lot of agriculture is domestic, but things that food is packaged in. You know what I mean? Like this right here is a pack of Zyn, okay? 3 milligram coffee flavored nicotine pouch Zyn. This is manufactured in the United States of America, okay? I believe Philip Morris owns it. So the irony is that while this pack of Zyn is manufactured in Richmond, Virginia, the plastic that the package is in is most likely made in China. The plastic is refined in China, and the packaging is most likely made in China. Okay? Even down to the glue that holds this glossy finish sticker on top of the Zyn. You understand? In terms of the Zyn pouches, like the material that's made of the Zyn pouches, like a big part of it is imported. A lot of that is imported from China. When you cut a fuck ton of the things, it's not like Zyn tomorrow is going to be like, all right, well, I guess we can restructure our procurement strategies and just find a fucking plastic manufacturer, like a plastic refinement facility in the United States of America, and find a way to make these cheap ass plastic containers that the Zyns are coming in. You can't do that. Swedish Match is a Swedish company, but their casing is Chinese. I talked to my friend who works there about it. No, but these are produced in American plants, though. I'm pretty sure. What people fail to consider is so much. The way that global trade is designed, so many of the things that you think are manufactured or assembled in the United States of America are still relying on parts, ingredients, components that are manufactured in many circumstances China. I don't know what you want me to do. It's my dad's phone, chatters. It's my dad's phone is ringing. What do you want me to do? It's just, it's how it is.
It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero.
As Fox Business has learned, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also said something similar to investors this week, that he expects a de-escalation with China in the near future. 2 weeks ago, the White House also pushed pause on imposing sweeping tariffs on almost every U.S. trading partner. It allowed this pause to allow negotiations to continue. So
18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government.
The other reason we're seeing so much green on Wall Street before the opening bell is the president made the strong suggestion again that he has no plans to fire the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Just this week, Trump suggested that Powell should have to leave his post.
What happened? I thought China also was going to inevitably cave and concede. I'm just so shocked because I trust my big, beautiful, bold, brave president. I trust my big, beautiful, bold, and brave president to do the right thing. I trust him. I trusted him this whole time. I trusted him when he said tariffs are necessary. I trusted him when he said tariffs are unnecessary. What is happening? What's going on? Are they necessary or are they unnecessary? Are they helpful? Is China coming to the table? Are they not coming to the table? What's going on? I want to trust my big, beautiful boy, but it's, he's seemingly making it harder.
Reserve Chairman, his post isn't up until May of next year. And so there was that suggestion that maybe Trump would try to push him out of the job. But Trump said last night that he no longer feels that is the case. But of course, he wants to see interest rates brought down sooner rather than later. Excuse me. Steve, Ainsley, and Brian, back to you guys.
Yeah, the market seemed to like that. So any sense that there'll be any progress made because Norway comes this week? Don't they want a trade deal too?
Well, the White House has been very clear, Brian, that they believe that everybody who's been on that hit list of the different tariffs will want to make a deal at some point. You had the vice president in India talking about trade as well and how to develop a further U.S.-Indian relationship. But in terms of actually getting these deals signed, there's a question about timing because they have to be worked out. It's not that it could just be, written on a napkin and go. There's a lot of complicated language here. And the White House has said simply that their team is working on it. But as lawmakers have been talking about, they want to see progress quickly.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark. This is great news for China. Scott Bessent was at a J.P. Morgan event in Washington, D.C., talking to investors, and he says he expects a de-escalation of the trade war between the U.S. and China. He said no one thinks that the current status quo is sustainable because right now we have the 125% reciprocal tariffs on imports from China, in addition to those 20% tariffs on Chinese goods to curb the flow of fentanyl into the United States.
So one of the things that the White House is asking from all the countries is, okay, if you want to make a deal with us, you got to make a deal with us that you're not going to deal with China. And there are a number of countries that are pushing back on that. In fact, the EU has just come back and they said they will not decouple from China. They said talks with the United States and relations with China are two distinct matters. What the president is trying to do is he's trying to get so many people and countries around China to isolate China so that he's got better negotiation, better leverage.
By the way, two things I want to show you while we're on this subject. I do want to show you this neat little graph, okay? This will be illuminating. Days since U.S. President Trump has spoken with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Inauguration Day, okay? Trump announces 10% tariffs on China, claims to have spoken to Xi recently, but the Chinese ministry doesn't confirm. Raises China tariff to 20%. 25% global tariff on steel and aluminum, which impacts Chinese steel and aluminum as well, of course. Announces China tariff hike to 54%. China tariff goes up to 104%. China tariff goes up to 125%. Clarifies he meant 145%. Says he might cut the China tariff. Bessent still says he might not cut the China tariffs. It's been 96 fucking days. Call me Xi. Why won't she call me? She call me like you did. Whisper sweet nothings into my ear in Mandarin like you used to. I love you, Xi. I love you, Xi. First 100 days, why won't you call? Why won't you call me Xi? He's like a fucking sad ex. Here's the New York Times source for this graph. It remains unclear when or if the United States and China will begin to engage in talks. Mr. Trump has said he expects to speak with Xi Jinping, China's leader, but no formal conversations have been scheduled. Speaking to the reporters after his remarks, Mr. Besson dismissed speculation that Mr. Trump was considering unilaterally lowering the tariffs that he has imposed on China before any negotiations with Mr. Xi. Mr. Besson emphasized that any moves to de-escalate trade tensions would need to be mutual. Yeah, he could take a page out of HasanAbi book and post a hot thirst trap. That's what I'm saying. Trump needs to post meat on the timeline if he wants Xi to call him. That's what he needs to do. For all of the American hegemony enjoyers, this must be a really weird time, okay? It's got to be a real weird time if you're like, America is the top dog, what the fuck? And in certain respects, it still is. But it's very strange that if America is the top dog, then why won't Xi call?
With China, but right now we don't know how many countries are saying, okay, if I have to pick between one or the other, I'll go with the United States. We don't know how many.
That's what China said on Monday. They said we're going to threaten countries not to do deals with us, and it hasn't stopped Japan, hasn't stopped South Korea.
Like, he's just saying this. There is no deal that has been conducted with Japan. The Japanese Trade Committee said that there was no deal, said that they didn't even know what America wanted. Where is the deal with Japan? I guess he knows something I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they came out with a deal. I guess they did. I don't know. Where's the deal? What? Also, Fox News is amazing because it is, if you watch Fox News every day as your primary source of news, you literally, it's not that you will know less things. It's that you will know the opposite of the truth. It's fucking crazy. Like, they just straight up tell you the exact opposite of what is going on. Up is down, good is bad, bad is good. Just straightforwardly, it feels like I'm watching news happen in an alternative universe. It's so strange. They just assume whatever is going on is the exact opposite without even reading into it, you know? They're just going along with whatever Trump says and making up shit that Trump isn't even saying.
Has not stopped India. Obviously, hasn't stopped India. Didn't stop it.
What this non-SJW unsimplified answer to U.S. debt from the international economic perspective in our current harmful capital's global economy? I'm confused as to what your question
Italy,
is.
who feels as though they could spearhead an EU deal. I think it's really encouraging to see things get reconfigured. But I also don't think we should show any weakness with China. This is the moment we stare them down. We have lost a lot of market cap in doing this. Let's make sure we get what we want in this restructuring, and one of which they cannot steal intellectual property. The other thing is they can't continue to hijack and screw up our patents. They steal our products, they rename them, and then they sell them back to us. Yes. Amazon, 2/3 of all their products are China. You know, so now they're standing up. Now they're worried about their tech center that they suppressed for so long. Now they're starting to prop up Alibaba. They rehab Jack Ma. So now they're desperate to try to get their economy going. I'd hate to think that in the end, we blinked.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Oh, that's crazy. Hold on, I'm tweeting. American Patriot getting called a traitor for buying equipment direct from the source.
I've been called a traitor.
What the fuck? What is this? Yeah, I said, I'm tweeting. He wanted you to call him. He'd stop at nothing to get that call. He'd collapse global trade in its entirety for one phone call from Xi. Can't say I wouldn't do the same if I was in his shoes. That's right. This is actually a love story. When you think about this as a love story where Trump is in love with Xi Jinping, like Wattpad style, in love with Xi Jinping, and just simply wants that phone call really bad, it unironically makes more sense than whatever the fuck the administration is saying. Like, think about it. Think about how senseless and how stupid this entire endeavor has been, that it literally makes more sense if you think that Donald Trump is actually romantically involved with Xi Jinping and wants Xi Jinping to call him. That completely made up reality at least has a through line, a logical through line associated with it. That is how fucking insane the actual truth of the matter is. Amazing.
I'm turning my back on my country because I decided to get some machines that make my life easier. $44,000 for an American-made ditch witch, or $15,000 for that, and that might be better. Maybe you just need some basic little stuff. $3,700, or the cheapest American one I know of is $38,000. So all you people who keep complaining that I'm a traitor because I bought Chinese equipment, I'm un-American. How could I do that to our people? How could I do that to our country? Why wouldn't I buy American? I can't afford American. I just can't. I've been called a...
$5 says retaliatory tariffs from China got Trump hard. Yeah, it made him hard because it reminded him that Xi does know he exists. It's like when Ethan Klein gets excited when I tweet about him or respond to some other like insane shit that he's said, and he gets like really stoked because he's like, oh, finally he remembers me. Similar situation. Also a love story. Also an instance where someone is just like burning a lot of their social capital for no particular reason other than to get a call back. He's paying attention to me. Anyway, getting back to Xi Jinping. On U.S.'s potential tariff U-turn, China again tells Trump what is the right way to deal with China.
中方早就指出，关税战、贸易战。
Dude, everyone that's talking about how I need to meet up with Jean-Luc Mélenchon to fight fascism is being stupid. I'm not going to see him when he's here in America. I'm going to see him in France, okay? Next month, when I'm in France, in like 2 weeks, I'm going to link up with him in his own home turf. Calm the fuck down, okay? Yes, I'm going to France. I'm going to link up with Mélenchon. I'm already in contact with their team, and I'm going to link up with him in France. Oui. We have said from day one that tariffs and trade wars have no winners. Protectionism leads nowhere. And to decouple is to self-alienate. The tariff war is launched by the U.S. We have made it very clear that China does not look for a war, but neither are we afraid of it. We will fight if fight we must. Our doors are open if the U.S. wants to talk. If a negotiated solution is truly what the U.S. wants, it should stop threatening and blackmailing China and seek dialogue based on equality, respect, and mutual benefit. To keep asking for a deal while exerting extreme pressure is not the right way to deal with China and simply will not work. That's right, chatters. I know Mandarin. If you're listening, if you're audio only right now and you're like, whoa, that white boy, he just translated Mandarin in perfect English. Swag. That's right. I learned Mandarin in my free time. Okay? In the limited amount of time I have when I'm not live. What is this? Blah, yuck, Hassan mods are antisocial incels? No, we're not banning this guy. This guy is awesome. Hi, Hassan. It's incredibly disgusting what you are. No, don't ban him. You're actively doing to Ethan every day. Please consider unlocking empathy like Ian did. P.S. You have an incredibly fragile ego. Wow, you are so obsessed with Ethan. Hassan is Ethan permanently on his brain. He waited. He waited for the activation code. He created an account, followed, waited for the activation code, and he blasted off. I'm going to unban him. I think we need more dissenting voices like this one, okay? By the way, if I were to randomly click on H3H3 podcast right now, there is a 75% chance that I'm either in the title or in the thumbnail or directly being talked about. So the idea that like, oh, Ethan is permanently on my mind is so funny. Like, has there not been a day? Has there been a day where I haven't been brought up randomly? What is this? You said the trigger word and I got activated like the Winter Soldier. You have to see this compilation.
I was saying he doesn't have to watch it now, but like he should watch it today. I feel like he has to. What would it mean if he didn't watch that after watching the entire iDubbbz content cup? I'm just saying, I mean, be like what would his reason be not to watch it? He has to, right? I mean, that would just be too cowardly. It would be too blatantly just cowardly. It's the least he could do. I mean, he owes it to both sides of the argument. Is he reacting yet to my response video?
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Did he?
No, of course not.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they're very, very unlikable to anyone who's outside of their extreme circle. Has Hassan reacted to my response? Do I need to check?
Tabs on it.
Has he checked? Do I need to check? Is he still talking about the Pope?
No, we checked. He's not.
Is he talking about the Pope still? Lining himself with denims. Look how he gets all excited. Oh, I'm finally the subject of the conversation.
Here we go.
Finally, somebody's talking and thinking about me. I'm all ears.
Objection!
I was saying he doesn't have to watch it now, but
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why won't she call me? Why? Why won't she call me? She call me. Call me on my phone. You got my number, she. Please call me. Why won't you? Why won't you call me?
Like,
I've nuked global trade for you, she. Notice me. I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you. Oh, it's funny. You're sharing the Thumbo and title with Ian on today's stream. Nope, there you go. People coming in here to be like, you're so obsessed. Yeah, okay, dude. Anyway, let's continue. Going back to a not dissimilar issue here.
It's very good. Every country wants to partake, even countries that have ripped us off for many, many years. China is an example, but it's not just China. European Union, they ripped us off for many, many years, and those days are over. We're going to make a lot of money for our people. We'll be able to lower taxes substantially, and we're going to be proud of ourselves. They're not going to be a laughing stock that got taken advantage of by virtually every country in the world.
We thought you said you were going up to launch for a flag. What was going on?
We're putting up a beautiful, almost 100-foot tall American flag on this.
Sick. This is the only, dude, this is so awesome. Straight up like failed state authoritarian dictatorship stuff here. All aesthetics. The only place where he has motion is when he forces Google to change the name of like Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America and like putting a big flag up. Okay. The one thing that we need to complete this is if he does a military parade. Okay. If he starts marching ICBMs down, the streets of Washington or something, which he won't be able to do because the streets will crumble. Obviously, our infrastructure cannot handle tanks and stuff like that. But that's it. That's the remaining thing. We need a military parade. We need to have a military parade that will complete the tin pot dictator nonsense. Okay, which I don't even have issues with. I kind of like parades. They're fun. And I think military parades like is cool. It's like they march and stuff, and they march in unison, and it looks cool. I don't know. And I also do like big statues. So I assume he's gonna do like a military parade and a big statue. Okay, those are the last two things. Those are the last two things you need to have, like a massive, massive statue of himself. Why hasn't he thrown it yet? I thought he wanted to throw one in 2016. He can absolutely do it now. I think he will.
Side and another one on the other side, two flags, top of the line, and they've needed flagpoles for 200 years.
Yep, there it is.
Something I've often said,
Yeah. he couldn't get any motion on the global trade panic that he caused. He's going back slowly but surely on every single thing that he's done so far, taking back the tariffs, lowering the universal tariffs, lowering the tariffs on China. China still hasn't called. Hair looking like shit. Feels like he's losing it a little bit. Okay. And regardless of all of that, even though he's doing the one-sided concessions, the FD says Trump is going to exempt car makers from tariffs on auto parts from China. Okay. The exemptions are coming. They're kicking in piece by piece. The only area where he can seemingly make change is when he puts up like a fucking big ass flag. Cool. All right. You're just proving the MAGA communist right. Wait, what? What do you mean proving the MAGA communist right? Yes, Trump is a MAGA communist and not an incompetent capitalist that is actually undermining America standing on the global stage, even though the inherent contradictions within capitalism has caused America's demise, and Donald Trump is trying to manage that decline in an incredibly incompetent way, so only accelerating the demise. No, he is not I don't genuinely believe that Trump is a secret agent of socialism. Trump administration might host a military parade. I'm very looking forward to it. Financial Times says Trump is going to exempt car makers from tariffs on auto parts from China. U.S. President Donald Trump is planning to spare car makers from some of his most onerous tariffs in another trade war climb down following intense lobbying by industry executives over recent weeks. The move would exempt car parts of the tariffs that Trump is imposing on imports from China to counter fentanyl production, as well as those levied on steel and aluminum, a destacking of the duties, according to two people with knowledge on the matter. Here's an analog for you. Remember when Republicans were running around saying abortion is murder, and then they actually did the Roe v. Wade thing, and then everyone was like, holy fuck, I have no more autonomy. My daughter is pregnant. She's a teenager. She needs to get an abortion. What the fuck are we doing here? Oh my God, my neighbor died doing an ectopic pregnancy because the doctor was too afraid to fucking perform a medical abortion on her because they didn't want to go to jail. All of a sudden, Republicans basically folded and were like, actually, abortion is murder, but like sometimes murder is good. We like murder, actually. What happened? And now you're seeing the exact same thing happen with the fucking tariffs. I called it out from a mile away. What happened? I want to hear, I wish Asmongold was live right now because I want to hear how he would manage the situation, how he would talk about how this is actually still an incredibly competent administration. I want to know what the Asmongold fans that are in here in the chat right now watching me, what they have to say. You know, I want to know. Yeah, based. I wish. This is not necessarily about Asmongold. This is about unlocking the mindset and understanding the mindset of those who still at this stage think Trump is being super competent, think Trump is doing moves that we simply cannot comprehend. That's what I'm saying here. Where are the fucking hogs? Hogs, chirp up, chime in. I want to know, do you feel duped? Do you feel like maybe, do you feel like you were led to assume that Trump has all of this, Trump has this brilliant technique here that was going to dramatically solve the trade deficits or whatever. Asmongold already said that if Trump concedes from tariffs, he's a loser. Well, I guess he's a fucking loser then, huh? It's not about achieving anything. It's all about aesthetics. I want to hear from right-wingers in general that have been on board with everything that Trump has done so far. Everything that Donald Trump has done thus far, right? All of the initiatives he's taken. If you felt like this was a beacon of success a couple of weeks ago, and if you felt like Trump's trade schemes that were hilariously incompetent in broad fucking daylight were actually not incompetent at all, okay? How do you read the situation now? How do you still justify what Trump is doing here? You know, they're just waiting for him to say the new thing they were thinking all along. Yeah.
I don't have a flagpole per se, so we're putting one right where you saw us, and we're putting another one.
Dimple highlighted you on a recent show. Yeah, he put me on the fucking Thumbo as well. He's such a moron. He did the classic thing that every right-winger and liberals and leftists do as well, which is like, oh, this person is not joking. He actually is being super sincere with his commentary. I know. We went back and forth on this. We went back and forth on this on the timeline. I forgot last night where I dunked on him hard style. Here it is. He said, holy shit, Hasan literally did not know that Abrega Garcia is from El Salvador. Ha ha ha, holy fuck, which is obviously not true. Okay? I was making fun of him for being like, he's not a Maryland man. And I was like, where is he from then? He is from Maryland. He's literally a Maryland man. So I responded to him. I said, Tim Pool thinks if you're born in El Salvador, you can never be considered a man from Maryland, even if you have a wife and kids and a career as a union worker in Maryland. You had hair at some point, but I think it's okay to call you a bald loser now, Tim. He didn't like that. He did not like that one bit. He's still going along with, he didn't know. He didn't know this guy was initially from El Salvador, actually. He didn't know. I promise you, he didn't know. He likes to be called a person with hair formerly. Where is it? I think he doubled down. Yeah, he did. Of course he did. Bro didn't know dude was from El Salvador and asked if I was implying he's from DC. Just take the L. I like that. Yeah, dude, I had no idea that he was actually originally from El Salvador. I was shocked when I found that he was getting a withholding of removal to El Salvador. I was like, why is there a withholding of removal to El Salvador for an American-born citizen? Hey, by the way, before Tim Pool's fucking drones clip this, I'm being sarcastic. I know some of you like to behave as though, I have no capacity of engaging in sarcasm or joking, but, that's what this is. What kind of rodent is controlling him, Ratatouille style? I don't know. It was a Russian rodent before, but now it is, I assume, the rat that was in his beanie was initially a Russian one, and he swapped it out for an Israeli one now. Elon left, so comedy is illegal again. Yeah. How could a rodent control him if he has no hair? That's why he has to wear the beanie all the time, chatter. Do you not know? Do you not understand? You literally have videos. You could watch that as proof that you knew. I know, but remember, narrative is more important than the truth. Narrative is more important. His fans are not going to fucking go and see if I've done numerous videos on the subject matter, carefully detailing all of the events and his background. Tim Pool doesn't even fucking read an entire article to completion. What do you mean? His fans are even dumber than he is. His fans are so fucking stupid that they think the dude who dropped out of middle school is actually someone that they should pay close attention to, that they should listen to. Think about how stupid you have to be to get your notes from Tim Pool, a guy who said Trump would win 49 states, a 49-state landslide victory in 2020. That's what Tim Pool said. Tim Pool is a notoriously stupid person, like one of the dumbest guys in the right-wing sphere, which is crazy because that sphere is polluted with incredibly dumb guys.
On the other side, on top of the mounds, it's going to be two beautiful poles. Paid for by Trump. They arrive in about a week or so.
As a former alt-right guy, I only ever saw under a minute of your clips ever, and I still hated you for years. Yeah, well, you're here now, and you've been here for 20 months. So obviously, you had the capacity to change. You had you at least had a little bit of curiosity at a certain point that made you go, let me go see what the fuck this guy has to say. You know? And many people do this. This is why my haters ironically create a hater to lover pipeline in their own audiences, because when they come in here to search on their own for what the truth is, they end up realizing that, oh, these guys were just fucking lying to me. I watched you for 8 months and still disagree with almost everything you say. Okay. I hated you from the liberal side and it was exactly the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. My haters become waiters at the table of success, and my haters become lovers at the table of learning, I guess.
Can you clarify, Mr. President, on China?
Yeah, we are going to have a fair deal with China. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active. Everybody wants to be a part of what we're doing. They know that they can't get away with it any longer, but they're still going to do fine. And we're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a laughing stock all over the world.
Yeah. This move right here, definitely not putting us in laughing stock territory. I'm going to force China to concede on all matters trade related. Also, I'm conceding now, even though she never called me. But we are not a laughing stock of the world. We are actually, everyone is afraid of us.
The world for many years, you know, and 1913, they traded to the income tax system. We used to be all tariff, and we had no income tax, and we had the wealthiest country we've ever had proportionately. From about 1870 to 1913, it was all tariffs, and we had more money than anybody. They had committees how to spend the money. They had so much money they didn't know how to spend. Then some brilliant person said, let's go income tax. Let's let the people pay. Now, we're going to be able to substantially lower taxes when this is finished.
So, Mr. President, how does it look in the meantime? Are you considering? It looks
good. Yeah, no, it looks good.
While you're negotiating?
It looks good. We were losing anywhere from $3 to $5 billion a day. Think of it. We're losing billions of dollars a day under Biden and other presidents, frankly. But under Biden, it got really worse. China got out of control. We're losing $1 trillion a year. Trillion, not a billion, not a million, $1 trillion. And now
Tim Pool's fan base now? Oh, yeah. A few days ago, Tim Pool held a members-only live show, and the audience was exactly how you'd expect. When Tim says he's building a culture, this is what he means. This is fucking amazing. I love this. This actually dovetails quite nicely into what I suspect is going to be a sea change, what I suspect is going to be an attitude change, even from the likes of Asmongold, who is the most prominent right-wing figure, both on this platform and perhaps online. Why do I say this? Well, here is why. Here's Peter Hamby. Okay? Trump is, according to the latest Harvard polls, sinking with young men. Trump's job disapproval with young men now at 59%. 40% say they're worse off under Trump versus 29% better off. 47% say Trump will hurt the economy. The trend is bad. In January, 62% approved of Trump on the economy. The tide shift is already here. The vibe shift is already here. Zoomer men are also going to inevitably turn on Donald Trump because Donald Trump seemingly sold them on a lie. They were too young to remember the first Trump administration. They thought that maybe there would be a real change here. Look forward to Asmongold going back to not doing politics, or at least like slanting his centrist agenda in the direction where he is more critical of Trump. Okay? Wait. Just wait. Could you elaborate on narrative is more important than the truth? Not necessarily disagreeing or trolling. I'm just scratching chin. As in, if everyone is lying, then the truth is irrelevant. Okay? Like, for example, with Tim Pool and his fan base, Tim Pool here is lying when he says, I've been fooled by deported Maryland man hoax. As in, I don't know that the Maryland man, Kilmar Brega Garcia, is originally from El Salvador. That is just a lie. If Tim Pool actually cared about saying the truth, he would be like, obviously he's joking here, right? He's fibbing. But he doesn't say that. He instead says Hasan is stupid and got fooled. He's lying. Now, it doesn't matter that this is a lie because no one is going to check him on this. No one is going to turn around and say, hey, Hasan is evil, like truly evil, no joke, backstabs his own friends, lies, even when he clearly knows the truth and glorifies terrorists, calls them heroes, and even interviewed one of them and called him Luffy as to say he was a hero, despicable. No one has ever accused Hasan Piker of being smart. He's from El Salvador, not Maryland. I'm so sick of the lies. So, gotta say, Hasan wasn't fooled. He's just outright lying. It's not ignorance, it's malice. Cope Hasan, you are a Muppet boy. For these people, the feeling that I'm a dum-dum who got duped makes them feel good. And they care about that more than they care about whether or not I actually know where, what the background of Kilmar Abrego Garcia actually is. Do you understand? Is he still avoiding talking about India? Are you talking about me or are you talking about Tim Pool? Do I have a lot of Indian HasanAbi heads in here that are just like constantly demanding I talk about India? What's going on? For the past 2 days, everyone, I think there was like a terror attack in Kashmir or something, and I haven't looked into it. And people are just like, dude, why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about this? Like, because I don't know enough. I don't know enough about what happened. I have no idea. What do you want me to do? Fucking talk about shit that I don't know? What is going on? It's confusing to me. And I don't know what the reason is why people are like, oh, he's avoiding talking about it. Did JD Vance do it again? Is that what happened? He was in India recently. I don't know if he was there while it was going on. The fucking Antichrist, dude. Death and destruction befalls any land that is visited by the servant of the Antichrist.
Peace plan that
J.D. Vance, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Are you not familiar with Kashmir in general, or just on the attack? No, I'm familiar with Kashmir. I'm just not familiar with this this instance. It's because they're mad you won't cover it, and they think saying you're avoiding it will get you to cover it. Yeah, I mean, there are a million stories that I don't end up getting to every single day.
That was briefed to some of the press late last night is tentative.
Yeah, we're moving on to war, more war, this time in Ukraine. Details emerge on the reported U.S. peace proposal. The United States is making a take it or leave it final offer style scheme here. And let's take a look.
It is unconfirmed. It's only what's been briefed out to some of the press. And undoubtedly, it will be subject to quite a lot of pressures on all sides. But as far as we can tell, this is what's being said, that within the whole battlefield, there'll be a freezing, more or less, where the front lines now are. So the famous front line that we've got used to, this big semicircle, will more or less freeze. And that means that the Russians would have to give up the ambition to have the whole of the four areas that they took, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson. In September 2022, they annexed them all. They just declared that they were all Russian, even though they only then had 2/3 of them. And they still don't have more than about 4/5 of them. And indeed, in Kherson, they took the whole of Kherson itself originally and then were kicked out of there in the autumn of 2022. So the Russians would have to accept that they're not going to get, under these proposals, everything that they claimed. the Ukrainians would have to accept that the whole of Crimea that was taken in 2014 in the first Russian invasion would be de jure given to Russia, that the Russians would be recognized as having control of Crimea. Now, that's something that the Americans may say will give you formal control.
Ukraine is getting fucked here, right? Oh, 100%. Yeah. Like, look, there were numerous exit ramps here where Ukraine had significantly more leverage, whether it be trying to manage the situation by abiding by the Minsk agreements. Some will say Russia played a role in the violation of the Minsk agreements as well, and there is truth to this. Okay, that is the best path forward, right? No conflict, conceding to Russian demands that DPR and LPR are still within Ukrainian territory, but at least have a semblance of autonomy. Okay. And then the other exit ramp, obviously, was the Antalya 15-point plan that Zelensky was on board with initially. De jure means officially. De facto means not officially, not legally, but functionally. De jure means official recognition. And in this process, they had significantly more leverage when they had been able to successfully push back Russian forces from Kyiv. They had a lot more leverage, and Russia controlled a lot less territory at this point. That would have been another exit ramp, and I said over and over again at that time, like, this is the opportunity, this is great, they should take it. And everyone said, you can't do appeasement, you're fucking, you love Adolf Hitler. And in that process, almost 100,000 plus fucking troops were wounded so severely or killed that, you know, there was no more battle to be fought. And I said this recently as well when Trump came into office and said he's going to end this process, that there's only two ways out of this. You either continue the war, Ukraine continues the war, and now you have to make up the ranks, because there are still plenty of Ukrainian men that are evading the authorities and trying not to get forcibly conscripted. And you have a shit ton of Ukrainian men that are eligible for the draft that are in the Western world right now, that have temporary protected status, that are refugees. Either you literally forcibly put every Ukrainian man that lives in the United States of America, that lives in Poland, that lives in the rest of Europe on a plane and ship them to Ukraine, and then the Ukrainian government by force drafts them into war, into defending Ukrainian territory, or you don't have enough men to fill the ranks and to continue mounting a defense, or even push back the Russian forces from the territory that they've acquired and hardened their positions in. So that's the issue. If they don't do this, if Western powers don't forcibly send back Ukrainian men to fill the ranks of the Ukrainian defense forces, then, and that is already a complicated process in and of itself, it's an inhumane process in and of itself, okay? If they don't do that, then they have to make territorial concessions. So when Trump says, Ukraine, you don't have any of the cards, they're not wrong. Because if Ukraine still had a reasonable number of men that could continue pushing Russian forces militarily out of their ranks, out of their territory, then Trump would continue arming Ukraine. Obviously, Donald Trump, on top of that, has a soft spot for Vladimir Putin. That much is clear. That's not, that certainly plays some role here in the way that he's communicated the crisis in front of us. But ultimately, yeah, he hates Zelensky. He doesn't like Ukraine. He thinks Ukraine is lib shit, and he likes Vladimir Putin. That's for sure. Okay. So all of that definitely plays a role in the way that he's talking about Ukraine and Russia, which has been insane in and of itself. But obviously beyond that, they are in a bind. Like Ukraine is stuck. They simply do not have enough manpower. They do not have enough members in the armed forces at this point. So what do? There's another option. A third option is to lower the age of conscription and then effectively destroy the next generation. And by force, start bringing in 18-year-olds into the armed forces. That would be terrifying, and it would completely destroy Ukraine's future. What remains of Ukraine? There's also the other scary part of the story, which is, what if Russia recovers and then rearms, re-ups, and then invades further? That is also a very real fear for Ukrainians. Fuck is this Russian propaganda ass dog shit? What? Russia is losing hundreds of vehicles a week. Shit ain't finna go down on God. I'm non-military German about to go over there. Doesn't Ukraine have 1 million soldiers? They got 1 million. What are you talking about? Fuck this Russian propaganda ass dog shit. You look like a dog / monkey. Okay. I never knew that Germans were saying, I'm finna go there. German kid who says, I'm finna go there. It's finna go down, dog. Shit ain't finna go down on God. I feel like this guy's not German. Like, I'm in my mind, I'm imagining him doing this in a German accent. Russia is losing the hundreds of vehicles per week. Shit ain't finna go down on God. I'm non-military German, about to go over there. Doesn't Ukraine have some 1 million soldiers? They got 1 million. What are you talking about? Fuck is this Russian propaganda as dog shit? Scheiße. Hasan, you fucking L. I'm finna go down there and smoke on the Russian orcs, yeah? At no point did I say that this has not been costly for Russia. Of course it has been. What do you mean? They are a larger country and therefore have more troops to expend. That's it. They're a larger country and they have enough industrial output to continue building the necessary tools and munitions to continue pummeling Ukraine. That's it. Bro fled Kosovo to LARP of dying in the grayest bog in the universe. Yeah. Yeah, kids as young as 10 in Ukraine are getting combat ready in secret military style boot camps to prepare them for should the war with Russia drag on for years. Like, war libs make me viscerally angry. Like, I understand why people are fucking terrified of Russian incursion, because, like, they are an unreasonable force. They are an unreasonable fucking force. Okay? I get it. I get why you're like, yeah, Russia is just going to rearm, re-up, and then go again. But you have to you have to give peace a chance. There's no other option here. There's no other alternative here. It's the same fucking thing that I said about initially what I said about the Palestinian emancipatory movement, where I literally said, like, ceasefire is good. Ceasefire is good. That allows aid to come in. Ceasefire is a good thing because people get food in the process. People get shelter in the process. People get a brief moment of respite from being bombed unnecessarily in the process. Quick aside, he said he's ready to talk to Sam Cedar and do a call with you. No need to watch the context puke, but he thinks you're going to dodge him, Lamau. Wait, what? Why? Why would I dodge him? I've been saying I want to talk to him from the jump. What happened? How did he develop the balls to finally do it? Israel stopped aid, but still true? No, I know. I know that. I know that. Yeah, I believe it when I see it, dude. That'd be, I guess, is here. It's finally here. He's run out of content, so he's willing to pull the trigger. There's an influx of chatter saying he wants to talk right now. I don't know if it's true. If you do talk to him, he has to never talk about you again. No, I don't even need to. I don't even need to offer conditions like that. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I get that it sucks children are being prepared for war, but then they try to peace, but peace is just fucking over Ukraine for a few years of semi-peace. I don't know much about their past, though. Hey, HasanAbi, just want to say I found you from the recent vid from Mr. iDubbbz and wanted to say I really appreciate the work you do, especially for advocating, highlighting the current genocide being committed by Israel. I don't agree with some of your viewpoints, but I think the work you've done advocating for human rights is exemplary. Thank you. I try my best, chatter. Thank you for watching. I think if you... Honest question, haven't been following you for long enough. Why don't people talk about taking out Putin more? Isn't this his personal project? Wouldn't ending Putin bring the most peace? I mean, that's also a complicated That's also a complicated equation because like Putin has calcified his power that in the after, like in a post-Putin universe, I don't know what happens to Russia. There's a lot of destabilization that would happen in the process. Are you beefing with Sam Cedar? No, I love Sam. What the fuck? But also, the reason why people don't talk about assassinating Putin is, first of all, they do talk about assassinating Putin. That's not true. This is a common trope. I'm sure even Russians, like Russian dissidents, probably also fantasize about the day that he will inevitably die. But I know this from my own personal experience growing up in Turkey. This is a common trope. Ethan wants to debate. How will you get out of this one, coward? Wait, what? I'm down. What the fuck? I'm super down. Hello? Putin is popular in Russia? Yes, there is. Putin is also popular in Russia, but he's, you know, there's plenty of dissidents. It's like saying Erdogan is popular in Turkey. Oh, cool. Never mind then. Wait, what? He wants to talk right now? Is there any worry that potentially the CIA would do false flag operations to keep the conflict going? I don't know. It seems like Donald Trump wants to pack it up, and in a way that favors. React to Ethan's response, you coward. Watch Ethan's response to the content cop, you coward. Wait, what? Another person that suspiciously left or didn't say anything after October 7th and only came back recently to say, watch Ethan's response to the content cop, you coward. I've been saying I would entertain a conversation with him since the context puke. If he's down to do it right now, I'm down to do it right now. If he's actually down to do it right now, I'll do it. I don't think you should give him the time of day, but it'll be entertaining. Oh, 100%. Trust me, even though Putin is popular in Russia, there are a lot of people who quietly or not wish the thing to happen. Yeah, no, I know. I know that. You want to know why I know that? Because that's how it is in Turkey too. Erdogan has, throughout his career, experienced the 51 plus in his coalition. That means that there are a lot of people who are fans of him, and there are still a lot of people who are major fans of Erdogan. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have a decent amount of haters as well. No, it's a trap. He's got all of your ops on the line. Yeah, if he has Sam Cedar ready to debate you for him. Wait, what? That'd be awesome. I can't have the D-man bait and switch because I would get banned off Twitch if he did that, for the record. Like if he were to pull a Sam Cedar, oh my God, what a fucking nightmare with Destiny. One, I think that would make his remaining audience look at him differently, considering that he, you know, put Sex Pestiny up there. And secondly, I wouldn't be able to do that debate, at least as long as I'm live on Twitch, because I would get banned. Maybe you could do it with Boner Box though. That'd be funny. Did he actually think that I would fucking dodge this? Like, why does he think I would dodge this? Of course I would. It was pretty cowardly, to be fair. Wait, what? What was pretty cowardly? I've been saying you said Ethan wants to debate. How will you get out of this one, coward? That's what I've been saying. I think his fan base is just like, they've lost their minds a little bit. Wasn't it your idea to have a debate instead of watching content puke? Yeah, exactly. Fan base is Delulu at the moment. Yeah, I'm so confused by this. This is a very confusing thing because, like, even on accident, you might have heard me saying, like, I'm down to fucking talk anytime, any place, big dog. It's like when we watch Fox News and they're living in fucking opposite world. Ethan just said you have talked about him for 320 hours before Ian's video, and he has only talked about you for an hour. Okay, I think you guys are baiting. There's 0% chance that that sounds so insane. That is literally the most delusional thing. He said 20 hours in the past month, but yeah, it was cowardly not to watch a nuke. Chatter, you seem to be somewhat reasonable because you said, oh, cool, never mind then. Would you be shocked to find out if I were to tell you that every single thing that Ethan put in the context puke, I had addressed, I believe, like a month or so prior? Like every single thing in a YouTube video with sitting at like 500,000 or 600,000 views at this point on my YouTube channel. Would that actually shock you? Because you think I've never addressed any of these things, right? And I understand why you think that if you have not actually come in here in the past couple of months to see if there's any veracity to these claims at all. It was cowardly for you not to watch a nuke and just debunk him on the spot. Just stop deflecting. See, this is what I mean. Because I said I would even watch the context nuke with him. I don't know why Ethan's So then it should be easy to react to it. Yeah, of course. It is super easy to react to it. If you think that I'm afraid of fucking Ethan Klein's political prowess, you have to genuinely be delusional. At the time, it was right around the Trump inauguration, so I was a little bit busy with that stuff, obviously, with the collapse of America. But I said that I would be willing to entertain a debate, or even after he heard me say that, he turned around and added an additional qualifier that I had to watch the context nuke, to which I responded with, I'll watch it with you. Now, you might be wondering why I said that. Does that seem like something a cowardly person who is afraid of addressing the context puke would say? Or do you think there's a reason for why I would watch it with him? The reason for why I would watch it with him is because I don't think he's behaving in good faith. Also, the harassment campaign was a bad look for you and your whole crowd. What harassment campaign? Ethan Klein has been doing a harassment campaign for months before I even uttered his name on my broadcast. I used to be a fan of streamers and Fear and I just think Ethan made good points and was disappointed to see you not address it, but I have addressed it. I have addressed it even before the nuke came out. You must ask your question. You must ask yourself how I was able to address the things that he brought forward in his YouTube video months before the YouTube video came out. I don't think I'm entertaining this as though you're not behaving in bad faith with the hopes that you will understand. But I think you're just very, very, very invested. H3 has only been reacting, not been going on the offensive. That's also not true. He absolutely, for months, tried to actively deplatform me and other pro-Palestinian content creators. That is not correct. Respond to what I have to say. How was I able to put forth a YouTube video months before the context nuke that addressed the entirety of the context nuke and the issues being brought up in the context nuke? How was I able to do that? Is it because I know how to see the future? Is that what you think happened? Or is it because the sourcing of the context nuke was coming from a particular community that had already brought forward these issues with out of context clips? How was I able to pre-watch it? Can't argue with people this parasocial. They don't care about politics or the truth. This is Xbox versus PlayStation to them. Yeah. Why were you platforming terrorists and portraying them positively? Once again, if you would like the answers to these questions, I've answered them a million times over on numerous videos, but especially the video that I'm talking about here. I'm going to pull it for you. I'm going to help you out. Does any chatter have it ready to go on my YouTube page? I can't remember where it was. Hold on. God damn, I post a lot of fucking YouTube videos. Holy shit. I'll help you with this, okay? These people don't care. They just want drama, man. Oh yeah, this is the one. No. Now this was on October 25th, 2024. October 25th, 2024, with 545,000 views. How was I able to address all of the grievances in the context puke? How was I able to do that before it ever came out? If you actually want to know what what my position is on any number of different things, if you are genuinely, if you're an honest person if you're an honest person who actually wants to know, okay, if you're an honest person who actually wants to know my answers to all of the issues that were brought up in the context puke, here it is. I'm going to spam it again and again and again. I will admit I do try to bring attention to the shit he's saying, but I'm more obsessed with truth and hate drama. Sure, I'll check out this video. Okay, there you go. What's the deal with the swastika sword? I saw clips of you saying you don't even like bleach, calling it the swastika one yourself. Yes, I purchased it at the Anime Expo. It is a cool fucking longsword. That's it. I read the manga, but that's, many, many years ago when I was reading Naruto as well. I never watched the Bleach anime, but none of that fucking matters. Do you think that I actually, purchased this on purpose because I knew that what's cool about swastikas? It's not a swastika, you fucking dingus. What are you talking about? It's not actually a swastika. This is such a stupid conversation. I'm not trying to be bad faith. I used to be a fan, so I feel like Ethan has been wrong the whole time. I'll go back to watching the pod. Brother, he's probably going over another slop vid that he put out smearing you, which is why all these guys are popping up. Move on. The only reason why I'm talking about it is because he said he wanted to fucking debate me, which I thought he actually did. And I'm totally down to do that. I will show you this. Apparently, here, I'm going to show you one thing, okay? This chatter. You have to know people would think it's a swastika, though. So why use that when jabbing at Ethan? What's cool about swastikas? Nothing is cool about swastikas. And people would think it's a swastika. Dude, no, only a desperate person would try to fucking imply that myself and iDubbbz are actually crypto Nazis. And that's the reason why he chose that. And not because it was there, because I had done a fucking ad for Assassin's Creed a week prior. So the sword was laying around. And in the ad, I fucking used the bleach sword, which if you actually cared about the truth, if you actually cared about the truth at all, you would recognize that it was literally on my fucking desk because I had previously used it while doing an Assassin's Creed ad. Do you think I was doing that? I was using the sword then because I was doing a crypto Nazi thing secretly as well at that point? Or because it was just a readily available sword? Here, this, I don't even know who this fucking guy is, but he showed up on my timeline. Yeah. This was a post I saw on my fucking timeline. Just wondering if this was a dog whistle too. Playing Assassin's Creed Shadows once more. Get it now for gaming. Hashtag ad. Buy it here. Oh, look at that. It's the same sword. Any of these people calling for a boycott of Bleach because of Nazi ties? Nah, they just all about you. Is getting you to play defense not the point of them saying this wild shit? No, that's what it is. But I mean, the stupidity is so fucking ridiculous that it's like, it's not something that I thought was worth even addressing. It is literally the bleach sword. That's it. The hilt of it is a manji. It's not a fucking swastika. It's not even a full-blown manji either. It's like a hilt. As a former deorbiter who dislikes E, lol. Oh, he's not said he wants to debate. He's literally dissecting the bleach sword, claiming it's a swastika right now. So yeah, I know. Yes, it's Ichigo's sword. Anyway. I can't believe I've even took a sidestep here to address this. It's such a fucking dumb claim. The argument works on Pepega Chatters because when Ethan says you never watched the anime, he's insinuating you saw a swastika and uncontrollably rushed to purchase it. And he never mentions you read the manga because it kills his whole insinuation. He also doesn't mention that I've used this before as a prop, including on a fucking ad. Including on a fucking ad. Huh? Like, why would I do that? Why would I do that if I was like secretly going, ooh, it's a swastika? That makes no fucking sense. It's because the argument is idiotic. It's the argument of a desperate man. Okay? Anyway, watch the video and then come back to me. And I think if you are actually a good faith chatter, you will understand that a lot of this stuff is whole cloth made up by Ethan. And it's just, you're entertaining the mania of a person who's fucking falling apart in real time that virtually everyone else online can recognize and see, but your fandom is causing you to turn a blind eye to the unhealthy habits of a increasingly unwell dude. The very fact that all of the people that Ethan has at a certain point duked it out with, from Quarter Pounder to Keemstar to all these fucking evil villains, like to actually bad people online. The very fact that all of those guys are now on his side should have at least caused you to go, you know, maybe we're not on the right side of this. But no. So if you can't see that, I don't think you'll be able to get yourself out of this weird stupor you found yourself in. Ethan Klein became the lolcow that he used to make fun of. And he did it on his own. I didn't even fucking push him to become this person. I tried to urge him away from becoming this person. Dangerous levels of narcissism. Yes, I do have salt shakers on the desk. Chatters were lying, by the way. He said he didn't want to talk right now. He said he'll talk to Sam first, and then with you without conditions. He caved. Date hasn't been set. I assume he'd coordinated with you. Oh my God. I'm feeling like Xi Jinping right now. All right, let's continue. Let's continue with the actual story. It's so funny that he's hitting like the chatter hit like every talking point.
Annette is right here. Yes, Annette. Yes, please come over. Would you like to have some comments to make? I know you're a former Charlotte Mecklenburg school teacher. I'm in North Carolina.
Come on, I gotta get my sauces.
Yes,
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. This has been an 8-year journey for me to raise awareness to the violence that's in public schools and the critical need to address violence in public schools. Again, been doing it 8 years because most administrations like to keep the violence hidden. We have 3 students that should be here with us today. We have Austin McClaff, I'm sorry if I say his name wrong, Serenity Baker, and Nazir Taylor from Charlotte, North Carolina, who was shot in the back as he was getting off of a school bus because they thought he was a part of a big brawl that happened inside a public high school. So this is very important and critical legislation that we have to keep our educators safe, we have to keep our students safe, and public schools have to be safe environments. So I think, like I said, I've done this journey alone, I've been on it, but I have a whole team behind me now. I spoke at the RNC, and I told millions that Donald Trump and his administration was going to make schools great again, and I feel that we're on the right path, and I'm just honored to be here.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
We're giving this to our great vets that are with us, and is it okay if I give her one? What do you think?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. What an honor.
Great job. Could I ask Sarah to speak, Gerardo?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about these great gentlemen.
These heroes, Mr. President, are extraordinary. This is my husband, Michael, and so many of our dear, dear friends who are here today. Many of them have met you, sir, in your first administration in the hospital, many times at Walter Reed.
Right.
And they've had long recoveries. Tomorrow, for my husband, marks 15 years since he was wounded in Afghanistan. Wow. And on that day, about 6 years ago, he had his 120th surgery post-Afghanistan.
Oh, wow.
And you came to see him at Walter Reed, and so many others. And we saw great reform in the VA. Access, same-day access to prosthetics, mental health care, and we know that that is back. We're going to, these gentlemen were saying, Alex here earlier was saying, in the last few years when he's gone to get a wheelchair, the VA has asked him, this gentleman, they've asked him to prove that he still has his injuries, as though maybe his limbs would grow back. And they unfortunately did not. Yes, and we've seen that many times. And so we're excited for you bringing back the VA Accountability, Mission Act, Community Care, that were the hallmark of your first term. And we're so excited, sir, to be here. We're honored to be here. And thank you for all you do for our nation's heroes.
Thank you. Who's that picture on there?
That is Joe Biden, and it says, "Let's go, Brandon."
I'm saying, what was that picture? That's great.
I told him he wasn't allowed to ask you to sign it.
That's very good. Well, thank you all very much. Would you like to say anything, fellas? There's a big chance. You have a lot of good.
Those veterans better not exhibit anti-Christian bias.
Believe very much in you like I do. Anybody?
Mr. President, we're
If
very
they
happy
do,
with the energy that this
I'll take away their
administration is bringing,
prosthetics.
And it's an administration that says.
That's another thing that they're doing in the VA, by the way.
We're behind you. We believe in you, and I think we all love you. We're going to speak for everybody.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to get you a better hat. Say a better hat. That's a good one. That was the original.
It was.
That means he was there.
I've been wearing it before it was cool.
That's right. That's an early one. We'll save that one, though, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody, please?
I'd like to say.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say thank you for loving America, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. Thank you very much. True.
Linda McMahon standing right there. It's WrestleMania time.
To say thank you, as he was the one that saved Michael Gerardo, put him in the helicopter. Selflessness of these men is unspeakable.
That's great. See you.
Yeah, he's alive because of that man right here.
And these are amazing people, great heroes. So that's really great. Anybody else?
I'd like to say it was an honor to serve. You were worth it. This country's worth it. It's because of what Christ paid for.
Thank you. And we have a spirit that people haven't seen.
Come on,
in
get to
many
the
years.
answers, man. Get to the question answer session. We don't want to hear this shit.
I think even then, because we've been through so much for the last 4 years together, it was so bad. It was so bad what they've done to the borders, what they've done all over the place.
Yeah.
And,
Speaking in a room full of like veterans with severe war injuries, I'm the one who's the victim. I've been victimized so bad.
This is governmental. I don't know, soldiers like the black, but I think you like this one. It's okay. A lot of soldiers like the black. Here you go. What do you like?
I'm the biggest victim here.
Huh? See? I told you.
Proverbially, my legs were blown out.
Okay, look at this. Oh, that rarely happens. You're different, huh? Oh, that's great.
Call the military.
No, but isn't it? I always say the soldiers, they do like it. It's gunmetal. What do you like here?
That's what I heard. That it was gunmetal.
Gold is I'm giving him two.
We have 3 girls.
One
They're
for
going to
this
fight.
one right here. We'll get another one today. Okay.
I just got here. What's happening? I have no idea. We're just waiting for him to respond to the newscasters in the room.
Gold one, sir.
Okay, you got it.
I had an opportunity to sail across the Gulf of America 2 days after you named it right.
Oh, wow. It's been an honor. And now people say it routinely.
Yep.
They don't even think about the other. They say it routinely. That's been a great honor for me. Okay? So it's almost even. I think gold is an edge.
I would love a gold one. Thank you so much.
The gold, it picked up at the end, right? So well, okay? That's good. So I want to thank you very much, and especially that's a great story. Yeah? So what do you think of a guy like that? Pretty good.
They actually have all served together.
Wow.
And Jared over there.
And Jared over there.
So you guys got hit, huh? Pretty good. You got hit.
Pretty good.
Amazing.
We're in a pretty tough area in Kandahar, in the Arkansas River Valley.
Right, it's
outside
tough.
Kandahar.
Their unit had a more than 50% Purple Heart rate, sir.
Wow.
In 2010.
You deserve it. You
Wait,
deserve
what?
that and more. We appreciate it so much. Brave, really brave, brilliant people. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions of the guys here?
I want to say thank you to the veterans who are here. Thank you so much for defending us. And then I wanted to ask you, Mr. President, because you said you want to bring the tariffs on China down soon. How soon do you want to bring?
Yeah, nobody cares about the veterans. They're like, come on, get to the actual issues,
We
please.
have a situation where we have a very, very great place. It's called the United States of America, and it's been ripped off for years and years. These people know it. We talked about it before you came in. We've been ripped off by every country in the world practically, and friend and foe. And we're not doing that anymore. So what's happened is Howard, how many countries have we spoken to already? 90. And they all want to make deals, and we're going to make deals, but they're going to be fair deals. They're not going to be rip-off deals. And, you know, we were losing almost $5 billion a year. No country can do that. And now we have it down almost to even, maybe even better than even, because of the tariffs on cars and aluminum and steel. We have tariffs 25% on cars, aluminum, and steel.
They even got the penguins calling.
It's a rush to build new aluminum plants, and a biggest rush I've ever seen, that we've ever seen, to build car plants. We have like 11 of them or something, big ones, where you guys maybe work. Maybe you won't want to work, you'll do something else instead of that. But if you like cars, you'd like to work at one of these plants, the biggest plants in the world. 3 of them have left Mexico before construction started, 1 of them during construction. And they're coming to this country. They're coming back. Don't forget, and we get along great with Mexico, but Mexico took 32% of our car building business. So it's amazing what's happened. Remember this number, anywhere from $3 to $5 billion a day. That's not $1 million, that's $1 billion a day. Nobody can even imagine it. And that's what we were losing. And, you know, hence we have $36 trillion in debt and everything else. And in the end, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. What do you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks. We'll be setting the number.
For
and
China.
We're going to pick, could be for China too, could be for China. Well, we're dealing with almost all of them. Too many to fully deal with, but we're going to be fair to them. But we're dealing with a lot of countries right now, and could be with China, but maybe we'll make a special, a deal, and we'll see what it will be. Right now, it's 145%. That's very high. It got there because of the fentanyl. They're sending, massive amounts of fentanyl.
To the chatter asking, are you waiting for a response for Poopy to hit you up first? Did you hit him up and waiting for a response? No, he baited all you drama-loving dumbasses to go and click on his stream and watch him by saying that he would debate me. And then a bunch of his fucking fans came in to make it seem like he was interested in talking right now. He's just farming. He's not. He is, I'm fairly certain he will not talk to me.
But breaking even, let's say, but we're going to make a lot of money. And that money is going to be used to reduce taxes. We're going to get big, big tax breaks. We're going to There was a time, I said it this morning, I think some of you were there, there was a time from 1870 to 1913, it was a long time ago, we were an all-tariff nation. Foreign nations pay taxes. They paid money to us in the form of tariffs. And that was when we were the wealthiest. We were the wealthiest proportionately that we ever were. And they formed committees in 1887 in particular, but they formed committees to determine what we should do with all the money. We had so much money. You guys would have loved it. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do with it. We gave it away to different causes, and you haven't seen that too much anymore, although we give plenty away, but now we shouldn't be giving it away. We have to take care of ourselves first, right? But we were very wealthy, and proportionately the wealthiest we ever were. We built the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave that away for $1, by the way. One of the most profitable things ever built, the Panama Canal. We gave it away for $1 to Panama. Why? I don't know. Nobody knows, but that's what we had. We had people like that sitting behind this desk, and that shouldn't have happened. Panama Canal, it was the most expensive thing ever built by our country in history. I'm talking relative dollars. We never built anything so expensive. I think it was the equivalent of $1.7 billion. And we've never built anything like that. We built a lot of things, but never so expensive. Then we started building other things. We had a lot of money to do it, all based on foreign countries coming in and paying us tariffs. And we're doing that again, and I think we're going to make so much that we're going to be able to reduce taxes in this country by a lot. And we're also going to treat those countries very fairly. But if we don't make a deal, which is possible, we're going to just set the price. Because you remember, they have to come in, they want to come in here, and they want to do business with the United States. So we want to set a fair price, and we'll do that. We're going to be very fair, but we'll set a fair price, and then they can make a determination as to whether or not they want to do business with the United States. And I think most of them will, and I think we're going to treat them very fairly.
Were you worried about what the 100% tariffs were doing to small businesses here in the U.S.? Is that why you're bringing it down?
No, I haven't brought it down. I haven't brought it. Still 145. I haven't brought it down. I said it's a high tariff. It is a high tariff, but I haven't brought it down. It basically means China's not doing any business with us, essentially, because it's a very high number. So when you add that to the price of a product, it's, a lot of those products aren't going to sell. But China's not doing any business. They were doing.
Adam Freeland keeps calling me. Yo, what's up? I'm live. I'm eating.
Assalamu alaikum. Hasan, how are you?
I'm good. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, it's Friday.
Yeah, huh?
It's Friday, finally. It's happening.
Okay. What's happening?
Your episode is coming up.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's finally happening.
It's here, Hasan.
I'm overjoyed. Thank you.
And I just want to thank you for your friendship and the solidarity that you've shown me throughout this entire crazy period of my life.
Okay. The answer is yes. I will hide you.
You will hide me from who?
You don't know the Sheryl Sandberg thing?
Oh yeah, will you hide me from the 110-pound girls at Columbia?
Yeah, I will hide you. I will hide you from the queer English majors.
Because I've been living in fear. New York City is like Mad Max, my friend.
Yeah,
it's a wasteland.
It's the scariest place to be a Jew in all around the world. The scariest place to be a Jew is the Upper East Side of Manhattan.
Oh no, we're on the other side. We're on the Upper West Side.
Oh, even scarier.
Yo, it's terrifying.
They call it the West Bank of New York.
That's what they do. Well, actually, I call Alaska the Upper West Side. That's just a joke of mine that I do.
Yeah.
That's just a joke. That's just a joke that I do. Hey,
I've heard. Wait, yeah, I heard.
On the show, bro. I'm not. Well, I know we're on stream, but I'm not gonna say it. But I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a clip of it. I recorded it yesterday. But we've been like stacking episodes. We're gonna relaunch next month. So
okay,
you're gonna love it. You're gonna love who this is, Hasan.
Okay, hell yeah.
You know what? You should just react to it on stream. Just maybe do a little viral marketing to excite people.
Okay.
For this
is it Ethan Klein?
No. This even scary. This guy is even more potent. He's really gonna take your job. This guy.
Okay, hell yeah. All right, well, I gotta go.
Even more. Okay.
Right.
Shout out to chat. Chat?
They're listening.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Friday, we're going to release it at 6 p.m. Eastern. The Hassan Piquer Lost episode.
Okay, hell yeah.
Okay. Thank you, my friend.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, that was Adam Friedland of the Adam Friedland Show, formerly of
They're
Cumtown.
going to be taken really well care of. It's very important to me.
And on the war in Ukraine, Zelensky has asked to meet with you this weekend. Will you be meeting with him
I
this
don't
weekend?
know. I don't know that he's going to the funeral or not. I just hope he gets this thing solved, because we're losing about, think of this, 5,000. I was saying 2,500, and everyone was telling me that's low. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every week, approximately. Think of that. Every week, 5,000 soldiers. But let's say from 3,000 to 5,000 are being killed. They're Russian and Ukrainian. They're not Americans, but they're Russian, but they're people. And they're humans. They're human beings. They have families. They wave goodbye to their son, and then they get a call that the son's no longer there. It's a vicious war, and if I can help solve it, you know, we're not losing our soldiers, but we're losing soldiers, a lot of people. And if I can solve it because of a certain ability, that would be great. And if it doesn't happen, I will say that I think Russia is ready, and a lot of people said Russia wanted to go for the whole thing. And I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far it's been harder, but that's okay. It's all right.
Zelensky's the one who's fucking up the deal.
I think we have a deal with both. I hope they do it, because I'm looking to save, and you know, we spend a lot of money, but this is about a lot of humanity. This is the worst. I get the pictures, the satellite pictures. I've never seen anything like it, of the fields after some of these battles. It's horrible that it's going for nothing. We would have never had this problem. You would have never had that war if I were president. I guarantee you that. And for 4 years, you didn't have it.
Are you going to meet with Vladimir Putin?
Please.
Are you going to meet with Vladimir Putin?
I will be meeting with
in Saudi Arabia.
It's possible, but most likely not. I think we'll meet with him shortly thereafter.
What is Mr. Wickoff going to present to the
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, during the Biden administration in the campaign, with inflation raging, he lowered interest rates 2 times. Now, with 2 consecutive months of inflation being down, all economic theory you learn in the 8th grade says it's time to cut rates when inflation is down. He's not done that. Have you had any direct conversation with him?
No, I haven't called him. I might call him. I believe he's making a mistake by not lowering rates, and I think as well as we're doing, we'd do much better. He's keeping rates too high. He historically has been late, except when it came to Biden. He was recommended by a certain person that I'm not particularly happy with.
You appointed him!
He will hopefully do the right thing. The right thing is to lower interest rates, so we'll see what happens. I think we're sitting on something that's going to be very good with all the tariff money starting to come
You
in.
put him there, bro.
Our country's going to be doing really well, and hopefully he'll be doing. We don't have inflation. Groceries are down. When I first came in, people were there. They hit me with the first day that I was president. Somebody started screaming at me that eggs are up. I said, I just got here. And in the first week, they were going crazy. You remember that, Linda? Yes. They were going crazy. They're saying egg prices are too. I said, I'm here for 1 week. Just leave me alone. This is the fake news media. And I said, you know, what can I tell you? But Brooke Rollins, our Secretary of Agriculture, and a group working with her have done an amazing job. And egg prices have gone down 87%. Energy now is down $65 a barrel. They have some energy selling gasoline for less than $2 in a couple of states. Alabama, a couple of great states, but all over the country, it's way down from what it was 6 months ago, 3 months ago. And that has a lot to do with the war. You know, when Biden allowed energy to skyrocket, it just skyrocketed. It was out of control. Russia made a lot more money because they make their money on energy. And I kept saying, you know, he supposedly wants to end the war, but he lets energy go out of control. Well, I've gotten it. We are drilling like crazy right now, and we have it down to $65 a barrel. It went up to almost $100 a barrel. And at that number, Putin and Russia made a lot of money. So I think one of the reasons, look, I think he has a certain respect for me. But one of the big reasons is oil prices are down. I think this is a good time to get the war settled. Thank you.
Just one more question.
Thank you for that question.
For those of us that live here in the district, you said when you came in you were going to make Washington, D.C. great again.
Right.
One of the issues we've got right now is we understand there might be an imminent deal between the owner of the Washington football team, whatever you want to call them now, Commanders, and locally in getting the Redskins back to D.C. and RFK Stadium. That's on federal property.
Right.
Are you going to be involved in that negotiation?
Yep.
And would one of the stipulations be they change their name back to the Redskins?
Oh, I say, well, that's a little bit, nobody's asked for that one.
God, I love how fucking stupid Americans are. You better change it back to Redskins right now. It's like global economy is on fire. Cost of living out of control. Will you change the Commanders back to Redskins now, sir?
Great owners, great coach and quarterback. I love the quarterback.
Even Trump was like, no one has ever asked me that question. As in Trump land, that means, wow, what a dumb question.
His quarterback's mother is incredible. I like that team. They're called the Chiefs. And frankly, I see nothing wrong with it. They call them the Warriors, and not that team, but a lot of other teams. And all of these Indian surnames and different names. And I'm saying that I think that's a positive thing. And when you go back to Indians, they poll this. They don't know why these names are being taken off. They're trying to, I think it's degrading to the Indian population, and it's a great population. And they like when they're, called by various names. Now, Washington,
I don't think
the Redskins,
I don't think
perhaps,
American natives like being called Redskins,
I can tell you that
okay,
wait,
no.
That love that
Like
name and they love that team, and I think it's
the naming convention for like Indian versus Native American. Yeah, in like Native Americans themselves, so most of them don't have a problem with the Indian naming convention. They call themselves that as well. It's a issue of debate. It's an issue of controversy. But nah, the name Redskin, I'm pretty sure, is not in the same category. I wouldn't even place the calling Native Americans Indian is on the same wavelength as like Latinx. There's a lot more discourse, I think, than how silly it was to just say Latinx in general. But definitely dumb to say Redskins. They love it.
Thank you, sir. Elon Musk said he'll be stepping back from his work with Doge a little bit and only be dedicating maybe a day or two a week to it. How long would you like to see that continue, and how involved would you like to see him continue to be after?
Well, first of all, I can't speak more highly about any individual. He's an incredible guy. He's a brilliant guy. He's a wonderful person. I've seen him with his family. I've seen him with a lot of his children. He's got a lot of children. He treats them good. He loves his children. But he's a brilliant guy. And he was a tremendous help, both in the campaign and in what he's done with Doge. And, we're talking about almost $200 billion and rising fast, because many of the things that we were looking at are now being found out to be fact. It's terrible. I mean, the fraud, the waste, the abuse, the everything that's happened is just terrible. So I also know that he was treated very unfairly by I guess you'd call it the public, by some of the public, not by all of it. I say he makes an incredible car, makes everything he does is good. But they took it out on Tesla. And I just thought it was so unfair because he's trying to help the country. But he has helped the country. I also want him to make sure that
it's so unfair that people just don't want to buy Elon Musk cars anymore. It's fucked up.
He loves the country. He didn't need to do this. He did it. And I told him, I said, whenever you're ready, I'd like to keep him for a long time, but whenever you're ready, he's an exceptional guy. When you see those rockets go up and come back and land in the same gantry, nobody else can do that but this man. So he's just an incredible person, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a nice person, too. He's a very nice person. He really helped the country, saved us a lot of money. And I heard him say that he'll start easing, he was always at this time going to ease out. And when he goes back to Tesla, that'll be taken care of. It was just, it's artificial. These were sick people that thought they were doing something. He's a great patriot, and it shouldn't be the way, that should never have happened to him. And I will tell you right now, he makes a great product. He makes a great product. It's a great car. It's great everything. Starlink is great. What he does is good. He's doing medical things that are amazing. And we have to, at some point, let him go and do that. And we expect him to be doing it about this time. But I'll talk to Elon about it. Thank you for the question.
Mr. President, a second question. Canada has an election coming up. How would you have a prediction for that, and what do you think the results of
With
that
respect to Canada?
With the negotiations?
Oh, I don't want to predict other nations' elections. It's tough enough doing this one. Look, I love the Canadian people. I
He
like
took
Canada,
the Canadian Conservative
but
Party.
It's costing us $200 billion a year to support Canada. $200 billion. And I say, why are we doing that? You know what? We can make our own cars. We have more energy than they do. We have more energy than anybody in the world. We don't need their lumber, obviously. We have more lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We have a lot of everything that they sell us. But in particular, cars, they took a large percentage of the car making, and I want to bring it back to this country. I really don't want cars from Canada. So when I put tariffs on Canada, they're paying 25%, but that could go up in terms of cars. When we put tariffs on, all we're doing is we're saying we don't want your cars in all due respect. We want really to make our own cars, which is what we're doing in record numbers now. You know, we're going to be at record levels in a very near future because of all the plants, the car plants that are being built. And I'd rather see them made in Michigan and made in South Carolina and made in different states, Tennessee. We have a lot of great car-making states, and we have some that aren't car-making yet, but they will soon be car-making states. And that's what I want to see for our country. At the same time, I want to help Canada. I have spoken to the current Prime Minister. He was very, very nice, I will say. Very nice. We had a couple of very nice conversations, very good. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to get involved in their election.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, if I may,
He's saying that because he knows he's unpopular in Canada.
recognize over
Well, everything is good. Look, I just want to see the war end. I don't care. As long, if they're both happy, they both sign an agreement. I have no favorites. I don't want to have any favorites. I want to have a deal done. I want to save the lives. Now, with that being said, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars through Biden.
I have no
Biden
favorites.
should have never let that war happen. We're spending hundreds of billions, maybe $350 billion we've given to Ukraine. And we could use that money right here. So I'd like to see that. But most importantly right now is when I see the pictures, the satellite pictures of the battlefield, if I can stop that because of an ability I have to do things, I want to see if I can do that.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you just mentioned that 25% could go up on cars in terms of Canada. Does that mean that you're considering?
When he says we could be using $100 billion elsewhere, he means Israel. That's what he means. He's like, why are we giving it to Ukraine? Israel is right there waiting for the money.
We want to make our own cars, and we're now equipped to do that. They took a lot of our car business. Mexico, too, took a lot of our car business. We want to make the cars here. I'm running this country. I'm not running Canada. And that's why I asked Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau affectionately, but I asked him, why are we spending $200 billion to support Canada, to subsidize Canada? And he was unable to answer the question. I mean, why are we doing that? And I have to be honest, as a state, it works great. As a nation, considering the fact that most of the nation, 95% of Canada, what they do is they buy from us and they sell to us. They sell to us. If we didn't buy their oil, and we don't need their oil. We have more oil than anyone, but we don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need anything. So I said, why are we doing this? Why are we spending $200 billion? It doesn't make sense. If we needed something, that would be a different subject. So I'm working well with Canada. We're doing very well. We're working on a deal. We'll see what happens. But again, why, representing this country, why are we spending $200 billion to support and subsidize another country? Because if they didn't have us, and if we didn't spend that money, as Trudeau told me, they would cease to exist. He said that to me. They would cease to exist, which is true, certainly as a country.
And then on tourism, there's been a steep drop-off in international travel to the United States. It was down 12% last month, down even more from Western Europe. Why do you think that there are fewer people suddenly who want to travel to the United States?
Well, there could be a little, there's a little nationalism there. I guess it's not a big deal, but with the dollar being where it is, because, China would always fight for having a low dollar. Japan would always fight for having a low dollar, meaning a low yen, or in the case of China, the yuan. They'd always want to have, China would always, I'd speak to President Xi a lot. I'd say it's unfair that your yuan is so low. I'd call up a great man, Prime Minister Abe, great man, Shinzo, who was unfortunately assassinated. And I used to tell you, he was a good friend of mine, I used to say, Shinzo, you can't let your yen go down. It makes it very hard for us to sell tractors. It makes it very hard to us to get tourism. And our dollar is a little bit on the low side. And that means that a lot of tourism is going to come in. But I could see a little bit of nationalism at work. And I could see it likewise with us, not wanting to go to certain countries. But that will work out very
Do
easily.
you think some people are scared to come here because they hear the stories of tourists who are detained for a few days or even a week or two?
No, we treat our tourists great. We're the tourism capital of the world. There's no place like this.
30% drop off, big dog. That's precisely the reason.
But I doubt it. I actually doubt it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, he doubts it. Okay. I guess that's that then.
Yeah.
And
every day.
Every day. And then secondly, would you support?
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. In the old days, they left states. They go from one state to the other. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You'll lose a lot of money if you do that. And other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax. Okay?
So how did the talks today go in London? Do you think that the asks from Ukraine and
I think they went well. I mean, we got to get two people.
Okay.
Two strong people.
By that logic, we need to make it zero.
And as soon as they
I guess we need to lower the taxes for the millionaires, right? Otherwise, they'll leave, right?
We understand that your economic team, many of them are here today, J.D. Vance, has negotiated what's called a monster trade deal with India, like biggest one ever. Can you share with us what some of the framework of that might be?
You said England.
India.
India?
India. Muslim.
They're not very complicated, these deals. It's about the tariffs. India charges almost more than any other country in the world. And believe it or not, we do very little business with India, other than the fact that I like the Prime Minister very much. He's a friend of mine. He was here 2 weeks ago, as you know. And we stood right outside, did a news conference. Unfortunately, the grass was very wet. It was very hard for people to stand on the grass. They got their shoes all ruined. But other than that, it was a very good news conference. And he's a great guy. But we do very little business. You know why? Because their tariffs are so high. They have among the highest tariffs, higher than China. They have among the highest tariffs in the world. And I understand they're going to reduce those tariffs. But it's really sort of their problem, not ours. We do very, very little purchasing in India because and selling. We do very little selling. I mean, Harley Davidson, I said, how are you doing in India? This is about 6 years ago. They came to lunch as a great American company. They make the motorcycles. And I said, how are you doing in India, as an example? Well, we don't do any business there. Why? Because the tariffs are too high. I said, that's interesting. Well, what are you going to do? He said, well, we're going to build a plant in India. And that's what they did. I don't want that to happen. They were forced to build a plant. Well, essentially what we're doing is the same thing. Remember, there's no tariff when they build their plant here. And everybody wants to build because they don't want to. And the higher the tariffs go, the more likely it is they come in and build a plant. You know, I mean, if it's 25%, that's fine. If it's 50%, you'll get more plants. 75%, you get more.
Would it actually be a problem if all the rich 1% left the country? Would they even actually do that? No. Capital flight is a fucking myth. Secondly, there are punishments that they can. You are the government. You can just say, okay, you take your taxes away. If you hide your asses from the federal government, we'll punish you. We won't let your companies enter the American market. Ironically enough, if Donald Trump actually wanted to solve this problem, he wouldn't make China his enemy with this tariffs regime. He would make the capital owners his enemy. This is the major distinction. Donald Trump does not want to tackle the actual issue. He actually wants to accelerate the problem. He wants to make the problem worse. Wealth inequality is the problem here. The idea that a guy can just nuke the fucking entirety of global trade, but simply cannot demand that wealthy people pay more in fucking taxes is so stupid. Oh, it ended.
Israel.
Tim Pool and his fellow host actually thinks the Suez Canal is in Israel, and that is the main reason for the U.S. support in Israel, and why it's a good argument to keep supporting it. The Suez Canal is in Egypt, which has had a pro-U.S. puppet regime for decades, and the only times it has been closed, including right now, as one of the hosts points out, is exactly because of U.S. support for Israel.
I have not heard a good argument as to why Americans should be using their weapons development tax dollars, whatever you want to call it, for Israel's.
Tim Pool, Mr. Israel's biggest dick rider, went from getting paid by Russia to, I assume, maybe potentially paid by Israel. How'd this happen? Hamas is the enemy of America. Palestinians are the enemy of the world. Ukraine is the enemy. Palestinians are the enemy.
Unless like America's worried that if we don't sell it to them, then Russia will. I think that's our bulwark against the Suez, holding the Suez. And if Israel wasn't there, we'd have no. But all the ships, literally right now,
that's actually a really great.
Yeah,
point.
but all the ships right now are going around the Suez Canal anyways
because of the Houthis.
Yeah, because of the Houthis. So they can do it. It's inconvenient,
but this explains a lot actually. So Trump wants to control the Northwest Passage with Greenland. He just struck a deal on Panama, and this is why he's pro-Israel. They want all of the trade canals to control global trade.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. I would say that's the best reason I've heard.
And that's why we have our fingers away from our homeland so that we're not letting anyone near us. So we have this area protected, essentially. If we just let it go and Israel were to fall, and then the Suez is shut down and controlled by
China,
potentially Chinese, Russian, Iranian coalition or whatever.
Yeah.
That might not. But again, you just have to go around. You just have to go around Africa.
It's not easy to do.
But it's that.
They're right. What is Squirrel's problem with this explanation? Are we pretending that Israel's not directly adjacent to the Suez? They're not saying it's in Israel. Yeah, I was about to say, as much as I want to dunk on Tim Pool, ironically enough, I don't even think that they're implying that the Suez Canal is a part of Israel. I think they're saying that America's interest in defending Israel partially is because of this. And it's true. It is literally true. They do want to maintain control over the region. Part of that is also protecting trade that goes to the Red Sea, the Suez Canal. And although Egypt is a vassal state, it is still ultimately unreliable in comparison to Israel, because even though Egypt is a vassal state, let's say they fucking lose Sisi somehow. There's like a popular revolt or something. And then the entirety of the control of that route is in the hands of the Muslim Brotherhood. All of a sudden, that's a major issue for America. Israel has to be there to deal with that issue. God forbid the Egyptian population rise up and do democracy or something. America would need Israel to step in to stop the democracy. That's not true. Haas is a man of beauty. What do you mean? You think Egypt, that gets more financial assistance than the state of Israel, is not there specifically to serve the interests of empire? What I'm describing is not theory. It has already happened. When the Muslim Brotherhood was in power, they had very good relations with the U.S. and Israel. So what happened? What happened to the Muslim Brotherhood? What happened to the Muslim Brotherhood? Why are they no longer in power? Why are you saying was in power? Oh, they got cooed. Okay. I wonder why. Yeah, Jordan also, you're talking about this as Jordan literally banned the Muslim Brotherhood under U.S. pressure yesterday. Egyptian here, and 100% agree with you, Hassan. They don't want any type of democracy in my country. The Muslim Brotherhood was a threat, even if they were aligned with the United States and Israel, in order to, which I would call that into question anyway. In order to maintain power, they have to play ball with the regional actors. But even then, that's a significant threat, because it is an unsustainable position for the United States of America, because they could just turn around and say, you know what Israel's doing is fucking crazy. We're gonna put an end to it. Ultimately, what Egypt can never have is a full-blown democratic process, because the Egyptian population's attitude towards Israel and towards the United States of America is very different than whoever comes to power and their attitude and what they want to do in terms of business as usual.
at what they're doing right now.
Because of the Houthis.
Because of the Houthis.
So
like
Trump
they
bombs the Houthis. But give us back our canal.
But he's bombing, even with bombing the Houthis, like they're still going. Like I saw a graph or whatever image today, and they all are currently just going around.
We got to go to chats over here, but Cam Higby was on the show the other day, and he's very pro-Israel. He says he's a raging Zionist, and he was arguing that we should fund Israel's military because they test our weapons or whatever. And I'm like, that's not a good argument, dude. We can test our weapons, and he's like, yeah, but they're not battle tested. And I'm like, okay, I just don't see that as a good argument.
Yeah, that's not a good argument.
The Suez Canal is interesting because losing control of that cedes control to the BRICS nations, and that's going to create a multipolar world.
It's just a big game of risk.
God, yeah, Trump's not going to back down from this, and I think that's exactly why Trump is pro-Israel.
The argument that you presented and then the article that you linked literally shows the opposite of what you're saying. Haas is a beauty. The article that you're showing unironically points that America started reconsidering its security cooperation. Before the coup, Obama administration requested $1.3 billion in military aid, which Congress will debate after the summer recess, saying that the White House put all military aid to Egypt currently in the pipeline under review soon after the overthrow of President Mohamed Morsi. So they actually they maintained it, but they initially wanted to stop it at that point. During 2013 Israel attack on Gaza, Egypt sent its prime minister to Gaza while bombs were dropping to stop the attack. The reason why America has these security partnerships, these countries, these regional powers, okay, is because the reason why they give them money and military equipment is so that they can successfully squash any sort of violent rebellion, any sort of popular resistance. That's a part of it. And people that want to maintain their power, people that want to continue controlling these countries, will gladly take the security assistance, will gladly take those weapons, and will turn those weapons on their own people. Okay? Chuck Dice, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. We're going to move back to the Ukraine war. I don't know where the Adam clip is, chat. Shut the fuck up. Ukraine war, details emerge on reported U.S. peace proposal. Let's take a look.
I'm not sure the Europeans and many other states in the world will go along with that because there's a very big principle involved. But it would mean that the Ukrainians would have to accept that they have permanently lost Crimea. The Russians would have to withdraw a little bit from a couple of areas around the Dnieper River. The Dnieper River is critical to Ukraine. You've only got to look at where it flows from north to south to understand that. And the Russians would have to withdraw under these proposals a little bit from the river where they were driven out from Kherson across the river. They'd have to withdraw a bit further away from the river in a couple of places in order to give the Ukrainians complete access to the river, which of course is very important to their economic well-being, getting out to the western part of the Black Sea. And then there's the question of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, very important. The Russians have taken a lot of the Zaporizhia area and they occupy the power plant. But they don't occupy the city of Zaporizhia, a very important industrial city, 750,000 people before the war. And that's really important. Whatever happens to the Zaporizhia plant, the Russians can't continue to control it in any stable ceasefire. So one proposal is that the Americans might control it. We'll see where that goes. So that's an idea of the territorial basis of these proposals. But along with that also goes the idea that Ukraine will give up forever the idea of joining NATO. And that, again, is something that is plausible but won't be easy to accept. And what isn't clear is whether there is a willingness for other states to be involved in a peace support or a peace enforcement mission. What's being briefed out is that the Americans are interested in having the Europeans involved in some way, along with non-European or non-NATO states, to look after the whole of this 1,000-kilometre boundary between the Russians, where the Russians are fighting and where the Ukrainians are fighting, a 1,000-kilometre long front line. That's a pretty big peace line to police. Somebody might have to police it. And the Russians have said that they won't accept any NATO troops anywhere in Ukrainian territory, but of course Ukraine will remain a sovereign state, so they can have whoever they want to invite in if they're prepared to come. Lots still to discuss. The fact is that this is an outline of a peace plan which is being pushed very hard by the United States. We assume by the 30th of this month, which is 100 days since Donald Trump took office, and he has a very big stake in showing that he's brought some sort of ceasefire to Ukraine in the first 100 days. But most ceasefire plans take a lot longer than this to negotiate, and I think we're a long, long way yet from a plan that looks genuinely plausible.
There's the art of the deal, then there's the bloody detail of a drone strike.
A bus transporting workers in the central Ukrainian city of Marhanets was hit last night. 9 people were killed, part of a wave of attacks. One of Donald Trump's self-described big, beautiful deals, ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. And as the world approaches 2,400 hours of Trump Mark II, here was the scene in Kharkiv last night.
Smile.
J.D. Vance on a trip to India was talking up a US proposal involving freezing the front lines and a land swap, but also more than just a hint of looming exasperation.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
The Financial Times and other
art of the deal all around, by the way. Art of the deal with China, demanding that China call Trump immediately and say, I'm so sorry for participating in the global economy schemes that you have designed where we became a manufacturing hub for the entire planet. And you, in exchange for that, gave the dollar tremendous purchasing power. We're so sorry for succeeding. Okay. The art of the deal here is fucking constantly yelling at Zelensky, being like, Zel Disney, he's got no cards. Trump says we are very close to a deal in Ukraine, but blames Zelensky for holding it up by refusing to acknowledge Russia's annexation of Crimea. He appears to suggest Crimea is a part of whatever deal U.S. may have made. U.S. may have already agreed with Russia. I don't understand. If the annexed territories are going to be recognized, why the fuck wouldn't he recognize Crimea? You know what I mean? Ukraine is absolutely getting fucked here. Wow, Russia gets a bunch of land and they're going to alienate themselves from the West because they will have a chip on their shoulder over NATO. What a nightmare. Oh, the 4 oblasts are not being recognized. Okay. But it's still going to be in Russia's hands, no? Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There is nothing to talk about here. This statement is very harmful to peace negotiations with Russia, in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Hussein Obama and is not even a point of discussion. Nobody is asking Zel Disney to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired? The area also houses, for many years before the Obama handover, major Russian submarine bases. He's not wrong. No, that's not. This part is not entirely incorrect. Anyway, yes, Sevastopol is a Russian Russian Navy base in Crimea before Russia's annexation of Crimea. So, he's just being a dickhead. Anyway, Zelensky makes it so difficult. It's inflammatory statements like Zelensky's that makes it so difficult. How do you not see you come across like a pussy, by the way? When you do this, when you're like, oh, we're about to do a deal. We're about to do a deal, which gives Russia everything, okay, and Ukraine nothing. And Zelensky is the one fucking up the deal. Dude, Zelensky is your guy. Like Zelensky, whether you want to recognize it or not, Zelensky is your side. Like he is your proxy in this conversation. You can't just keep throwing your proxy under the bus. I think it's really fucked up. I think it's incredibly fucked up that Trump, in an effort to like nip this shit in the bud, is obviously going to sell a bunch of Ukrainian assets over here to Russia and say, all right, it's Russia. What are you going to do about it? Okay. They won, you lost, we lost, bye-bye, right? But also simultaneously shitting on Zelensky in the process and like taking away whatever remaining political power he has in the country and like chipping away, I guess, or maybe he's doing the same thing that he did with like Carney or whatever, or Polivier, where he just keeps shitting on Zelensky and then maybe his approval rating goes up in Ukraine. I don't know. Maybe it's a art of the deal 5D chess move. He just recognizes how unfavorable he is, so he's shitting on Zelensky to make Zelensky look stronger in Ukraine. Except it's such a stupid move because, ironically enough, it will inevitably show the rest of the world that America is untrustworthy in broad daylight, in fucking 4K. they're treating Ukraine like they do Kurdish militia forces in the Middle East, like identically, which is something I said in the beginning of Russia's invasion, and everyone fucking yelled at me. Anyway, I have nothing to do with Russia. Wait, what is this? Zelensky makes this difficult. He has nothing to boast about. The situation for Ukraine is dire. He can have peace, or he can fight another 3 years before losing the whole country. I have nothing to do with Russia, but have much to do with wanting to save, on average, 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week who are dying for no reason whatsoever. The statement made by Zelensky today will do nothing but prolong the killing field, and nobody wants that. We are very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now finally get it done. I look forward to being able to help Ukraine and Russia get out of this complete and total mess that would have never have started if I were president. Yeah, the final offer for peace requires Ukraine to accept Russian occupation. De jure U.S. recognition and Russian control of Crimea, de facto recognition of Russia's occupation of nearly all of Luhansk Oblast and the occupied portions of Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia, a promise that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO. The text notes that Ukraine could become a part of the European Union. The lifting of sanctions imposed since 2014, enhanced economic cooperation with the U.S., particularly in energy and industrial sectors. Okay, I misunderstood from the British man. I thought the British man said de jure U.S. recognition of all Russian-controlled territories. In the previous video, I guess that is wrong. He's saying de facto control over the rest of the territory, which is, it means like it's assumed that Russia controls those territories. It's just not in the writing that the annexation is officially recognized. It's de jure, not de jure, French and all that. Okay, stop.
Others are reporting that Putin's offer to Trump includes redrawing the Ukrainian map along current front lines and giving up territorial claims on land not already captured. A pitch aimed at securing US recognition of Russia's annexation of Crimea. The Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister tweeted this today.
Ukraine is ready to negotiate, but not to surrender. Our people will not accept a frozen conflict disguised as peace. We will never recognize the occupation of Crimea.
It all comes as Trump...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, it's more than I thought. It's more. Trump is giving Russia even more than I thought they would. Like, I thought there would be some concessions to give like at least some semblance of a W to Ukraine to make it seem like all of this death and destruction was worth it. It's literally, it's nothing. Like, the only way, there's two ways that this deal could have gone worse for Ukraine. And obviously the absolute worst would have been Ukraine has to give complete control to Russia. It's now Russian territory and we're officially recognizing it. And I guess the second worst version would be if he said, oh, we're formally recognizing all annexed territory as Russian, as a part of the Russian Federation. Like, that's, this is the third worst scenario. De facto recognition of all annexed territory for Russian, under Russian control, and legal recognition of Russian occupied Crimea as a part of Russian territory. Yeah, it's like a Belarusification of Ukraine. It's insane. He's literally giving them everything and like $500 billion in mineral resources to the U.S. as well. Like, what does Ukraine have left? Yeah, it is crazy. They're going to poison Zelensky if he goes and signs this. I'm not going to lie to you, chatter. I think Zelensky is done whether he signs this or not. Like, he's done no matter what. He's fucking cooked.
Trump's top team of diplomats were a no-show at talks aimed at securing a...
He's also extra cooked because it's not like he can do the thing that like other governments or fascist leadership in the past, not saying Zelensky is, but fascist leaderships in the past, after being overthrown by popular revolution, will fly to Miami and live there, right? He can't even do that. He can't even escape to America. At most, he can escape maybe to like, he could maybe escape to the UK, but It's not like fucking Russia hasn't assassinated political dissidents in the heart of Europe before. You know, he'll go to Poland. Okay, that's crazy. He can go to Moscow like Assad. I'm going to say this once again, as I've said before. Zelensky should literally ring up China. He should ring up China and just be like, dude, please help us. Look, I know we have been a proxy for America by your estimations, but honestly, it's time, big dog. It's time. I don't understand why will he be assassinated? Because it's a fucking dude. Imagine not half, but like 25% of your country has been taken over by a nation state that your entire national project revolves around not being a part of. And in the process, you are forced to concede to these demands by the United States of America. Nobody is happy. The nationalists are unhappy because they've lost territory to Russia. The rest of the Ukrainians are unhappy also because they lost territory to Russia. From what I understand, though, even the more nationalist elements are not oblivious to what's going on, especially because a lot of the nationalist elements are the ones who are directly at the heart of the conflict. So they are familiar with the situation on the battleground. So I don't even know what kind of alternative they have in mind as far as like how to fight back against Russia. Young Holo, thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
Ceasefire in London today. Late last night, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff pulled out of a meeting organised by the Foreign Secretary. The reasons aren't clear. The upshot, though, embarrassment for Whitehall and the perceived sidelining of European governments by the U.S.
One thing that, amongst many actually these days, that Washington and Moscow have in common is they both believe in doing some form of deal over the heads of the Ukrainians and power deals between the big players.
There's a play where pro-Ukrainian forces may join a Russian coup, get rid of Zelensky, just not to give up mining to the U.S. The Ukrainians may see the U.S. as a bigger threat. I don't know about that.
And Europe is not considered to be a big player, and Ukraine is considered to be an awkward player. So this does very much fit into their worldview.
To underscore the point, Steve Witkoff will meet Putin this week, their fourth substantial meeting about ending the war.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
The battlefield doesn't even look bad for Ukraine. There is no reason to agree to this horrible... What? The Secretary of State and the top American commander in Europe just gave two very different perspectives on the war. The battlefield doesn't even look bad for Ukraine. What are you fucking saying, dude? Like, look at a map, dude. Look at a fucking map. Look at a map. Look at a map. You can say logistically maintaining control over annexed territory inside of Ukraine is going to be a costly endeavor for Russia, which is true. And I don't know how well they can maintain the areas that they've annexed inside of Ukraine. Okay, that's fine. That's an appropriate outlook. But to say that currently, as it stands, the battlefield doesn't look as bad for Ukraine is insane. You have Ukrainians in the West fighting against conscription and hiding from the draft. They have a severe manpower problem. I'm sure Russia has it too, but they just have more people to throw at the issue. And America arrested the one guy who could help. His name was Ryan Ruth. He had 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers ready to go. And lo and behold, guess what the American government do? Well, guess what the American government did? What did they do? They arrested him. The one guy that was trying to save Ukraine. And now he's locked away. They threw away the goddamn key. Still defending Russia, I see. I'm going to try to explain this to you in terms you can understand. I'm not defending Russia. I'm defending what is going on. I'm defending the truth, okay? None of this is appropriate. What Russia is doing is completely horrifying and unjustifiable. This is not explaining the morality of the events that are unfolding. As a matter of fact, I have talked about the morality of the events that have unfolded. I've said that it is completely immoral what we have done to Ukraine. This is like when Israel supporters say, oh, dude, you're pro-Hamas. When you end up associating, these glasses are nice, by the way, but they keep falling off my fucking face. It's the only problem. I thrifted them in Japan. took his glasses off to see things from the chatter's POV. Yeah. It ruins your credibility about the things that you do know. Don't speak on things you don't know. It's not truth, bro. Come on. Just because you are wrong doesn't mean you need to be rude. This shows how little you know about the situation, Hasan. Don't speak on things you don't know. I think a lot of people are still holding on to this idea that, you know, drone warfare is giving Ukraine a significant upper hand, a significant advantage in the battlefront, I promise you. Or Ukraine doesn't even need the manpower to begin with. But none of that explains what's going on internally in Ukraine. None of that explains why Ukrainians' attitude towards the continuation and prolonging the war has changed dramatically over the course of the year, this past year especially. I think a lot of these guys who are maintaining this position are not even Americans. I assume you're European. This is the European perspective, right? The European perspective is that, you know, Ukraine can still hold on. We're terrified of Russia. If Russia takes over Ukrainian territory, we're fucking next. And we have to do everything we can to fight back until, you know, the last Ukrainian man standing dies. And the alternative to that is appeasement, which famously did not work and does not work. And that will make up for the need in weaponry that America will refuse to give to Ukraine. But that none of that actually makes up for the manpower. Okay? And I don't see a lot of Europeans saying that they're going to, I guess, no longer be a part of NATO, so there's no Article 5 protections, and then put their standing military to test in front of the Russian forces. So anything short of that from European powers is just simply demanding that more Ukrainians die in the process, as there's increasingly less appetite to do so internally. It's an artillery war. I'm an American from Massachusetts. Yes, Europe has sent the most support and said they're willing to give more. It doesn't matter. Even, here's the thing. Yeah, see, Ukraine can still conscript young people. They've just been reluctant to do it. Dude, you're in Massachusetts. Do you perhaps consider why the Ukrainian government has not conscripted 18-year-olds? Is that a thing that you've thought about at all? Or are you just simply saying these things without any sort of recognition of what that looks like? What the fuck? That's the next generation of Ukraine. That's Ukraine's future. That's the remainder of the Ukrainian future. Why the fuck would they throw that? That's crazy. That's a crazy take. Radio Free. Why do Ukrainians oppose lowering the conscription age? Svetlana Pokalchuk sent 2 of her teenage sons abroad so they could avoid military service in Ukraine when they came of age. I know how many boys are no longer with us, Pokalchuk told RFE-RL's Ukrainian service. You see Facebook. This is Radio Free Europe by Radio Liberty. This is literally Voice of America. This is CIA. She is not alone. The United States, Kiev's main military backer, has called on Ukraine to lower the conscription age from 25 to 18 as the country struggles to fend off advancing Russian forces amid a shortage of new recruits. That has led some Ukrainian families to send their sons overseas to avoid conscription. The first reason is their immediate security, Pokalchuk said. For a mother, it's the most important thing. And secondly, the draft age. They are still young. There is no proper military training. In April, Ukraine reduced mobilization age from 27 to 25. But in November 2024, the Biden administration pushed Ukraine to lower the draft age again, this time to 18. On January 12th, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's designated national security advisor, Mike Waltz, repeated the message. People who make absurd suggestions like that don't even claim that they can win if they do it. All this does is delay the peace negotiations, and it won't enable any gains for Ukraine, simply delay with a nightmarish annihilation of multiple generations of Ukrainian men. No, that's it. That's like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not Ukrainian. I'm not in Ukraine. I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, Ukraine should send their children to the fucking slaughter field. Like, that ridiculous. With no guarantee, with virtually no fucking guarantee that it's going to actually turn the tides of battle anyway. But a lot of Americans have this attitude. It's fucking weird. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't agree that Russia will stop. There we go. You trust Russia? I don't. Which is why I'm saying I understand why people are apprehensive in terms of signing off on a security cooperation agreement with Russia. But to make this inference without even trying is ridiculous. At least in the process, you get a period of calm. I knew that Israel was absolutely not going to maintain the ceasefire. I said as such. I said that Israel most likely wants to have a period of calm so they can re-up and fucking rearm and then pummel Gaza further and potentially have Even the scarier alternative is that they're going to go and permanently annex the West Bank. Having said that, it's still good that there was a brief moment of a ceasefire. Your voice is fucking insufferable to listen to, Jesus Christ, which I guess people don't care about since they're mostly bots. What is going on right now? Did a bunch of Ethan Klein heads just join the chat or something? You are in the Philip DeFranco Thumbo? We're getting brigaded again? By where? By what? School's out? Oh, Ethan just ended his stream. Is that what it is? Did he end his stream? Is that why so many people are coming in here to be like, dude, why are you afraid to debate Ethan? I'm not. I don't know what kind of fucking lies he's telling over there, but I'm not afraid. I've been saying I want to do that from the jump. Who the fuck is Ethan? Oh, never mind. This guy's just a random hater. It happens. Ethan's talking about you right now, saying he will call you live, no prerequisites. They're saying he's ready to debate now. They're being farmed again. Yeah, this is a farming operation. People are too stupid to recognize is happening. Dan can DM me right now. If Ethan actually wants to debate, I'll call him right now. I don't give a fuck. Hell yeah. Here, I DM'd Dan. I said, Ethan, if Ethan actually wants to talk, I'm willing and able. He's saying you won't answer the phone. I just DM'd Dan. The frogs won, bro. What the fuck is happening? What do you mean? Why would I fucking say no to debating Ethan right now? There has never been a moment where I've said that I wouldn't fucking talk to Ethan directly. That is what I've been saying. He will not do it. He doesn't want to do it. It's not real. He's just baiting. Is he even fucking live? I'm confused. Why are people just like, are people just stupid? Are people just making shit up?
Hasan knew this before platforming him. Ian's refusal to defend Hila and Ethan because they're Israeli. The refusal to acknowledge Hila's culture and background and why she was in the IDF in the first place. I don't think he's interested in debating. I think he's interested in crying about it. Like I said, I DM'd Dan. I'm being farmed, and so are chatters. He's saying you admitted to be an anti-Semite. I'm dying. Why did I join? Oh yeah, no, of course. Ignoring bad empanada shooting Hila in a
any
video
actual
game where
activism
you
makes him
roleplay
remotely
as
uncomfortable
killing
by even
IDF.
simply boycotting Coca-Cola. I have been boycotting Coca-Cola ever since it actually joined the BDS list. I haven't drank Coca-Cola or purchased Coca-Cola at all. Ian implying Ethan is greedy and money hungry. That anti-Semitism is all in his head. Hasan claiming Ethan is just pushing drama for clout and views. It's true. It's correct. That's not what I say either. He's not going to debate you. Is probably bait. Is this the reason why he did this? Am I getting baited by random shitters in the chat? Okay, chat lied again. He didn't say let's do it right now. He said when does he want to do it? He still thinks you will dodge after AB said you're down. I mean, I literally DM'd Dan. Okay, I DM'd Dan. I don't know why he keeps saying I'm afraid. I'm gonna text Dan now. As a matter of fact, is bait. Please go back to the news. Hold on. I texted Dan as well. I said, hey, I DM'd you on Discord, but I'm totally open to talking to Ethan.
Iraq. No, all the Iraqis, all the Jews were expelled from Iraq. Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
It does matter.
Implying Anissa's heritage has suffered more than the Jews. The implication that Ethan is controlling the narrative, mass manipulating his audience, and controlling his crew hostage. Not only the Jews rule, but...
Chatter, stop allowing your comments to be farmed and reflect badly on this community. I jumped in a sec, and he's saying you've done Holocaust denial. I have never done Holocaust denial. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He 100% wants a date at a later time because he needs to compile all the clips for his gotcha moments, and he needs to actually prepare. Even then, I'm still down to do it whenever he wants to do it. I guess, yeah. I guess he's just not really interested, which is disappointing. Him compiling clips doesn't make him less wrong, Lamau. Yeah, exactly. He can compile all the fucking clips. It's clips of me. The point of me talking to him directly to his fucking face, whether over Discord or even in person, is that when he is clipping something out of context, I can correct the record in real time, and he can't manipulate that information, and his audience will have to see the truth. Because if you noticed, a lot of what's going on is just Ethan fucking lying to his audience, and his audience not even being remotely interested in learning what the truth of the matter is. So that is the reason why I want to watch the context nuke. If he wants to do that, I'll watch it with him. Or that is the reason why I want to be in an environment where he can't control the narrative. He can't just like stop the flow of information. Because every single time he has actually brought me up to his audience, he has basically fucking lied. He's lied about the context of In person without the crew? No, the crew can be there. I don't give a shit. What? Oh no, Dan is gonna fucking pull up information. Who cares?
Hasan, I'm ready to get on a call with you without any prerequisite. You don't have to watch the video. I think it's time we talk it out. And let me say, and let me add a caveat, or not a caveat, but a prediction. I think that Hasan, being the ever coward that he is, and always constantly moving the goalposts, will find a way to.
I've literally been. That's crazy, bro. Ignore him, please, for the love of Allah, dude. What are you fucking talking about? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Do you think I'm not a 33-year-old man who is equipped to talk about the issues I speak of? Why do you fucking watch me if you think that I cannot deal with this conversation? This is exactly the same way that some of you dumb fucks were crying about me talking to Andrew Tate before I talked to Andrew Tate. Shut the fuck up. I know how to deal with this, okay? There is a reason why it got to this point. It's because I know exactly how to fucking deal with this. He's constantly farming you, man. He doesn't want a serious conversation. That's what the chatter means. I know, but it doesn't matter. Because I think no matter how fucking oblivious and parasocial, Ethan's fans are, in a direct conversation between me and him, it's going to be very difficult for him to dance around certain points that he has made. It's going to be very difficult to actively manipulate the truth, to be like, what did you mean by this? Especially if he pulls a fucking clip that's out of context and I am ready to explain to him what the context is. Do you understand? So stop fucking backseating. Ethan knows that. That's precisely why he has changed the goalposts over and over again. Because ultimately, the only alternative they have is this. You're a man, baby. You scream like a moron. Shut the fuck up, terrorist. There is no point. He knows he has nothing. He can't pause me mid-sentence if he's talking to me directly. And if he can't pause me mid-sentence and cut valuable context out of that conversation, he will not be able to have that conversation. Especially because so much of what he has presented so far to his dumbass audience, who actually do fucking believe him somehow, which is shocking to me, is that I've been harassing him for a fucking year. You know what I mean? Every single chatter that have been long-term community members, long-term subscribers, you look back at their chatting history and you notice that they stopped chatting before, but you certainly, until recently, they didn't chat, but they stopped chatting after October 7. This chatter is a great example. Okay? Moist Critical fan hasn't been in here for has been in here sporadically, 16-month subscriber, following since probably a long time ago, not March 15, 2025, but stopped following after October 7 and literally thinks I'm a fucking terrorist now. I think it's valuable for a person like this to understand what the truth of the matter is. Not just the truth of the matter on like Ethan constantly fucking lying about how I've been harassing him or some shit, but instead the truth about Israel and the truth about what Israel has done. Especially because a lot of these guys personally think that they are pro-Palestine. If they are pro-Palestine, I think that they're amenable to my position. They'll be understanding of it. Why are we even talking about him? Like, what do you think the best case scenario is here? Do you think he's going to do a 180 and start criticizing Israel publicly, or are you just hoping to get your buddy back? Like, this drama is so relevant? No, dude. It's irrelevant to you because you see it as drama. I don't see it as drama. I see it as a content creator that has like 30,000 fucking people watching him, that is constantly spending every waking moment shitting on every fucking pro-Palestinian voice out there. Are you stupid? Is this impossible for you to understand? Even if Ethan doesn't fucking say, oh, my bad, this whole thing was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry that I actively tried to deplatform you while simultaneously calling you a fucking anti-Semite over and over again for the better part of this past year. It's not about him going, oh, my bad, I'm sorry, I've changed up my mind. It's about actually showing his fucking fairly large community of potential allies the situation, the actual situation, okay? The guy who's doing canary mission style bullshit to an audience of progressives is someone that I have to deal with. I don't want to, but it's something that I have to do. How is this too difficult to understand? What makes you think he will give you any room to combat the misinfo? What do you mean? What is he gonna do? Fucking yell over me and go la 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 and like act like he's he can't hear me? I think a lot of people will understand what that looks like if he does that. Talk to Sam Hyde. What the fuck? Ethan Klein fan, account suspended or deactivated. What is this guy doing? What are Ethan's fans doing now? Guy who is so against anti-Semitism that he's like promoting a fucking actual neo-Nazi who's a pedophile. Okay, that's cool. Oh, is that my article? Oh, hell yeah. Anyway, Dan and the other handlers are gonna relay the message. Are not gonna relay the message, so you might need to call him directly. He's not gonna fucking pick up that call. What are you, crazy? Anyway, just said Hasan is begging me to call. I have a life, bro. I have kids to take care of. Let's set it up though. But I want to talk to Sam Cedar first. Oh, so he's backing out. Like I couldn't even finish my fucking tweet, and he is backed out already. Stop moving the goalpost, Hasan. Yeah, he literally said. I said this 2 hours ago, and he waited until 4 p.m. You know what you're doing? Wait, what? I said he's ending his stream. I said even then that I was down to do it. Dude, there's no way his audience is this stupid, right? They have to fucking know what's going on, right? They have to know what's happening. There is 0% chance. There is 0%
Be incredibly mad about that. But when Bad Empanada does it with Hila, Hasan defends it. That's insane. You nailed it on the head there, man. This guy's a smart dude. Smart guy, man. Angels on his body.
Oh my God.
He's
literally fucking.
You know what I mean? Angels be giving you lap dances, bro.
I said yes immediately. I don't chat much, but you are really getting baited here. There is zero good that will come out of this at this point. Out of sad item, man. Just the way you have addressed this mess so many times, I believe in you. I mean, he's never said that he would be directly willing to talk to me until this moment. So I think, this is a little bit different. I've been saying that I would debate him for 6 months.
I read that his chat was trying to give him bad info. I don't think he actually said anything wrong.
Denim react to
this guy's name is Stan.
Crazy shit. He's like, the dogs are shitting everywhere. They're shitting.
This is all this is just him fucking addressing his personal grievances. Everyone's against him. Just schedule it and dog walk him. I'll talk anytime, any place, but I don't think he wants to smoke right now. That's what it is. If he's so convinced, if he is so fucking firmly, if he stands by his principles, he should be able to talk to me right now. It's been fucking what? It's been 4 months. 4 months. 4 months of me. I just call him. I can't directly call him, chatter. I have to call him through Dan. Rewind for 4 minutes.
Deportation. Holds or has held illegal or improper material on his hard drive. Regularly threatens to post the names and address of his online critics as a tactic to silence them. Has sent death threats to Mr. Pavlov.
Is he that stupid that he didn't think I was?
I guess I'm asking, is he a trust? Is he just a fuck?
Is he actually so dumb that is he actually so fucking dumb that he thought that I wouldn't say yes immediately? It's right here.
So this is 1 day ago. So you see all the chat prompts sent calling her the raider of Ramallah. Well, here you go. Hila Klein is the raider of Ramallah, terrorist kidnapper.
Hasan conveniently wants to call in at the time the show ends. Hasan cleverly skipped over the Bad Empanadas court documents. To be fair, Hasan did say yes like a couple hours ago.
You know what? Yeah,
Hasan
that's
showed
tough.
the stream and muted immediately when he saw he watched Denim's clip.
You know,
no, I don't give a fuck about the Denim's clip. Why the fuck would I care about the Denim's clip? What is this? Hasan can vacate the premises. The crew and Ethan need to go home. They ain't on the call, dude. Wake up, Hasan. You're a coward, Hasan. Hasan wants to call right now, I think. Literally takes 1 minute of research to find out how effed up Empanada is.
All right, now let's get Hasan on the line. Yeah, right. Obviously not.
Actually, okay.
What a coward, dumb bitch to challenge me now at 4 o'clock. What a loser. Bro, I mentioned you 2 hours ago.
2 long hours.
I was doing the news, bro.
Wake up, Ethan.
2 long hours? What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
I think.
Yeah, I'm in the chat.
It is time to wrap it up, though.
I think so. So here's what I want to do, though, just to summarize. Sam said he's going to get back to me at the end of this week.
Okay.
After Thursday, he said, because he's busy with family stuff. By the way, he wrote me back. He was very nice.
That's awesome.
I reached out. I have his email from. I don't know if I explained this on the air. I don't think I did. I have his email from the crowd. I did?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Did I say he was very nice?
Yeah, you said he was nice.
Not 4 months ago,
Yeah,
3
I
months
said on
ago.
the show.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was very nice. He got back to me. He says he'll write me back on Thursday. So we're going to talk to Sam, and then if Sam is not able to convert me into the correct way of thinking, then I will go up against the final boss, the most educated, the most prolific. I said yes 2 hours ago, Ethan. Bro, you're actually in my chat? Okay.
Oh!
All right. I didn't hear about it since did he really? I didn't hear about it till right now. Why is everyone just in the chat suddenly saying he wants to debate? Just like right now. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break, bro. Anyway, it's not happening right now. It's late.
Oh,
okay?
it's not happening right now.
So I'm going to talk to Sam, and then I think early next week, if I don't, metamorphose from a caterpillar into a butterfly once speaking to approved Jew Sam Cedar, then we can talk to you on Monday or on Wednesday or on Friday of next week.
Crashing out in the chat, Hasan.
The time. Don't pick the time is during our show, not 8 a.m. Just to be clear. Yeah, and not only that, I've got whatever. I don't need to just we're going home.
I replied to
okay?
Hasan in the chat. I said, we'll set it up. I got Oblivion to play. Like, I got to get out of here.
I got a family and a crew.
He didn't reply to me in the DMs. I don't know why. I made a YouTube video in February asking you to debate me. As well,
boy.
I've said,
hey, Swastika boy, we have shit to do.
I talked to you
okay? You're not,
numerous times.
Right. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
Not sure why your
Today is Wednesday, which means Thursday is for members. I got as much of the Warzone shit out of the way.
I made a YouTube video in February asking you to debate me as well.
I'm definitely not doing this thing on Friday because we said we're having a fun episode on Friday.
We're talking.
No, it's because he wants to fucking talk shit from his hug box. That's it. That's the difference. He wants to talk shit from his hug box with no contest whatsoever. He can't even fucking stand when his own crew members try to gently put it down, try to gently move him in the appropriate direction. No pushback whatsoever. That's it. He's fucking terrified.
With all that being said, guys, have a wonderful evening, and members will see you tomorrow. Everyone else, see you on Friday. That's it for me. Bye-bye.
His show ends at 4, lol. Yeah, I didn't ask at 4, chatters. I asked before 4. I asked as soon as he said he wanted to debate me. I heard you have 2 wieners. Is that true? It's true. It's because they're Epstein heads who've replaced the old audience that left. I refuse to believe that people in that community would go HasanAbi or Diddy Piker. He's going to debate you on your bleach knowledge. Be warned. He's been talking about how you claim not to be a fan. I'm an adult and I cannot believe I just typed that. No, I'm going to talk about Israel-Palestine. I'm not going to talk about fucking bleach. A video from 2 hours ago from HasanAbi Archives. I'm ready to debate Ethan Klein. Oh, this is just from this stream. He got super chats 2 hours ago saying you wanted the call. He can't even be good faith when trying to put this thing together. Oh boy, it's going to be a disaster. It doesn't matter. He can be as bad faith as he wants to. And even with maximum bad faith, he still knows that he can't fucking hide from the truth. He still knows that virtually everything he has said about me is completely fucking fabricated. Okay? Vicious smears of anti-Semitism, completely fucking fabricated. And he also knows he can't have this conversation on the virtues of Israel-Palestine. He knows he can't have that conversation with me. He also, deep down inside, knows that I'm not fucking anti-Semitic. He knows that very well. He is ashamed of what it will look like if we have a conversation, no matter how bad faith he tries to present the issues with. He can be as bad faith as he wants. He doesn't have to be charitable. I'm not fucking just pearly things, okay? I don't need prep time. I don't need an entire crew to fucking feed me information in real time while we're having this conversation. That's why I said I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to entertain it anytime, any place, even without seeing the context puke. How could I do that? How could I actually talk to Ethan if he has such a strong, convincing case? If he has such an airtight case, how would I not be able to have this conversation with him? Why is he the one who's ducking me and not the other way around? That's it. As an actual anti-Zionist Jew, it's always laughable to me when you get accused of anti-Semitism. This is the safest place against actual anti-Semitism, not anti-Zionism conflated on the entire internet. Exactly. His crew is trying to protect him from stressful things. AB admitted to knowing you wanted to talk when you initially said it. He's not going to debate him. Will Steven Crowder you? Who is he going to Steven Crowder with? Yeah, here's from 2 hours ago. How will you get out of this one, coward? Wait, what? I'm down. What the fuck? I'm super down. This is 2 hours and 49 minutes into the broadcast. So almost exactly 2 hours ago, when I said, of course I'd be down to do it. There is no way out of this. He knows what the truth is. Okay. He knows what the truth is. He knows what's going on. He knows he wants to shelter himself from potentially the backlash that he might receive when his own audience goes, oh yeah, well, I feel kind of fucked up that you just lied to us. I feel kind of fucked up that you lied to us about this person for an entire year. You could coordinate with Sam Cedar so he puts you on the call when Ethan has him on full circle. I mean, I think that's stupid. A compilation of you not being anti-Semitic? What the fuck? What is a compilation of me not being anti-Semitic is a crazy thing to say. It's just the stream. Literally half of his chat called you a coward for not debating. The other half said to stop because he just wants to move on and not debate you, Law. That's the other part that I don't understand. I've been saying for months that I'm down to fucking debate him. So I don't know why his chat is like, oh, you're a coward. You don't want to debate him. I'm like, no, I do. And then they go, okay, well, you just called in too late. All the H3 fans that could have actually been persuaded have left in the ensuing 2 years. I love you, but this is naive. His audience is too far gone. Please don't go into the mentality that his audience will have a change of heart. It won't happen. They're garbage. I don't care. I'm calling that he's still not going to talk to you. He's going to talk to Sam and then make up some reason why he no longer needs to talk to you. Most likely. But it is mind-boggling. It's just like a basic truth. The idea that like I want to talk to Ethan is a basic truth. Have you seen the XQC tweet, dude? Yes, dude. Yes, I have. Why do you keep posting if I've seen the XQC tweet? Yeah, I did. He fucking posted. Anyway, please put up a trap prediction about he dodges on Monday. I'll bet on my channel points the pussy will dodge again. I think in his head, he feels that after speaking to Sam Cedar, Sam will see that you are anti-Semitic and he will get Sam to debate you once that is done. Okay. Yeah, Sam is a very nice person, but he's not stupid. He's incredibly knowledgeable on not only the basic facts of the matter, but he's also incredibly knowledgeable on Hasbara and the types of propaganda that people who are pro-Israel present. My suspicion is that the conversation that he has with Sam Cedar will be filled to the brim with concessions that he makes to Sam in an effort to make it seem as though he's like, oh, well, I said, you know, West Bank settlers are actually targets, you know, but they're calling my wife a baby killer, things of that nature. It's like, oh, well, we're actually pro-Palestine, but every single person is attacking us unjustifiably. And Sam doesn't know the fucking details of all of the things that Ethan has said and done. So it's just going to be a face-saving operation. Yeah. The reason why I initially said he should talk to Sam is because, you know, he claims to agree with everything that Sam Cedar says. And if that's the case, why isn't Sam Cedar constantly talking about the anti-Semitism coming from the pro-Palestinian accounts? Why is Sam Cedar actually friends with the arch anti-Semite? Why have we had multiple conversations? He's just constantly trying to run away from the truth, but he's got the content demon. He's got the content demon in his brain, so he just like knows that this will actually gain attention for him, so he can't help himself. And I think that's what it is. This shit is so high school. I'd be surprised if you idiots weren't collabing at this point. Yes, dude, the dumbest guy on the fucking planet looks at the situation of, I don't know, the Anti-Defamation League actively trying to take down and deplatform a pro-Palestinian voice, including but not limited to getting a Democratic Party congressperson to demand my deplatforming using the fucking congressional letterhead 5 days before a general election, and says, this is just high school drama. At a certain point, you have to realize you're trying to minimize it. Because on Ethan's side, it does come across like fucking high school drama because he doesn't care about the politics of it all. It's just content and drama for him and his dumb fuck audience. It's not drama. We're talking about people's livelihoods being actively ruined by a fucking pro-Israel mouthpiece who has used his platform to constantly go after anyone and everyone, making a fool of himself in the process. What do you mean? It's just high school drama, Lamau? Yeah, if you're stupid and watching from afar, yeah, it looks like high school drama. If you're watching it from Ethan's side, it looks like high school drama. Do you think Ethan will have a redemption arc? At this stage, this is a stupid fucking question to ask. He will never have a redemption arc until he fucking apologizes for all of the things that he has done in the past year and try to make up for it. And even then, plenty of people are not going to be on his side. And he is not the bigger man in this process. He's not going to be humble enough and demonstrate the humility necessary to say, yeah, this past year of active deplatforming initiatives that I engaged in against all fucking pro-Palestinian content creators, demanding that they get fucking fired over and over again, all of that was wrong. And if he were to say all of that was wrong and turn around and try to offer restitution, even then there's going to be plenty of people who say, fuck you. There's plenty of people who are going to be vicious to him. You know, the CC vid was even an intervention at the end. People still complimented him and wished him well. It doesn't matter. He's lost in the fucking sauce. All right, let's get back to the news. Full charitable long-term fan of yours. It's just frustrating that this dude takes away attention from like news that's really important, and it's annoying. It's a daily occurrence, but I get why it's covered. I think he's trying to set it up to pretend like he gets it now. He needs to save his pod, but doesn't want to admit being a bad person. Hasan, you're ignoring the insane Destiny fans that are fueling this loser, and Dan are fueling Ethan's mania, and Ethan's having a full mental break fueled by Destiny fans. It's sad, but it is what it is. I know, but it doesn't matter, because to the outsiders that are just fucking signing in, they see their favorite content creator being victimized by vicious anti-Semites online, and that is completely untrue. It's also causing dumb fucks that you need to have on your side if you actually want to build a coalition to literally go, I don't really care about any of this stuff. I think everyone's been mean to my favorite content creator, so, you know, the pro-Palestinian cause is actually silly. Like, it's ridiculous, and I know it sounds stupid, and you might say to yourself, well, fuck those people, and I understand why your immediate reaction is fuck those people, because fuck those people, but you need those people. You need everyone. You need as many people as you can. You need as many people to fight alongside you at a time when the American government is literally fucking blackbagging people for the crime of saying mean things about Israel. Okay? You need people on the streets. So I'm not going to cast aside fans that are too stupid to understand the truth. I was an H3 watcher before I watched your stream. The pro-Palestinian crowd has left the H3 viewership long ago. We are not there anymore. Your chat thinks that this is drama too. I don't understand why they don't care that at least a few people from E's audience could realize how he's been lying to them and negatively affecting their perspective. If you debate him, that's valuable. I think so too, yes. I will go to any space I have to and convince anyone I can. You were mentioning on Philip DeFranco that came out an hour ago. What did he say? It's not just drama.
Ethan Klein needs to stop talking about Palestine because this man cannot take even the mildest of criticisms. He cannot reflect on any of the things that he has actually said. He wishes to live within a world in which neither he nor Hila have ever done anything wrong, that they are both actually some of the most pro-Palestinian content creators out there. And I had initially written out a whole script talking about Ethan Klein's first podcast episode reacting to iDubbbz's Content Cop because it was filled with many hilarious gems, such as when Ethan called Israel an inspiring example of coexistence. But there was one part of his second podcast episode reacting to iDubbbz's video which really leapt out to me, and it has derailed what I wanted to say really, because in it Ethan compares the experience of his wife Hila to that of Anissa, iDubbbz's wife, a Lebanese person.
The most important impact will be the non-H3, non-Hasan viewers who watch this as drama and are totally ignorant as to the base of this conflict. This is an opportunity to set a foundation in their minds towards the status of Israel's genocide, because sadly this kind of content gets a lot of fresh eyes. Exactly. There's a reason why a lot of these content creators like Chris Kunzler or even Bad Empanada to a certain degree constantly talk about this issue, or Noah Samson, talk about this issue from the framework of drama, and then they slam in as much information as possible in the process. It's like drama baiting to educate. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, need that. They need the drama. They cannot fucking lock in on the issues, on the basis of the issues alone. My most charitable interpretation is that the content cop got through to him, not because of the messaging, but because of the viewership ratio, and he's going to use Sam and then you to quietly back out of talking about Israel-Palestine by saying he talked it out, and hopefully pivot back to being a comedy slop tuber. Fucking doubtful. I hope. But yeah, make no mistake, okay? This is not... I hope... Make no mistake, though, this isn't fucking drama. It's Hasbara, okay?
Making it out as if Lebanon could in any way be portrayed as an aggressor who bears the same responsibility as Israel.
Part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Ela grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant? How dare you?
Wow. It's so fucked up. Excuse me, sir. Do you know how damaging it was to live in Warsaw as a German during the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? Do you know how damaging it was to innocent Germans who were part of the German military at a certain point? Do you know how scary it was to experience the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? It's really fucked up. Yeah. It's really fucked up that Hezbollah violently retook southern Lebanon, which was rightful Israel land.
You attempt to lecture me on this conflict. You just learned about this like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hasan as an expert. It's mind-bendingly dumb. Bro, please call in and debate me on Israel-Palestine. Let's see who knows more about the conflict.
Now, I really hate how smarmy Ethan is in this clip. He makes out that he's some kind of expert on Israel and Palestine, when I, along with many other content creators, have exposed his totally lacking knowledge in this. And this is really a constant theme throughout both his podcast episodes, because he goes on and on about how proud he is of the content nuke on Hasan, how well sourced it is.
Bro, he loves that out of context thing. Like, that video was so well sourced. The full context to everything.
But Ethan, in the first episode, literally pulled a fake quote.
Thinks Nasrallah is based, the guy who says, we will hunt down the Jews wherever it's better that the Jews all go to Israel so that we don't have to hunt them down worldwide.
From that content nuke attributed to Syed Hassan Nasrallah that Ethan ripped from Wikipedia and then black-barred so you couldn't see that even the Wikipedia article noted that the quote was most likely fake. Now, as much as Ethan loves to talk about Middle Eastern Jewish people and how they came to Israel, what I will say is Israel is undeniably a foreign implant in the Middle East. I mean, one of their key founders, Theodor Herzl, literally said of Zionism, "We should there form a portion of a rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism." And this is exactly what the Zionists saw themselves as doing. They practiced colonization in another people's land, and they saw themselves as redeeming it, doing away with the years that it had been in the hands of the useless and evil Palestinians. But ever since its inception, Israel has spent its time trying to alter the politics of the Middle East. And here, Ethan, I will note a difference between you and I.
Do you guys understand why? Chris does a really good job with this as well, but do you understand why I end up covering some of the statements that Ethan has made on this broadcast? A lot of you go, oh, this is just petty drama. And to the outsider, they go, oh, it's petty drama. In between the actual petty drama, he slams in shit about Israel that is completely ahistorical. Sometimes it is literally revisionist. It's genocide revisionist nonsense. He's doing propaganda. He might be too stupid to realize he's doing propaganda. He might think this is the truth. Okay? When Ethan is talking about shit out of his ass that he does not know, that he is just like oblivious to, that he's just repeating because he heard it from someone else, he actually is lying to his fucking audience about the truth. He is slowly but surely, in the most nefarious way, getting outside apolitical people to assume a very different worldview than the one that exists. This is what's fucking damaging.
And also people who support you, because unlike you, I don't really draw that much from Wikipedia, unless I just want a quick source and I know that I have others to back it up, that is. So I will quote to you from 1949, The First Israelis, by Israeli historian Tom Segev. Now, Israel's first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, said, "The Muslim rule in Lebanon is artificial and easily undermined. A Christian state ought to be set up, whose southern border would be the Litani River. Then will form an alliance with it. Now, this is basically Israel's first prime minister talking about demographically altering the country of Lebanon, getting rid of the Muslim population, and setting up a majority Christian state simply because it would be friendly with Israel. And Israel actually went on to do this. They sowed chaos in the country of Lebanon. People now like to blame the Palestinians, but the Israelis were funding a group called the Phalangists, whose founder, Pierre Gemayel, went to the Berlin Olympics in 1936 and was really inspired by what he saw and decided to go and establish himself a group called the Phalangists, inspired by the Nazi ideology. And these people were a particularly heinous group. And we'll get onto them in full later, but what I first want to talk about is how Israel actually tried to implement this. Now, you could have the example of 1982, where Israel attempted to break the back of Palestinian nationalism by targeting the Palestine Liberation Organization. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister, Menachem Begin, made the claim, oh, these evil terrorists want to do a second Holocaust to us. In fact, on the eve of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, he literally said that there would be another Treblinka if Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian Liberation Organization weren't destroyed, claiming that, they were evil terrorists who must be dealt with. And the justification, by the way, for invading Lebanon was the assassination of an Israeli diplomat, Shlomo Argov, who was targeted whilst in London, and although he did survive, he never really got out of bed again and he went on to die. But this guy wasn't even targeted by the PLO. He was targeted by a member of Abu Nidal, an anti-PLO organization. And so Israel, for this, went and invaded Lebanon. They went to destroy the PLO and went to try and set up a state where the Christian Maronites, particularly the Phalangists, would rule over the country. And in order to do this, Israel enacted a heinous bombing campaign that does not come close to anything that any Lebanese government...
You know this as the Dahiyya Doctrine, okay? Which has been implemented, which... Initially, Israel got the technique from the United States of America, which looked at the bombing of Dresden and said, we can go way harder, and applied that principle of making the enemy incur a penalty through civilian infrastructure by bombing the living shit out of every standing structure in North Korea. Israel has been doing that in every war that it has ever engaged in
or militant group have ever done to Israelis. On one singular day of bombing, on August the 12th, 1982, Israel killed 500 civilians in a singular day of bombing of Beirut. And this reached the point where Ronald Reagan, a staunchly pro-Israel Republican president, called Menachem Begin and told him that the symbol of his war was becoming a 7-month-old baby with its arms blown off. And he also told Begin that he was committing a Holocaust in Lebanon because of how atrocious the things that he was doing to the Lebanese people were. And this was all really horrifying, but eventually Israel managed to get the PLO out of the country. But this wasn't good enough for Israel. Israel's leadership...
If you want to actually call us Hosbrow and Bluffs, you need to talk about what Israel currently does. He will dismiss the history. What the fuck are you talking about? He literally says, Hezbollah attacked Israel unprompted. If you don't talk about the inception of Hezbollah, why it came about, then you can't have this conversation. Of course, this is important. You can't just fucking dismiss it. It's like saying, oh, you can't talk about anything before October 7. You have to only talk about after October 7. What do you mean? Israel's entire existence from the start, from its inception, even before its inception, has been to terrorize the indigenous population within its reach.
Was very obsessed with the idea that some of the Palestinian Liberation Organization fighters remained within Lebanon, which really wasn't true. I mean, there are other accounts from senior Israeli officials that say the exact opposite, that there were maybe a few people left, but it wasn't major. But for Ariel Sharon, Israel's Minister of Defense, well, this just wasn't acceptable. And he told Morris Draper, an American diplomat, when he told him that he didn't want to see people being killed by the Lebanese in camps, we will kill them. They will not be left there. You are not going to save them. You are not going to save these groups of international terrorism. If you don't want the Lebanese to kill them, we will kill them. And even though one of the conditions for PLO militants leaving Lebanon had been that Palestinian civilians would have been protected, Israel didn't abide by this, and those phalangists that I mentioned earlier, well, their leader, Gemayel, was assassinated, and of course the PLO were blamed, even though it wasn't them. And so Israel and Ariel Sharon let the phalangists go into the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps and perpetrate mass rape, mass torture, summary executions, mutilation of bodies, alleged stories where the fetus was cut out of a pregnant woman's belly and left on the floor, people stabbed, babies stabbed. I mean, the scale of it was far bigger than October the 7th. Perhaps up to 3,000 or 3,500 people were
Yeah, and the way that Israel designed this to create plausible deniability over their involvement wasn't to directly go in and participate in the slaughter, but instead shut off with the IDF every entry point into the camp, literally blocking every entry point into the camp, every exit point into the camp with their vehicles and with their weapons, and throwing up flares in the air so the visibility is there for the Phalangist forces, and allow them to slaughter every single Palestinian they could get their, and Lebanese person they can get their fucking hands on. It was barbaric. This is the environment in which there was a Lebanese militancy that was formed.
Killed inside these camps. And you may be saying, well, Israel didn't do it, that's okay. Well, they fired flares in the air so the phalangists could do it. They knew what the phalangists were doing. They were the ones who had trained the phalangists, armed them. They controlled the area, let them go in. In fact, a Norwegian who was in the area at the time said that the IOF had full view of a bulldozer digging a mass grave. And in fact, this wasn't even the first time that the phalangists had been allowed to do this. In Tel al-Zata, 1,500 Palestinian and Lebanese civilians were massacred. And often people like to claim that, you know, Israel's gone down this dark path. Maybe they highlight how the Likud...
Wait, I'm lost. Who are the phalangists? Phalangists are a Maronite Christian sect in Lebanon that developed a neo-Nazi paramilitary and engaged in atrocious acts of barbarism against the Lebanese Shia and Palestinian refugee population in Sabra and Shatila. You might have heard about Sabra and Shatila from the Sabra and Shatila massacre. They did this with direct coordination with the Israeli forces. They're not Christians, they're Christian Nazis, Christian neo-Nazis, okay? It's the difference between your parents that say they're Christian versus, I don't know, the Westboro Baptist Church or the fucking Klan also claiming to be Christian. Yeah, Franco is what they, as far as I understand, what they get their influence from. Like actual fascists.
Party in particular has turned Israel into this horrible place. But the Labour Party in Israel in the 1970s had no problem with the Tel al-Zata massacre. In fact, this is what Likud members were saying to members of the Labour Party in the 1980s in the wake of Sabra and Shatila. Ariel Sharon would go on to say, "We did not criticize you for supporting..."
Bro, I went to a Jewish day school for like 8 years of my life and I didn't learn about Sabra and Shatila until your stream like a year ago. Yeah, of course. Why would they teach that? It would make Israel look horrible.
The Christians. I am talking about a moral aspect. You kept on supporting the Christians even after the Tel al-Zata massacre. The information about...
I'm a Maronite. The Phalange are neo-Francoists who adopted neo-Nazi ethnic policy. My whole family are ashamed to have had even one member of my family who were with them. Mavdli al-Phalange.
About the massacre and its cruelty was in everyone's possession. Sharon told member of the Knesset Yitzhak Rabin, "We had already known what they had done with the weapons we supplied."
Yeah, Israel's greatest fear is people learning the truth. Like that's it. That's why they so effectively try to tamper it. That's why instead of addressing this and like trying to make justifications for these horrifying atrocities, they will turn around and just go ban this person, deplatform this person for saying historical truths about Israel's involvement. That is the only way that you can approach the subject matter, because if people learn about it, I mean, think about it this way. Post October 7, it became undeniable. Israel's cruelty became unfucking deniable because they were doing a live streamed Holocaust. Think about people's attitudes and how they shifted over the course of 1 year. It's not like they didn't try to fucking stop the truth from coming out. They executed as many journalists as they possibly could. They executed as many fucking journalists as they possibly could. They shut off the internet in certain instances, and yet the truth still came out. That's what they don't want.
And the forces we helped them build. However, we did not criticize you. And this is how both political parties in Israel dealt with massacres of Palestinian and Lebanese civilians that eclipse anything on the scale of October the 7th. And you know, inside Israel proper, there was actually a very big reaction to what had happened in Sabra and Shatila. There was a march with 400,000 people, a rather large percentage of the Israeli adult population. And as a result, Menachem Begin and Ariel Sharon stepped down from their positions after the Israeli Kahan Commission found that they were both complicit in Sabra and Shatila. But the Israelis still went on to elect Ariel Sharon as their prime minister in 2002, and he oversaw more slaughter of Palestinians, more destruction of their lives and townships. And yet you sit here and you cannot understand why someone might say, well, actually, yeah, a Lebanese person has a much different experience to that of an Israeli. Israelis have sat pretty. Yes, they have experienced violence and civilians being killed, but nothing on the scale of what Israel has done to Lebanon. And Israel did this not in pursuit of terrorists, but to alter the policy.
Here's another great example, by the way, of how Israel operates. New, after hundreds of Yale students protested in advance of Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is a fucking psychopathic Nazi settler terrorist, who demanded the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, okay, who had photos of one of the most prominent Israeli terrorists of all time in his fucking living room, a Kahanist. He came to Yale. Yale now has stripped the school Students for Justice for Palestine chapter of its official status as an official student group. Yes, Ben-Gvir is a Kahanist who celebrated the Jewish terrorist mass shooter. Yeah. Like, imagine having a photo of fucking Dylan Roof in your living room, okay? And then, after being elected into office, you reluctantly have to take it down in order, and you say, when you're taking down the photo of Dylan Roof, you say, oh, I'm not doing this because of my convictions, I'm doing this because I want people to shut the fuck up about it, okay? A framed photo of Dylan Roof. Oh... Itamar Ben-Gvir was not allowed to serve in the IDF because of how extremist he was. Can you understand? The Israeli occupying force, which is a force for terror in and of itself, said, you're too rabid for us. And now that guy's being welcomed to fucking Yale at a time when the administration is literally fucking going after every goddamn university for allowing this kind of stuff to happen, right, on their campuses, understandably. And what is Yale doing? Even before the administration demands that this group is disbarred, Yale has already taken that position already, saying that it's good that a convicted terrorist is on our fucking campus. It's like inviting one of Adolf Hitler's little generals onto college campus and having like the Jewish American movement that's protesting against it disbarred. Yeah, here's another wonderful thing that Itamar Ben-Gvir did. Ben-Gvir handed out thousands of guns to Israeli citizens. Then the murders began. It didn't begin. It exploded. It increased. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind when we talk about this issue where it's like the morality is so fucking clear.
Politics of the region to set up a state there that was sympathetic to them, that might normalize relations with them. And you sit there and act as if Lebanon are the aggressors. It is frankly disgusting. It is like how you cannot understand how the Do Not Worry podcast was not upset at all about Israelis fleeing a rocket attack and a siren. The reason that people from the region think like this is well documented in an article by Norman Finkelstein in the early 1990s about Palestinian reactions to Saddam Hussein firing Scud missiles at Israel. And when he asked them why did they whoop and cheer at the prospect of Israeli civilians being targeted, all of them said it wasn't really actually about civilians being killed. It was Israelis feeling like they did for once. Feeling like they did when their homes were bombed and destroyed. Experiencing the fear and terror of Israeli raids and oppression. For that one...
And then, of course, people will say, well, that's kind of mean, don't you think? Which is why we need to do more October 7s to the Palestinians and all the Arabs in the region. Stoogeless, thank you for the 50 bones.
moment, Israelis had to experience what every single Lebanese person has experienced through bouts of mass slaughter. And even then, just hearing sirens and getting to hide in your bunker doesn't compare to what Israel has done to the Lebanese people. And this is why it just irks me so much that Ethan sits there and talks about history, because anyone with any knowledge of history should be able to say, well, actually, what the IOF have done to Lebanese people far eclipses what has ever been done to Israeli civilians, and any politics must therefore centre the people of Lebanon, the people of Palestine, rather than the feelings of Israeli people. And
yeah,
Ethan,
it's fucking insane. But of course, because Israel is our ally, Israel is has a close association with America. Israel is the favored client state, and also has a shit ton of propaganda initiatives in the West by way of people that have dual citizenship, by way of people that have financial ties to the state of Israel and its continuation, and sometimes direct financial ties to the destructive nature of Israel's apartheid state. That you never hear about this. You never hear about this from the perspective of the victims themselves. And the people that do actually desperately try to use their privilege, like Chris here being a fucking white British guy with a Middle Eastern Studies master's and continuing on to get a fucking PhD, or someone like myself who has a platform of prominence. Like, when we use our platform and our privilege, people desperately try to undermine that by either making fucking shit up to be like, don't listen to this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, please don't listen to this guy, or by directly demanding the deplatforming of people like myself.
if you want to see the distinction that you make between us and them, which was the center of my previous video, you are so quick to explain, well, Israelis have difficult choices to make. All these crazy things happen there. People want to defend their homeland. And, oh, what was Israel supposed to do after October the 7th? But what were Lebanese people and Palestinians supposed to do after Sabra and Shatila? Or all those other...
Yeah, in case you were wondering, as I was, who invited Ben Gvir to Yale? A Jewish society run by a real estate magnate, co-founded by Cory Booker and Rabbi Shmuley. Shocking.
The mass bouts of slaughter. They never got...
Is it different, Rabbi Shmuley? Wait, really? It's not Boteach? Shabtai, the group hosting Ben Gvir, is run by real estate magnate Shmuley Hecht and is not officially affiliated with Yale. Ben Gvir, one of the most far-right... Wait... And Rabbi Shmuley Hecht. Oh, yeah, this is not the Rabbi Shmuley. Rabbi Shmuley is... this is a different Rabbi Shmuley. There's two of them. This is not the dildo salesman. Yeah, it's not Shmuley Boteach. It's a different Rabbi Shmuley. There's a TrueAnon episode about the three Shmuleys.
Revenge. They never got anything in return. They set up armed groups.
Cory Booker is also homies with the Rabbi Shmuley, though. That's probably why he made that mistake.
As violent and irrational monsters. But Israelis, well, you know, it's understandable, and it's a fantasy to think that Israel may have to behave differently, even though they are the ones who have undeniably perpetrated the worst crimes against innocent civilians. And this is just where one of my key problems with Ethan lies. He just always centers Israeli feelings. He always goes on and on about anti-Semitism, which of course is most definitely a real thing that Jewish people experience. But Ethan, you sit pretty in Los Angeles right now. You are a multi-millionaire living in a mansion, and you are talking about your feelings. You highlight From the River to the Sea, and Gila chimes in and says, well, why don't they use a different slogan?
Talking about all Palestinian lands. Once again, that's funny because it's exactly related to what what he accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda.
You know what's funny about this dude? This dude from Lebanon who was like, this dude from Lebanon said, given what Israel has done to us, it would be justifiable to do 1 million October 7th to Israel. And it would be fine to do 1 million October 7th to Israel, which I don't agree with. Okay. I think that's still a incredibly violent statement to make. But Ethan, by definition, has justified that over and over again because Israel has done 1 million October 7ths to the Palestinian population and even to the Lebanese population, as a matter of fact, and to, in certain instances, the Syrian population, and he fucking defends it. But because you get to say whatever the fuck you want about Israel and no one goes, what do you mean? They're doing a genocide. He can say all of that without ever fearing deplatforming or anything like that.
Yeah. My point is when Israelis hear From the Ocean to the Sea, they hear all of Israel. And guess what? That's what the guy from Hamas is saying on the screen of the clip you showed.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between two people and one people is telling you they're not comfortable with the statement, shouldn't we change the statement to something that both...
That's insane. And it's ironic because I had this conversation long before Ethan is having this conversation with Hila, where in the month of October in 2023, Ethan and I had this conversation where I described to him, this is like listening to the demands made by racist white guys who are saying, oh, you're saying Black Lives Matter, but that to me means you want to kill white people. So you can't say Black Lives Matter. That was an attempt by the All Lives Matter crowd. This is exactly the same. This is an analog. What is the alternative? From the sea all the way to the fucking Gaza envelope where there's a border wall, and then also skipping over the fucking Israeli proper, skipping over the green line all the way to the other side of the border wall, firmly placed upon the West Bank to the river. Like, is that what people should be saying? Like, what a fucking ridiculous statement. That's where the Palestinians are, between the river and the sea.
people can get behind.
No, because they'll say, right. Well, people will say that Israel's the aggressor, so they shouldn't have to adjust anything.
Yeah, but that's like
it's
watered
true.
down.
Is Israel not the aggressor? It is.
An American version of what's happening there.
Once again, the people who do nothing wrong when it comes to Palestine can't admit that Israel is an aggressor. Both of them think that Israel occupies Palestinian land illegally, settles it, perpetrates genocide and all of these things, but they don't see these as aggressive acts which provoke retaliations against Israel. Instead, that's a watered down American understanding of Palestine. But ultimately, the call from the river to the sea is a demand for the liberation of all of historic Palestine, not just the occupied territories. Ethan and Hila seem to have absolutely no problem with the 1948 Nakba, the fact that 750,000 Palestinians were expelled, many of them were sent on death marches, and since they have never been allowed to return. Many people still languish in refugee camps in places like Jordan, Syria and Lebanon, not being allowed to return to their homes. The people of Gaza, some of them can literally see where their homes and lands once were, but they're now occupied by Israelis. So the call from the river to the sea is not problematic, rather it is a demand for full Palestinian liberation. People are being burnt alive right now en masse in Palestine, children by the dozen, homes being collapsed on entire families, people are being tortured in Israeli jails to death, including minors. And yet you want to talk about your feelings and whether a slogan is offensive to Israeli people. I am sorry, but Israelis en masse are not opposing what is happening in the Gaza Strip. There's been no mass dissent. It's only really come recently when they're worried about the fate of Israeli hostages. There has been no mass disobedience over the last 18 months in Israel. There has been no major reaction against what Israel is doing. It's only really centered on their complaints around Netanyahu and the threats to Israel's faux democracy, and Netanyahu going full genocidal and making it obvious to the rest of the world what Israel always was. In fact, in that article by Norman Finkelstein, which I mentioned earlier, there is a fantastic quote from Mattiyahu Peled, who was a founding member of the Progressive List for Peace, talking about the Israeli peace movement, Peace Now, and what he said was that it's one of the worst things that ever happened to us. Nice people in Israel who feel unhappy with the situation but are not prepared to do anything about it. They get together twice or 3 times a year, and as the saying goes here, they give their conscience to the laundry. They get it back cleaned up and they go back home happy and satisfied. There is nothing more to it than that. They stand at a demonstration, they shout a few slogans, they go home satisfied that they have done the job, but they are not prepared to shake the system. So this is a substitute for real action. And I must remind you that Ethan and Hila have openly stated their opposition to people in Israel actually taking direct action against the Israeli occupation and the genocide in Gaza. Ethan said that it was a necessity to serve in the IOF.
It's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will.
Like Israel as a place, the mentality of growing up there, like everybody feels an obligation to protect, to serve, to nurture this place that feels like the only place in the world where they can live and be Jewish and not be like discriminated against.
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if people think that's a controversial statement. That is the reality of Israel. And so for one person to decide, I'm not going to do it, is a very selfish decision, and it helps nothing with your career afterwards. You finish it, then you start your,
you don't even need
actual
to defend
life.
yourself. It's just normal.
They both said that it was a
By the way, remember when I told you that they would inevitably move on to American citizens? They have. Breaking. Officials confirm raids in multiple cities. Tahrir Coalition says FBI agents, Michigan State Police, and local officers targeted pro-Palestine organizers. So, Ethan, your wishes are becoming a reality. Maybe they'll fucking invade my house too one day, you know? It's happening already. Your every wish that you had will be fulfilled by this administration. Don't worry. FBI raids follow string of pro-Palestinian incidents around Ann Arbor. In Ypsilanti and Canton on Wednesday, this morning, the FBI raided a bunch of people's houses. Officials did not confirm why search warrants were executed at multiple homes. The Tahrir Coalition, a pro-Palestinian advocacy group, alleged law enforcement is targeting protesters who support Palestine amid the war in Gaza. It's the latest in a string of local incidents, including pro-Palestinian protests on the University of Michigan campus, vandalism, arrests, lawsuits, and actions by elected officials since the war between Israel and Hamas broke out in October 2023. These were the people, I think, that are associated with Dana Nessel's initial targeting, the Attorney General of the state of Michigan's initial targeting. If you recall, you might recall the drama at least. Dana Nessel smeared Rashida Tlaib after Rashida Tlaib asked, why is this happening? Why are you actually, as a Democrat in a Democratic state, targeting? Hey, don't say this administration like you didn't say mad negative things about Harris. Hey, you absolute fucking moron. You dumb idiot. I'm currently in the process of explaining to you how the previous administration's actions have allowed the Trump administration to continue its violent agenda. Are you so dense? Do you not understand that the situation that I'm talking about quite literally happened under the watchful eye of the Biden administration? Is there a particular reason why you think I might have talked about Deborah Lipstadt, famous Holocaust scholar Deborah Lipstadt, who was Biden's anti-Semitism envoy, who got interviewed by Isaac Chodener, and in that interview revealed that she actually likes what the Trump administration is doing? That perhaps will help you develop a better understanding of what the previous Democratic Party administration was interested in doing in terms of creating a chilling effect on speech as long as it pertained to speech against the state of Israel. The Democratic Party set the stage so that the Trump administration could capitalize on it. If you don't understand how these things go hand in hand, well, you're unfortunately too stupid to understand anything. Don't say this administration like you didn't say mad negative things about Harris. Ironically enough, if the Kamala Harris campaign had listened to at least some of my warnings, why should they? I'm a dumb fucking Twitch streamer. I have no motion. But if they had, they might have actually won the election if they had decoupled from Biden early on, if they actually made strong stances about defending free speech and defending the freedom of expression of student activists who are criticizing the state of Israel. As a matter of fact, if they actually went alongside the student activists and personally said mean things about the state of Israel, they would have had a better shot at winning the fucking election. And that's just one aspect where they were completely fucking blindsided, seemingly. There's a million other things I can talk about. My criticisms about Kamala Harris running around with fucking Liz Cheney, a person with zero constituency. My criticisms about Kamala Harris refusing to recognize the overall is demanding action from the Democrats. The older base of the Democratic Party is demanding action from their elected representatives. They're not the ones who are still fucking chirping. There's nothing funnier to me than coming into the Twitch stream of a guy and being like, you're the reason why Kamala Harris fucking lost. Really? You think I have more prominence than Taylor Swift and Beyonce combined? Babe, fence sitting in this election got Trump won. You're the one yelling, Lamau, you just never take accountability for anything. You don't want me to take accountability. You want me to entertain your delusions. And you are unfortunately too stupid to make that distinction. I am now officially banning you because you are too stupid to have a conversation with. I'm sorry, sometimes we got to keep moving, especially because we're fucking talking about the Trump administration blackbagging people, targets that were set by Dana Nessel under the previous administration. But you're so fucking dumb that you can't even recognize that. Babe, fence sitting. Oh, all those years ago, I really didn't understand the fucking hatred for libs. It gets more and more clear by the day. I mean, that person is not even a liberal. Like, most MSNBC watching neoliberal wine moms are far more radical than that fucking idiot, okay? She's coming in here talking about fence sitting, where Kamala Harris was fence sitting a fucking genocide. And it's not even just that. There were other areas of improvement that I also actively criticized the Kamala Harris campaign on, and I was fucking right. Whether it be the way that the Democrats across the board under the Biden administration dealt with immigration with no counter messaging, no action taken in the opposite direction to show that America is a nation of immigrants, as a matter of fact, and immigrants are not a national security threat. Instead, wholesale adoption of the right-wing framing that immigrants are a national security threat with no evidence whatsoever, and the only evidence suggesting the opposite of what the Republicans were saying over and over again. It was fucking insane. God damn. I can't believe people still fucking try to relitigate this shit. It's like, you are so alone. You are so alone. Your fucking parents don't even agree with you on this. They're out there in the fucking streets doing the hands off my government protest, and you're still in here chirping in a fucking Twitch chat. You goddamn loser. You're not even getting paid by the fucking Democratic Party. Where are your pay stubs? Show me your fucking pay stubs. Do you get paid by the DNC? Then if not, why the fuck are you defending their ineptitude? Check this guy's logs. Terrorist plays. FBI should investigate your ties to Islam. Hasan, shut the fuck up, you Muslim dog. Most of this is just straightforward Islamophobia. God damn. The FBI should investigate your ties to Islam. Okay, man.
Selfish thing to not do Israeli national service. And this is where the problem lies. Ethan loves to highlight, oh, there's loads of peaceful Israelis, but when they actually take an action, he's openly disagreed with the small handful of young people like Tal Mitnick who take action, a minimal action, I must remind you, something which Tal even said to me himself. The organization Mesavrot is small, but it is growing inside Israel. There are more and more people who don't want to be complicit in Israel's occupation, their genocidal crimes in the Gaza Strip. And yet, as I say, Ethan said that this was a selfish thing to do. It is utterly ridiculous. And their argument, by the way, for it being selfish was that, oh, it's not actually good for your career to be in the IOF. This is categorically untrue. It is a good thing. Many people who have served in parts of the IOF, such as Unit 8200, have gone on to get illustrious jobs working for companies like Google. And if you ever wanted to see how awful Ethan really is at confronting even mild criticism of him, one part of iDubbbz's video was dedicated to talking about Ethan's button, the kill switch. And what iDubbbz had to say was that Ethan should have corrected his behavior, and Ethan did talk about this in the second podcast episode, and what he said was, oh, it saved us loads of money, and oh, you shouldn't show things to the world, we all wish we could have one. But I'm going to be honest, if I had a podcast, I don't think that I would say half the things that Ethan does, or that I would constantly need to censor myself. In fact, I've been live over and over again, and I haven't once thought, oh god, I wish I could have paused that live, because I actually care about what I'm saying. I know and understand politics, and I don't just say whatever I want because I'm not a moron. But the funniest part is that it is very clear in the first part of Ethan's video that he literally used the button in the way that iDubbbz criticised him for. He used it like a tyrant, and a few extra seconds that were available on Spotify give us just a little glimpse into how Ethan treats his employees when they dare to confront him.
Authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th, not even once. We never
I think that's
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
What?
That you're talking about how nice Israel is, but
Israel proper is different from Gaza.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Millions
right now, say
Muslims in Israel.
I guess that's where.
As you can see, AB for raising a reasonable criticism and highlighting what iDubbbz was actually trying to say about Ethan was shouted down by both Ethan and Healer, and then Ethan proceeded to hold down the button for 45 seconds, which by the way is triple the length of what it normally does, no doubt to chastise AB as he previously did at another point, and after this point, AB didn't appear in the podcast, and Olivia, who also spoke up, didn't say anything else. In fact, AB seemingly didn't even return for the second podcast episode. Perhaps he was expelled by Ethan for daring to criticize him over his terrible views. And I don't think you could ever ask for a better example of why Ethan will never watch a video by someone like me, because all of my criticism is well researched. Ethan has absolutely no response to it, because he is someone who doesn't actually know anything about Israel, Palestine, or politics. This is just a guy who speaks from having lived in Israel for a bit, whose wife literally served the Israeli occupation, which he claims he opposes. Ethan acts as if people target him on the basis of anti-Semitism. But Ethan, it is not because of anti-Semitism. It is because you are unwilling to confront that you have ever done anything wrong. I mean, he tries to dismiss the Yoav Gallant thing here.
Gallant wanted to end the war. In the headlines at the time, he was in the headlines for opposing Netanyahu and wanting to end the war. That's what he was in the headlines for, and that's what we're referring to. We misspoke. It didn't sound good. We immediately corrected ourselves. You know, that's how mature people do. That's how how you're supposed to handle yourself, isn't it? Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting and whatever is needed when things happen.
Him and Hila give an explanation that, oh, we apologise for it and it's okay, even though Ethan did actually take to his story to defend what Hila had actually said on the podcast, and she also tried to claim that the clip of her saying "I mean" in response to hearing Rudy Giuliani talk about Palestinians being trained to kill Americans from a very young age was somehow not true. And let's here be as charitable as possible to Ethan and Hila and say, yeah, you know what, these two were just mistakes and that's okay, you definitely didn't mean them, and they definitely aren't unacceptable. Well, this isn't even the half of what you two have said. As I highlighted in my previous video, Ethan has said over and over again that he is proud of what his wife did in the IOF. He says, oh, take the context out, I'm proud of it. She literally served the occupation. He said that Hamas uses and hides in hospitals and that isn't even up for debate, even though that claim is totally untrue and inaccurate and is literally facilitating Israel's genocide right now. I mean, Israel just bombed the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital. They just blew up the Turkish Cancer Hospital. They are expelling people from hospitals under this faux idea that they are Hamas bases. And this is a key facet of Israel's genocide. The destruction of healthcare infrastructure within Gaza so people cannot live there. And you, Ethan Klein, defended it. And rather than avow that, you claim that people just go on.
Do you see this? Counter-terror police assessing kneecap concert video. The Metropolitan Police said it was made aware of the video, which has been referred to Counterterrorism Internet Referral Unit for assessment. Counter-terror police are assessing a video reported to be from a concert by Irish language rappers Kneecap. A social media clip of the hip-hop trio appeared on stage to show one member of the group shout up Hamas, up Hezbollah. The footage was posted online by Danny Morris from the Jewish security charity, the Community Security Trust. He said it's from a gig last November at London's Kentish Town Forum. A Metropolitan Police spokesperson said, we've been made aware of the video and has been referred to the Counterterrorism Internet Referral Unit for assessment and to determine whether any police investigation may be required. Hamas and Hezbollah are both prescribed as terrorist groups in the UK under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act of 2000. It is an offense to express an opinion or belief that is supportive of the prescribed organization. Sky News has contacted Kneecap's management for comment. It comes after TV personality Sharon Osbourne called for Kneecap's U.S. work visas to be revoked after accusing them of making aggressive political statements, including projections of anti-Israel messages and hate speech at Coachella Music and Arts Festival. The head rabbi in England is crying to the PM to prescribe Kneecap as a terrorist group. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Oh my God, are you fucking joking? There's no way. No, this is just, I don't know if this is real or not. Been told that the chief rabbi was on the phone to the prime minister last night demanding the Home Office prescribe rap group Kneecap and their supporters. PM was said to be reluctant to prescribe a rap group, but he would be keeping his eye on them. No, we don't know if this is real or not. No. That's crazy. Speaking of Rolling Stone, Kneecap member Mochara said in response, her rant has so many holes in it that it hardly warrants a reply, but she should listen to War Pigs that was written by Black Sabbath, led by Ozzy Osbourne, her husband. He also told the outlet, we believe we have an obligation to use our platform. We can raise the issue of Palestine, and it was important for us to speak out at Coachella as the U.S. is the main funder and supplier of weapons to Israel as they commit genocide in Gaza. My fucking goats, dude. In November last year, NECAP won a discrimination case against the UK government after former business secretary Kemi Badenoch refused them funding. Mohara is how you pronounce it. Mokhara. Dude, this is okay. Listen to me. A lot of this stuff is, once again, the final act of desperation. Okay? This is the final act of desperation. The more desperate these fucking people get, the more desperate Israel supporters get, the harder they'll try to go after people who are outspoken. But this means that you cannot back down. Yeah, like a cornered animal lashing out. Exactly. Bro, when a shit like this ever not backfired, literally every artist who gets this kind of publicity ends up getting bigger and bigger. This was the entire story of the 1980s and 1990s. Look up NWA. Yeah. The more they do this, the more you have to push. Because notice how the administration had a firm commitment to its deportation regime until they accidentally admitted in court that one of the guys that they had actually sent to El Salvador was falsely sent to El Salvador. They admitted a mistake. That was enough for Democrats to develop the courage to go out and take a strong stance against this action. And slowly but surely in that process, there was more media coverage surrounding this issue, and people started realizing how fucking inhumane this stuff is. People already know how inhumane the treatment of Palestinians already is. They're already aware of it. And because so many people are aware of it, you have the current administration in the United States of America taking action that is antithetical to constitutional protections, trying to erode the First Amendment. I need you to understand that while you feel scared when you see stuff like this, authorities executing search warrants at locations in Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, and Canton, briefly detaining several people, according to the Office of Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, executing search warrants in collaboration with the state police and FBI against pro-Palestinian student activists. Okay? The group reports that at one side, officers refused to present warrants when asked. Wimler declined to disclose the investigation's focus, telling M Live, "We're not discussing the nature of the investigation at this time." I need you to understand that this is the final stance. This is the last act of desperation. This is also our last way to stop this before it's too fucking late. This is not our moment of weakness. This is a moment where we have great strength. If we did not have great strength, armed with the truth, equipped with the knowledge of what Israel is doing, is being unconscionable. If we did not have strength here, the government wouldn't try to actively come after people that say the truth. They would just let it wither away, but they know they can't let it wither away. So they're taking this final act of desperation to try and forcibly stop people from saying the truth. That's it. So when pressure mounts like this, why waste so much energy on Ethan if it's so dire? I'm going to fucking laser you into a goddamn spaceship. I'm going to fucking put you in a spaceship on a one-way ticket to the fucking moon, dude. This is not about Ethan. It never was about Ethan. This is about Hasbara, okay? Are you so stupid? Ethan makes it about Ethan. He is narcissistic, self-centered. I'm not even talking about Ethan in this moment. And you go, why aren't you talking about Ethan then? The Ann Arbor Police Department added that the investigation concerns reported crimes committed to the city of Ann Arbor as well as other jurisdictions, according to department spokesperson Chris Page. Rumor also told M Live that ICE is not involved and all subjects are believed to be U.S. citizens. Video also shared on Instagram by Students Alive for Freedom and Equality, an SJW, Students for Justice for Palestine chapter in Ann Arbor, Michigan, purpose to show the raid at a house of a pro-Palestine University of Michigan activist. This is what they did.
No search warrant was provided. Show me your hands now. Hands up.
I'm a Pepega, but I don't see how pro-Palestinian protesters getting raided by the FBI means we're winning. The reason why they're taking such strong enforcement action to silence the truth is because it has reached a level where the average American citizen is not of two minds on this. This is an act of desperation from the federal government. That is my point. There were people like me, myself included, that have been saying these things for the past 10 fucking years. There was never this level of public persecution and even prosecution because they could nip that shit in the bud. before it actually breached containment. This is the panicked last bastion effort of an administration that recognizes that this ideological battle has been lost. And what they fail to comprehend is that this kind of violence, this kind of state violence, will inevitably create more resistance. That's it. So in this moment, instead of feeling fear of government prosecution, we should be confident in our voice. Okay? We should double down. This is the moment to double down, because I fear that if this admin gets its wishes and actively silences those who speak out against Israel's atrocities, then it's over. This isn't just about Israel. Although it is at the heart of the story, it's not just about Israel at all. This is about opening the door to a fully fascist government that is already attempting to change the legal confines in which they operate by undermining the First Amendment, by undermining due process. Yesterday, it was students on student visas and those with green cards. Today, it's American citizens. So when you fight this battle, remember, it's not just for those who are being slain in Gaza. You're fighting this battle for everyone in America, perhaps maybe all around the world. That's how much power the American government has. So keep that in mind. Recalling the wholly fake anti-Semitism smear of Representative Rashida by Jake Tapper and Dana Bash when Tlaib suggested Nessel was treating pro-Palestine protesters unfairly. Yeah. You cannot make this shit up. Pro-Israel groups at Yale are inviting far-right convicted terrorist Itamar Ben-Gvir to campus, who just yesterday said Israel should bomb food and aid depots in Gaza, and Yale is punishing the student group that dared to protest his visit. Yes, and they're not only punishing them, they're libeling them as racist using secret, unseen evidence. And the guy being protested routinely chants death to Arabs and was convicted in Israel of racist incitement. Up is down, black is white, nothing matters anymore. The more extreme the response from the government, the more it brings it closer to home for normies and forces them to look at the reality of the situation, that they can't stay silent because they can't ignore it anymore. Basically that, right? That's my hope. That's my hope. But here's what I also think, though. Without actually those in positions of power, like the Democratic Party, making a big fuss about these issues and redirecting the media attention to these kinds of insane First Amendment enforcements, okay? These unconstitutional and unconscionable anti-First Amendment decisions being made by the federal government, they have to be put an end to. They have to stop. And if the Democratic leadership doesn't actually speak out on this and then hyper-focus the media's attention on these matters, most Americans are going to go about their days completely oblivious to the actions of the administration and only recognize it when that violence comes down their doorstep. There's already great instability within the American economy. The opportunity for the Democrats to make a big fuss about this is right now.
After you because of anti-Semitism, that all you do is show sympathy for Israelis. It is so ridiculous and utterly pathetic. Even the clip which AB was responding to shows the problem with you, because what Ethan said was that it is okay to go to Israel proper, which refers to Israel that is not the occupied territories of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza Strip and Golan Heights, but actually just Israel proper, which refers to the 48 borders of Israel. And he says, well, I think there's an apartheid in all these other places. I think that there's a genocide and all these horrifying things going on. But I think that Israel proper is an inspiring example of coexistence.
It's not weird. They live together, you know. In the West Bank and in Gaza, it's a completely different story, which I say. But I think it's inspiring that you see that it's possible. It is possible for Arabs and Muslims and Jews to live together in harmony, and they do in Israel proper.
But Ethan, to say that you think that there is apartheid in the West Bank and Gaza, you also forgot East Jerusalem, which is also illegally occupied by Israel, by the way, Mr. Historian, Mr. Expert. But if you genuinely think that, what you are saying here is like saying, well, South Africa proper is a shining example of coexistence because most of the oppression and racism is kept to the Bantustans. But Ethan, where do you think the people instituting the apartheid system are from? They live in Israel proper. Where do you...
I mean, his wife literally raided the West Bank. Like that is just the truth. And normally I wouldn't hold that against someone if that person's current opinion on the Israeli apartheid was that was similar to mine, where they consider it to be unconscionable and a fucking war crime. But if you're in the process of still continuing to defend Israel like this, then what are we talking about?
You think the government who decrees, yeah, we're going to do these things in the Gaza Strip and East Jerusalem is from Israel proper. They themselves literally believe that the West Bank is part of Israel. It's why they call it Judea and Samaria. It's a religiously motivated, fanatical dream that they deserve all of historical Palestine. And they are administering apartheid there. So for all intents and purposes, this is part of Israel proper. You can't just dismiss it and say, well, I like it there. It is, as I say, like saying you liked South Africa whilst it was an apartheid state because they did most of the bad things on the Bantustans. Every single year, there is a Death to Arabs march in Jerusalem. Tens of thousands of Israelis, including government officials, by the way, congregate in the streets to march through the Arab section, chanting death to Arabs, may your village burn, smashing up Palestinian shops and attacking Palestinian shop owners. And that to you is a shining example of coexistence where you want to take your kids. I am sorry, Ethan. The vast majority of Israelis support the genocide in the Gaza Strip. The vast majority of Israelis support Israel's plan to expel 2 million Palestinians. You cannot reconcile and pretend, yeah, all the bad things just happen in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. No, Ethan, this is what Israel proper looks like.
Again, and this is what I'm saying. They're acting like Israel proper, which there's 2 million Palestinians living there in Israel with full rights. People just lie about the conditions there. They say that like Israel or Palestinians are second-class citizens in Israel, and or
you
that
go
like
to universities,
there's Jim Crow.
You go to universities. There are so many Muslim students, hospitals, Muslim doctors. It's like it's not what people portray
Judges,
as.
Governments.
They are in the government.
But even then, this claim by Ethan and Healer that Israel proper is not some kind of apartheid state because, you know, they lived beside Arabs, there are Arabs in the government, is so funny. And I really just want to talk about this Arabs in the government thing. Because this is something Zionists always do. They always go, well, there's Arabs in the government. But they never actually know what these Arabs in government are saying. Because in 2018, Israel passed the nation-state law. And this is one of the reasons that you could never call Israel a shining example of coexistence, an inspiring example of coexistence, as Ethan puts it. Because this law said that settlement of Palestinian land was a national value, that only Jewish people were allowed to exercise self-determination, and also relegated Arabic to a language of special status but no longer an official language. And the reason that I bring up Arab members of the Israeli Knesset is because Ayman Odeh, the leader of the Arab opposition party, literally referred to this as a law which relegates Palestinians to being second-class citizens. So how dare you sit there and use this as some kind of example of, yeah, actually there's brilliant coexistence because they have politicians, when these people are literally criticizing it as a Jewish supremacist nation. You are so ridiculous. And this is what I mean when you can't avow that you've ever done anything wrong, that you have to sit there and pretend that it's, you know, minimal things, that it's only a couple of things. No, Ethan, it is a long pattern of spreading Israeli talking points to justify Israel's crimes against the Palestinian people. And on this topic of Jim Crow policies in Israel, here's a former American politician, Dov Zakheim, talking about how Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich in 2023 tried to implement laws which he did successfully that were very similar to Jim Crow era, that targeted Palestinians, cut funding for their neighborhoods, which are already underfunded in Israel, by the way. And yet you just sit here and act as if it's only mega lefties that say this. Again, this guy worked for the US government. And then there are so many other laws within Israel proper that clearly just discriminate against Palestinians on the basis of their race. For example, there are family unification laws which are only applied to Palestinians. So if a Palestinian who lives in Israel proper marries a Palestinian who lives in the Gaza Strip or West Bank, Israel literally has a law since 2003 which has banned over and over again those families from reuniting uniting inside Israel proper and often inside even the occupied territories. And the reason Israel does this is so they can expel Palestinians without having to do it, because if you really want to be with your partner, what are you going to do? You'll leave the country and Israel will never allow you to come back. And then you also have the very different ways in which Palestinians are surveilled in comparison to Israelis. Because when it comes to Palestinians, they can get arrested for social media posts showing solidarity with the people of Gaza. They could be arrested for, supporting Hamas. They could be thrown in jail for years, tortured, without trial, and so many other things. But when it comes to Israelis, well, you can appear on television and violate the UN Convention on Genocide Prevention, calling for all Palestinians to be wiped out, calling for them to be expelled, and that's just fine. You won't be arrested as you should be under the UN Convention. No, you might be given a new job, you might be promoted. Maybe Netanyahu will let you go carry out the genocide. And so do you not see that Palestinians cannot express dissent, whereas Israelis can? They're affected by different laws. And yet you still sit there and call it a shining example of coexistence. Ethan, just because you lived there and lived alongside Palestinians, that did not mean that they lived equally. They cannot express full solidarity with the suffering Palestinians in the West Bank, Gaza Strip, East Jerusalem, or any of these places, whereas Israelis can call for genocide. You are so ridiculous. As the 2018 nation-state law enshrines, these people have to say that, settlement of our land in the West Bank, well, that's just our national value, We can't exercise self-determination here. That's only for the Jewish people, because it's this wonderful space of coexistence, Now, as another means to avoid any questions about Ethan's actual ideology, he tried to make it seem as if all of the criticism against him was anti-Semitic. He claimed that Hasan had a swastika sword in his house, which him and his other crew members were endorsing, even though it was just a sword from a character in an anime. And he also tried to claim that iDubbbz was being anti-Semitic and engaging in Holocaust denial by talking about Israel's cultural appropriation of Palestinian food to try and make the Zionist project seem more Middle Eastern.
Dude, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It is so desperate. And the very fact that there are people who don't see this as an act of desperation, the very fact that there is not more than 10 people max that look at this and go, dude, what are you talking about? It blows my fucking mind, dude. Truly mind-boggling. I've spent my entire fucking career combating anti-Semitism and combating Nazis. When Ethan Klein was cozying up to the likes of Jordan B. Peterson, who has done a shit ton of very weird and somewhat subtle neo-Nazi propaganda, talking about the fears of cultural Marxism, Judeo-Bolshevism, which is the new version of Judeo-Bolshevism. I was in the fucking trenches getting doxxed and swatted by Nazis, and this motherfucker has the audacity to say I'm a Nazi while he is literally defending the live-streamed Holocaust, dude. That's crazy.
He's also doing once again almost a form of Holocaust denialism, which is basically diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Even Dan doesn't understand what he's saying.
He says there's no Arab distributors.
I don't think that's Holocaust denial.
No, but I'm correcting myself because I think it's close. When you deny the Jewish the way that all 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Yeah, from other countries in the Middle East. I get that.
Denying
that is not. I can't believe he's still going on with this, where he's saying 900,000 Jews were displaced. 900,000 Jews were displaced from Arab nations. This wasn't separate countries, okay, going through the motions of pan-Arabic nationalism across the board in their own unique ways, especially purposely egged on by the Israeli state to fulfill the Zionist project, the ultimate desire of populating Israel with as many Jews from all around the world as fast as possible. People volunteering to go to Israel is not the same as people being forced out of their ancestral homes with no way of return. People volunteering to go to Israel and then not wanting to go back to Iraq or not wanting to go back to any of these other countries is very different. Palestinians still cannot go to Israel. Palestinians cannot go and visit their grandparents' homes. But you can be a Jewish person anywhere around the planet right now and get a fucking house in the West Bank. Get a Palestinian's house in the West Bank, as a matter of fact. How is that appropriate? How is that normal? It's not. It's not normal at all. It's fascism.
That is, in my opinion, a form of like Holocaust.
But the Holocaust is a specific thing that happened in Europe. Like you can just.
It's a way.
I think you need to
it's
frame
historic.
it differently.
It's anti-Semitic historical revisionism. How about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now this is
saying hummus is not Israeli food. Israeli cuisine is just like made up because the Israeli state is fucking made up. It's akin to anti-Semitic revisionism.
Absolutely ridiculous, and Ethan loves to talk about the expulsion, the flight of Jewish people from the Middle Eastern countries. I mean, he never contextualizes it with, well, a lot of this was to do with the founding of the State of Israel.
I mean, yeah, all states are made up. I know. It's just not, many of them aren't made up as recently as 1948, with the exception of like South Sudan, okay?
Degrading relationships between the two, and also the fact that why did Mizrahi Jewish people only start coming after the Second World War? Why weren't they welcomed really at any point before that? Because the only point they had been, some Yemeni Jewish people were brought on in very early. They were treated with horrific racism, even with spiritualist left-wing Zionists like Ahad Ham, Asher Ginsburg. You can literally read what he...
Yemenite immigration affects the nature of the Zionist settlement by dint of their different culture and mentality. The racism that Yemeni Jews faced and the racism that Arab Jews faced from the region when they first came to Israel was crazy. This is part of the reason why many Arab Jews then became some of the most rabid ultra-Zionists out there through that process. That's how Itamar Ben-Gvir became the fucking demon that he is.
He thought about Yemeni Jewish people here. Or you could read this quote from...
The Moroccan Jew took a lot from the Moroccan Arabs. The culture of Morocco, I would not like to have here. And I don't see what the contribution present Persians have to make. We do not want Israelis to become Arabs. We are in duty bound to fight against the spirit of the Levant, which corrupts individuals and societies, and preserve the authentic Jewish values as they crystallize in the evidently European diaspora.
From David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister in the 1960s, when he said, "The Moroccan Jew took a lot from the Moroccan Arab. The culture of Morocco I would not like to have here, and I don't see what contribution present Persians have to make. We do not want Israelis to become Arabs. We are in duty bound to fight against the spirit of the Levant, which corrupts individuals and societies and preserve the authentic Jewish values as they crystallized in the diaspora." And this fits perfectly with what the Zionist project did. They only brought Mizrahi people over after the Holocaust because Europe was closed off to Jewish immigration. And when they welcomed them over, they treated them horribly. There are so many examples of this, like the Yemeni baby affair, where Yemeni children were stolen from Jewish parents, and then the parents were told that the children had died, even though they had not died, and they'd actually been given to Ashkenazi couples. And the people who fought against this, like Uzi Meshulam, a Yemeni rabbi, was treated like an evil conspiracy theorist, even though he was proved right, and Israel apologized only a few years ago. And I'd also like to highlight this quote from a senior Israeli politician, which discusses Israel's motivation in evacuating Jewish people from the Arab countries. And it says that the need was not the need to rescue them, but the need to create a Hebrew majority in Eretz Yisrael. And there you have it. Ethan, you speak about this as if it was some uniform expulsion that came out of nowhere, that it is somehow akin to the Holocaust, that it is revision of Jewish history to talk about, yeah, Israel didn't actually want this culture and has only recently embraced it as a means to try and demonstrate that it is not a settler colonial nation, because people like you think that colonizers can only be white. But in reality, the expulsion and the existence of Mizrahi people within Israel is very complex. You could actually read people like Ella Shohat, herself an Iraqi Jewish person, talking about this, or you could just carry on listening to Israeli state propaganda. And this would be the key point, Ethan. Of course, Mizrahi Jewish people participated in Arab culture. They lived and existed within that environment for hundreds of years. But Israel appropriates their culture and uses it as a means to make themselves seem more Middle Eastern, even though it is a settler colonial project that, as its early leaders put it, was a means to extend Europe into the Middle East. It wasn't just Herzl. Max Nordau said exactly the same things. So when you sit there and go, well, it's anti-Semitic Holocaust revisionism to talk about this, it's just utterly ridiculous. And also, Ethan justified supporting Israel by claiming that 80% of Israeli Jews had nowhere else to go. I mean, what that means, I don't know. But it's important to note here that many people who actually work in the One Democratic State campaign, yes, not just saying one democratic state, people who actually are working towards this, discuss how this future will include all Israelis and Palestinians. The right of return for Palestinians will be implemented, but not with mass expulsion of Jewish people who actually live in historic Palestine. However, at the same time, I would like to read a quote from the Israeli historian Tom Segev. Segev recently wrote, "At the age of 80, I'm starting to think that maybe it wasn't right from the outset, the whole Zionist thing. Most Israelis are refugees or the offspring of refugees, not Zionists but refugees. So you'll say, well, that justifies Zionism because this was a land they were able to come to. But we need to remember that the majority of the Holocaust survivors did not come to live in Israel, and that the majority of Jews in the world are not coming to Israel. They can, but they don't want to live in this country. So Zionism is not such a great success story. It also doesn't provide security to Jews. It's safer for Jews to live outside Israel." And Ethan, you proved this in your video. You say that you've had to cancel your trip to Israel because you don't want your children to be exposed to potentially rocket sirens or something else happening inside Israel.
A peace
We put the
deal or something to go into effect.
Yeah, we put the visit off while the war is
Because we
happening.
want to come with the kids and...
I don't want them to have to deal with sirens and seeing all that shit and hearing all that shit, you know?
But that's just not going to happen to them inside America. You and your children are incredibly safe. You are not going to be subjected to violence because although America is a settler colony, it doesn't have an open frontier of settlement right now. And as many of the most...
All of the Arab nations that expelled Jews have offered them the right to return since the 90s, something Israel refused to do with the Palestinians. Yeah, of course they will never do that.
Eminent historians who discussed the concept of the frontier have noted, any time frontiers expand, it provokes violence. And so as long as Israel keeps on expanding into Palestinian land, it is always going to be met with violence. It is never going to be this safe and wonderful project as you try and make out. It is a complete and utter failure. And your desire to cling to the state of Israel and act as if it is wonderful, a beacon of coexistence, is frankly ridiculous. It is a state that was begun with the expulsion of 750,000 people, the instant removal, lightning quick, of 750,000 people. Israeli settlers literally moved into Palestinian homes. They took pot.
Yeah, remember he was worried about his children hearing sirens, despite, Israel has to exist, otherwise no Jew is safe, which is inherently stupid. But also the very same couple that you're seeing on screen has for months made jokes about, like, Hasan, why don't you go to Gaza? You're too scared to go to Gaza. Over and over again.
Pots, pans, photo albums, everything that you could possibly imagine from people's homes. So Ethan, anyone who is genuinely committed to Palestinian liberation is of course against anti-Semitism. None of us support the extermination of Jewish people on the basis of their race. This is the whole basis of the rejection of Zionism. We reject the Zionist project because it is an ethno-supremacist project which has justified the extermination of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and the expulsion and destruction of the lives of millions more. Israel now heads towards expelling 2 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. It is increasingly looking like it will probably end up doing something similar in the West Bank and East Jerusalem in the near future, and perhaps one day it will try and do it inside Israel proper as well. So why you cling to this state is beyond me. You cannot sit there and say, well, most Jews are Zionists and that makes it okay. The statistic that
I know what it is. It's, some will say, oh, it's propaganda. Some will say it's his wife. Some will say this and that. But I think the truth is way more childish. The truth is even sillier. It's because he feels wronged. It's because of his fucking ego. That's it. It's a sunk cost at this point. He has dumped way too much into one direction in this conversation. And maybe the starting point was a little bit of propaganda, but I'm telling you, there is just no fucking way that he can self-reflect and change trajectory. That is the major reason. It's narcissism and selfishness. I could not comprehend how for months, when I wasn't even talking about Ethan, when he would just like chirp on and on and on about all of these pro-Palestinian content creators, myself included, I could not understand how someone could be so fucking openly selfish. He could say the same about you. Dog, I didn't know who the fuck Ethan Klein was, and I was talking about the Palestinian Emancipatory Movement. What the fuck are you talking about? He could say the same thing about you. What do you mean he could say the same thing about you? No, he can't. The amount of times I've covered Ethan Klein on this fucking broadcast is marginal in comparison to the hours and hours and hours of time and effort that he has poured into not just me, but every fucking pro-Palestinian content creator. I ironically only talk about Ethan. I only talk about Ethan from the framework of him doing Hasbara. As in, he could say you're projecting. Yeah, he'd be wrong, though, in that instance, don't you think? Do you not have the capacity to understand how different these two circumstances are? I tweeted about this last night as well. Ethan has the audacity to fucking claim that I've been attacking him from the jump when I was so goddamn charitable for fucking an entire year, not knowing that he was like making fun of Aaron Bushnell, making ridiculous statements in defense of Israel, while simultaneously still trying to hold on to the aesthetics of being pro-Palestine, using that as a shield to brainwash an audience of parasocial fans into assuming this like totally contradictory position where they're pro-Palestine, but only within the neat little confines that Ethan Klein has created, where everyone who's outspoken about Palestinian emancipation, every group that is resisting against Israel is in the wrong. Only Ethan is the one true pro-Palestinian voice. And he happens to think that the only Palestinians that you can hear from, that he calls Gazans, by the way, are the group of people that were like, we're done, enough with this war, we don't like Hamas. That was the only time he's ever fucking spoken about the Palestinians since we had a podcast. Brother, you are still giving the benefit of the doubt now? Wait, what? I'm not. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what his intentions are. What matters is his output, okay? And his output is being pro-Israel in a very nefarious way. But I think the reason why he will never self-reflect on this is because he's dug in his heels. He is dug in far too deep. Yesterday, he posted an Instagram story, once again, in the most cowardly way possible, because he doesn't want to fucking hear from anybody that can push back at all. And he added, or he demanded his audience reach out to Hen Mazig, okay? Hen Mazig is a Hasbarist. Like self-declared. It's not like a secret, okay? His entire point, Hen Mazig's entire goal is to defend Israel in the Western world. He tweeted at him after he had tweeted about Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is a creator who is deeply critical of Israel's actions, but because he thinks Israel should exist and points out anti-Semitism in the Free Palestine movement, people have wrongfully flooded CPS with calls that he's abusing his children and even sent human skulls to his home to make sure the CPS visit went poorly. If this is how you react, even the slightest criticism, you are not on the right side of history. This is precisely what's happening. And Hassan's propaganda has been so effective, he's managed to convince most of the left of him a radical Zionist with zero evidence. Hen Mazig, I can't tag. Someone sent him the new EK video about their blatant dog whistle with the swastika. Dog, you're tagging Hen Mazig, okay? You fucking complain about me platforming Bad Empanada. You're tagging Zen Mazig. You're literally operating like fucking Canary Mission, and while simultaneously being like, I'm pro-Palestine. It's fucking insane, but his audience is too stupid to know that. I said I defended this dude for a year, not knowing he was making fun of Aaron Bushnell and doing Hasbara. Then he tried to deplatform me and other pro-Palestinian content creators. He worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch, a narcissistic crybully making the genocide about himself, which is the best thing you can explain. I could be misunderstanding what this means, but I think you're part of the same company. What? Could it possibly be an issue that is addressed and resolved internally? What is this? The same company? What? What does this even mean? What? He responded to by calling you a Nazi so brain broken it's depressing.
that 90% of Jewish people are Zionists isn't even correct. But if it were, it wouldn't change anything. I'm sure that many, many white people supported apartheid. I'm sure that many white people didn't see a problem with colonialism. But we do now. We have grown and we have changed. And I see Zionism for what it is. It was always a movement premised on the fact that the Palestinian people, who made up the vast majority of...
Yeah, this is the guy he added. When considering numbers related to Gaza, keep in mind, these figures come from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is controlled by Hamas. Hamas classifies every casualty on their side as civilian. Hamas has claimed they lost hostage and took months to identify them. Yet when Israel strikes Hamas officials, they somehow identify all the deceased and their ages within seconds. A journalist or doctor who assists Hamas in holding hostages is no longer a journalist or doctor, they're a terrorist. Hamas presents civilian casualties as mostly women and children to generate sensational headlines, just as outlets like BBC amplify. Hamas lies to make the world hate Israel. They don't care about the truth, only their goals. Hamas doesn't have to lie to make the world hate Israel. Israel does that all on its own, because every single defender of Israel is the most insane fucking baby murder loving, bloodthirsty, arrogant, entitled freak of all time. And sometimes really fucking ugly too, like Rabbi Shmuley, or directly linked to Jeffrey Epstein, like Alan Dershowitz. Not exactly the best guys out there defending Israel. Perhaps that's part of the reason. Or maybe it's because despite Israel's best attempts, people still are able to live stream their own fucking Holocaust, their own demise, and people that catch wind of that, in spite of the mainstream outlets routinely fucking trying to contextualize these atrocities, people that see the live streamed child Holocaust go, oh my God, that is unconscionable. To think that there is, in the United States of America, to think that there is any kind of resentment towards Israel is crazy to me. I never would have thought that I would see the fucking day. This is the country that did the war on terror. This is the country that backed the war on terror by doing unlimited amounts of Islamophobic propaganda from every fucking orifice of media. This is a country where Israel is presented as the most moral ally, the most important democracy in the fucking region for years, in perpetuity. This is the country where some of the most reputable media outlets have basically dropped any fucking pretense that they are unbiased in their journalism when it comes to Israel and Gaza. And yet, in spite of all of that, 53% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel. That is crazy. If the media actually covered what Israel does in the way that they would cover what Russia is doing to Ukraine, Americans would be joining Hamas. Okay, they would literally offer material support to Hamas in the way that they did to the fucking IRA. Okay, Jesus Christ. What are we talking about? And then they still go, it's the whole world hates Israel because Hamas lies and puts babies in front of our missiles. It's like, don't fucking throw missiles there then. Yeah. What actually happened? Israel eliminated Hamas terrorists in Gaza who were planning an attack. The BBC, 8 workers killed in Israeli airstrike. Are we even surprised? Here he is, defending the fucking aid workers that Israel killed in an airstrike. They claim Gaza is on the brink of famine, but also report booming desert shops and shawarma stands. They blame Israel for lack of aid, but also refuse to honestly report how Hamas steals the aid and resells the Gazans at exorbitant prices. Which one is it, New York Times? Like, this is the guy who, Ethan, who is pro-Palestine, this is the guy who he's calling on. A fellow at the Tel Aviv Institute. The future of combating hate. We uplift Jews and other marginalized groups off and online through innovative social media-driven strategies. Hashtag Jews Talk Justice. Literally an institution that is dedicated to doing Hasbara. This guy is such a fucking rabid ultra-Zionist. He thinks the New York Times is not sufficiently pro-Israel. End the genocide. Doctors from all around the world. Another crazy post from Hen. What's the difference in a cow and the Nakba? You can't milk a cow for over 66 years. I'm not going to even say nothing, but this is just straightforward Nazi shit, okay? Actually, I am going to say it. This is straightforward Nazi shit. This is literally what the fucking Nazis say about the Holocaust. How are you, a Jewish man, so oblivious to what you are doing in this situation? Because the Nakba did happen, just like the Holocaust did happen. And just like Nazis say, oh, you're milking the Holocaust to disparage Jews all around the world, you as a Jewish man are disparaging the Palestinians. Ironically enough, while the Holocaust is ongoing this time. That's the fucking guy. That's the guy that Ethan called on to get help from. And then he still says he's pro-Palestine. I'm sorry, dude. If it walks like a fucking duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably Hasbara duck, okay? It's a duck that's doing Hasbara. This has got to be a Holocaust denial joke that they just put the Nakba into? Exactly. It's the same shit. That's why so many of Israel's greatest defenders come across like fucking neo-Nazis the moment that you recognize that the people that they're talking about are human, okay? If you don't think Palestinians are human, you don't understand what they're doing here. But if you do think Palestinians are human, God forbid, okay? Humans that have dreams, lives, that want to fucking live free, see the world, you know, enjoy the sun without constant fear that this apartheid regime is going to come and fucking kill every one of their family members and them too, okay? The moment that you recognize that Palestinians are human, all of this falls apart. So you have to do a steady diet of dehumanization all the time, a steady diet of justifying all of the atrocities that are happening to the Palestinians by saying Hamas, October 7, Hamas, October 7, Hamas, October 7. 70 fucking 6 years at this point of occupation, and they're fucking talking about Hamas, October 7. Oh, this is the problem. The problem is many people do see Palestinians as human beings, okay? So they recognize what these guys are doing, just like we see Jewish people as victims of the fucking Holocaust because they were human beings. We don't adopt the Nazi framing on the matter, okay? We also see Palestinians as human beings that are victim to the Israeli genocide. It's fucking crazy.
The inhabitants of that land did not have a right because they were further from the proximity to Europeans. I mean, as I noted in a previous video, it's what Arthur Balfour said. He said that he didn't care what the 700,000 Palestinians wanted, even though they were the majority. What mattered to him was what Jewish people who did not live in that land wanted. And this is why I have to question what point there is in supporting Israel. There will always be Jewish people who exist there. Ethan tries to dismiss the idea that Israel is a state which says that it represents all Jewish people. He says, I don't think Israel have ever said that. Netanyahu categorically has said that at certain points. He said it whilst he was in Paris in 2015. He said that he was the representative of all Jewish people there. Israel refers to itself as a Jewish state. They talk about policies of Judaizing, where they move Jewish people into the land. They say that Jewish settlement is a national value. They welcome every single Jewish person from all across the world, even if they don't have links to the land of Palestine. You yourself, Ethan, could go there and settle there, even though your ancestors didn't live there, because it is a state for Jewish people. So this idea that Israel somehow has never said that it is a Jewish state, when it uses the Star of David, a Jewish symbol, as its flag, as it has over and over again talked about how it has revitalized the Jewish people, is farcical. I mean, I don't even understand why you are doing this at this point, Ethan. Why are you saying these things? Ultimately, it is not the state of Israel which matters. States do not have innate rights to exist. They are creations of the human mind. There have always...
Ethan wants to be a settler.
We should move to Israel to spite them.
Yeah, let's go back so that we can actually be...
And I'm going to have a bunch of kids.
For them to talk about.
I'm going to move back to Israel and have 10 kids. Right, Hila?
I mean, he's joking, but it's just like, it's still gross. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I'm going to move to fucking Nazi Germany out of spite is like a completely unacceptable thing to say in the 30s leading up to the 40s, you know? But again, he gets to make jokes like this because he doesn't think the genocide is a serious matter. To him, it's just about winning back an audience by constantly fucking presenting himself as the victim and crying and whining over and over and over again. You know who the biggest victim of this genocide is? Not the Palestinian children that are getting fucking shredded. Me. I'm the biggest victim in my fucking Bel Air mansion. I'm the biggest victim as a 100 millionaire. I'm the biggest victim. Why? Because I can't even fucking tune out all of the goddamn noise for a fucking year. I'm the biggest victim who's going to constantly fucking cry over and over and over again. Me, 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 me. It shocks me. It genuinely... Are you talking about yourself? No, dumb fuck. As a matter of fact, I've consistently repeated over and over again that in spite of losing a third of my fucking audience after October 7 because of my unconditional support for the Palestinian emancipatory movement, I routinely repeated that that is nothing, okay? That is nothing. The material... the material harm or the mass harassment campaigns that I was subjected to is nothing. It's nothing in comparison to what the Palestinian people are fucking experiencing on a daily basis. You had 90K viewers? No, after October 7, before before the election and shit. But after October 7, I fucking went from 30K average to 20K average viewers. What? Didn't you lose it after Bernie Sanders? What? Yeah, the only difference why that changed is because a lot of people's attitude shifted after a while. They started seeing what I was saying. Yeah, they realized, oh my God, this motherfucker was right all along, actually. Sorry.
Always been Jewish people living in historic Palestine. However, this amount was small until the Zionist project came with the explicit goal of settling Palestinian land and establishing a settler colony there that would not include the Palestinian indigenous society. And Israel, throughout its entire history, has moved closer and closer to the erasure of Palestinian culture in that land. So Ethan, don't bother clinging to the state. Israel is not some wonderful guarantee that all Jewish people will be safe. There's actually a fantastic article by an Israeli called Boaz Evron written in the 1980s where he talks about how this idea that it is the state which will protect Jewish people is farcical because millions of other people were slaughtered during the Holocaust who had actual states. Polish people, people from Russia, the Soviet Union. People were slaughtered regardless of being protected by an army. What mattered to Evron was the goal of moving towards stamping out the kind of ideologies that led to Nazism, the kind of justifications for subjugating others. And unfortunately, this is all the Zionist project is. From its very inception, it has always been premised on the fact that the indigenous Palestinian society was not deserving of the land. And thus, in order to move forward, you must abandon Zionism.
This is the most demented lie he tells, in my opinion, that you and pro-Palestine people want every Israeli killed. Or even worse than that, that the pro-Palestinian movement wants all Palestinians to be killed. And that Ethan Klein, by constantly fucking crying about pro-Palestinian content creators, is actually doing a better job of defending Palestinians somehow in his own sick, twisted fucking mind than all of the people that he's actively trying to deplatform. It is unconscionable. It is so gross. It is so fucking insane. And there was a chatter in here that pointed something out that I think is important to remember. Okay? He said, Israel supporters make it seem like the pro-Palestinian movement had motion, like a lot of fucking support in the Western world. That's not the case. Only recently has that become the case, in spite of all odds, in spite of the deck being stacked against it. And it's only because of Israel's depravity. Israel's live-streamed Holocaust has made it utterly unconscionable, impossible to fucking defend. That's it. That's the only reason. If Israel did another, siege, as they have done time and time again, and killed like 2,000, 3,000 people, and then scaled back the atrocities after, this would not even be a matter of public debate, okay? But they never stopped, and they still haven't stopped, and that's precisely why people go, oh my God, what the fuck is going on? Israel is its own worst enemy. That's precisely the reason why they say some of the most insane shit you've ever heard. They'll be like, oh, Palestinians are putting babies in front of the fucking rockets. It's like, dude, you're rocketing a majority children population that you have kept inside of this open air prison. What the fuck do you mean they're the ones who are putting the babies in front of the bombs? Oh, it's like being pro-Vietnam during the French occupation versus the American occupation. Americans didn't care about the French occupation because they had nothing to do with it, versus the American war where they had everything to do with it and are directly involved. I mean, yeah, if this shit keeps going with Donald Trump, they will literally, they'll have direct American boots on the ground, you know? They'll have direct involvement in the conflict. Every part of defending Israel revolves around constant, permanent self-victimhood. So, of course, it should be expected that Ethan Klein, who also is defending Israel, is constantly self-victimizing. Oh my God, people don't like me. People don't like what I have to fucking say. This is the greatest, most severe anti-Semitic crime of all time. I can't believe it. It's insane. You're right about the impact of his Hasbara. My sister was a diehard fan and defended Israel just to defend him because he makes being pro-Palestine anti-him. Luckily, she snapped out of it. That's what I mean. There are a lot of people who are just rudderless. There are a lot of people, especially in the United States of America, that are just completely oblivious. Even at this stage, it's very difficult for you to comprehend this because you're in here. And if you're in here, you see the atrocities every fucking day. But the average American is oblivious to what's going on. At most, they slot themselves into, yeah, fuck Israel. I don't know anything that's going on, but it seems like it's bad. Or actually, I don't know. You might be a little anti-Semitic, I'm afraid, because Israel is a valuable ally category. They don't really think about it beyond that. So when they have their favorite content creator constantly presenting himself as being under attack by vicious, rabid, anti-Semitic Palestine supporters, they, of course, are going to also adopt the position of their favorite content creator. They're not going to scratch the surface. They're not going to actually turn around and read into it. They're just going to literally put up the shields. If you check East Social Blades, he's losing subscribers. People can argue in the comment sections or spam like dislike buttons, but ultimately people are seeing through the gaslighting. It doesn't matter. He clearly doesn't give a shit. That's what I mean. He's so invested in this side of the argument that he's just like does not want to let go, no matter how many people leave. In the age of stupidification, where everyone is getting dumber and dumber rapidly, dumb content is completely overtaking the marketplace. Virtually all the fucking drama channels that take a supposedly apolitical stance end up framing things in the most reactionary way possible. They just don't want to do the research themselves. They don't want to have an opinion. They don't want to ever demonstrate the moral courage of taking a stance on an issue that other people might not even agree with. Okay? The only time you see that is in the immoral direction, ironically enough. The immoral direction of like reactionary ideology, like fucking Nazis and shit. Those are the only people who are like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I believe in this cause. I'm going to fucking push for it. That's what's so psychotic about the situation. The overwhelming majority of people don't want to do the reading, and they just want to go along with whatever wind the direction is, okay? Whichever way the wind blows, they want to go along with that. And the internet is becoming increasingly more right-wing, so that's the fucking wind that they're blowing in. That's precisely the reason why XQC is posting about fucking how Elon Musk isn't quitting because he is unfavorable, but instead that, you know, Elon Musk is quitting his government job. It's so sad because they're burning his cars, okay? He's trying to make it out to seem like everyone does not have a real gripe, a real reason to despise Elon Musk, but instead Elon Musk is a fucking victim. Why is XQC saying this? Does he have a real well thought out position on the matter? Or is it because he's just responding to the whims? He knows that presenting this issue as though it's just fucking, this is the entirety of the gripe that people have with Elon Musk will get him 52,000 likes and maybe a fucking ounce of relevance. That's it. Most people just, quote unquote, read the room and go along with it. They don't want to fuck the bag up. They don't want to draw ire from people. Okay? Yeah, I saw his own juicers cooking his ass for this take. That I saw. It was on my timeline. Centrist, by the way. Now we get another Hasan drama farm after Kai Dante rage. This time the defendant billionaires defunded the Department of Education, attacks minorities, and fired thousands of government workers. So cringe, right-wing grift in full effect. I like how not a single point that you listed is worse than XQC, what XQC is talking about, which is literally arson towards people's properties. You take away people's jobs, social security programs to provide cheaper this fucking juicer is incredible, by the way. Oh my God. I didn't know that there were fucking juicers out there who were based as fuck. That is crazy. See, this is what I mean. This guy probably fucking hates me, by the way, but it doesn't matter. I'm glad that he's like smart. You take away people's jobs, social security programs to provide cheaper lunches for kids, deport minorities, and you want them to just die peacefully while Elon profits? Irony is Elon's the biggest subsidy baby and loves government handouts for his companies. Holy fuck. That's shocking. This is his own community. This is his own Twitter community cooking him. The Asmonification of XC's beginning. Conservative grifting is too lucrative to pass up. 4,000 likes. Voices, January 6th. X doesn't care about Elon Musk firing thousands of government workers, defunding Department of Education, fund scholarships, cheap school lunches, attacking minorities, etc. He cares about the billionaires' cars. Holy fuck, he out of touch. Every day he just farm drama. Now with Hasan. To try and portray all the voices against Elon as violent is just stupid. These are small There are a small few and minority of the movement, the majority of which people are not burning down Teslas, correct. They are protesting, which you also hate when people do. Stop acting like they're violent. This is why I barely watch the stream anymore. Politics shit all the time. And he just wants to give a take for some reason, and then people respond, and he wastes an hour to respond, then quote retweets a Hasan tweet to have another 2.5 hours stun lock the next stream. People wonder why X is being seen to be right-leaning when he makes a lot of libtard jokes, DEI jokes, plus shit like this. Wish he would be neutral again. This is one of that account's older posts. I can't see it. Oh, hot take. I would love to see XQ Hasan or Miz collab streams again. Most of the beef between Hasan and XQ had to do with Gamba, but now XQ's playing games. Contract is up. Hopefully we can see some collabs and return to Twitch. Nah, fuck Hasan. He's a snake. He'd turn on X in a heartbeat if it meant he could gain a morsel of clout. Nah, fuck Hasan. Oy, oy, oy. Come on, man. We all know you love the attention. Wait, what? Come on, man. Admit it. You love a good burning Tesla? No, I don't, because 95% of the fucking time, it's because of Elon's dog shit builds that causes those things to fucking erupt with people in it, okay? It's such a sweet clip. Yeah, dude. XQC's another person who I fucking defended over and over again, and he just, like, actively and forcibly severed ties. And it was the Gamba shit. And it's ironic because I always say this, but the irony is, so many of the juicers that were primed to fucking hate me don't even know why they hate me. It's mostly because of the Gamba stuff. And ironically, even the juicers who now hate the Gamba shit still fucking hate me. They don't think like, oh yeah, I hated this guy because of the takes that he had on the Gamba stuff. Or any number of different lies that they've been fucking fed. Aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you want to go ape shit? No, I don't want to go ape shit because no one cares. Yeah, also, XG falsely accused me of covering up sexual assault. That was so psychotic. The irony is that I also still after that tried to, make amends. I've gone through a lot of crazy shit in my Twitch career, okay? A lot of crazy shit now that I think about it. There's a reason why there's so much animosity and resentment towards the brand of HasanAbi online because of almost half a decade of like centrist and very prominent apolitical content creators routinely lying on my fucking name. Oh, let's get to Jordan Peterson.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Which is another person that I was right on the money on a very long time ago when people used to yell at me over that too. If you go back all the way to the Young Turks days, I made videos about Jordan Peterson being a fucking right-wing douchebag, and people used to fucking yell at me all the time for that too. They were like, how dare you say that? He's a liberal. Fuck you. You're just jealous. You're just jealous of his clout and his Canadian sex appeal.
Experience.
It's interesting because you're talking about tyrants, right? And you're talking about people of extreme power and how that corrupts. And in that case, there's a large percent.
Yeah. Your provocative takes definitely inspire and attract vitriol. Are you ChatGPTing this? Because, yeah, my provocative takes inspire and attract vitriol. I used to watch you on TYT before you said the 9/11 shit, and that pulled me in.
Percentage of those people that are violating all those things that you said, because they do manipulate and they do rely on fear. Like,
well, Nietzsche was an advocate of the will to power, right?
Oh, here we go. Nietzsche. This is washed, buddy. See, 201,000 views in one day only. I'm telling you, this kind of commentary, okay, the pseudo-intellectual, centrist right-wing takes had a moment. That moment is gone. That was Gamergate. That was like early Trump. That's when there was this attitude where they were like, oh, we just want like brilliant intellectual right-wing commentators that, pull us in and say that they're actually liberal, but they're on the side of objective neutrality. They're on no side, right? It's gone. Nobody wants this shit. Nobody wants a fucking goofy ass anti-SJW who's an academic. They want to hear like main vein, straight piped alpha dog wearing the tightest fucking suit that you've ever seen. They still wear clownish suits, by the way, but just a different style of clownish suits. They want to look like the most Talladega car dealer you've ever seen. Dudes who just look like they are selling cars at a car dealership in Fort Lauderdale, okay, that say stuff like women ain't shit and they deserve less. That's what these guys want to hear. That's what the youth, the conservative movement wants to hear. They want to hear about Jews and how they're responsible for everything that's happened. Like, everything that's happened throughout history, it's somehow always back to the fucking Jews. Like, that's what they want to hear now. They want the main shit. They went from doing like experimenting with a little bit of experimenting with some uppers every now and then to just straight piping crack cocaine. Okay.
You can imagine that there's a variety of potential motivating forces, and one would be.
And Jordan knows that too. He calls them the woke right. That's what they're trying to fucking astroturf here. Jordan Peterson has gone full woke. Sad to see. No. I'm not even talking about him. These guys are on the anti-Semitic right. Jordan Peterson is on the pro-Israel, and I mean he is a little anti-Semitic as well, but he's on the pro-Israel side. These guys are on the anti-Israel, but also fuck Jews side. Okay.
Hedonic pleasure. That's the golden calf worshippers, by the way. So that's just short-term hedonism, and that doesn't work. And by work, I mean it doesn't iterate socially. It's like if it's all about you and what some whim in you wants now,
Right.
First of all, that's not going to serve you well tomorrow. And I don't want to be anywhere near you.
Right.
Like you're literally an overgrown 2-year-old.
Right.
And that gets pretty ugly by the time you're 40.
Right.
So the whole golden calf thing, no, that's just off the table.
But isn't it kind of celebrated amongst certain high achievers, particularly in the business world, like that hedonistic, sociopathic drive to constantly get more numbers on the ledger?
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's exactly hedonism.
Greed is good. That's Wall Street, right? That's Michael Douglas, right?
Yeah,
Greed is good.
Yeah, well, okay, let's delve into that for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm not advocating for
I know
that,
you're
by the
not.
way.
I know you're not. You can turn to hedonism. You can fall into nihilism. You can turn to hedonism, or you can turn to power. Okay, this Abrahamic covenant, it's different than power. It's adventure. It's romantic adventure, actually.
Right.
That's not the only definition of God in the Old Testament, by the way. There's something deeper than that it refers to. So those are the options. Now, you said, don't the achievers, who are stacking up numbers, it's like they found a way forward to attain status, but they've fixated on an element that shouldn't be fundamental. They're not trying to store up the treasure in heaven. They're trying to store up the treasure on earth, and that's better than not doing it. See, this is another thing we need to understand, because I've spent a lot of time, for example, trying to figure out why people are attracted to Andrew Tate. And I know why they're attracted to Andrew Tate. They'd rather be Andrew Tate than an incel. And they're right? It's best to
You're a fucking nerd, big dog. You're a goddamn nerd, okay? Oh, Andrew Tate, these children, they want to be Andrew Tate. Exactly. You designed the environment for these fucking incels to move away from you to Andrew Tate, okay? Also, Andrew Tate fans are incels. They're incels who are just... I don't think you could be like a normal guy and be that invested in fucking Andrew Tate.
Give the devil his due. Like if you had to choose between being...
What separates you from the rest? Sell me the stream. 18-month subscriber. Bitch, you've already been sold. You've sold for 18 months. Shut the fuck up. Sell me the stream, Senpai Sauce says.
Kind of flabby and unhealthy and resentful and in your basement, looking at pornography, hating women because all of them reject you all the time and you deserve it. And you're ineffectual and the future looks pretty damn gloomy. And then you see Andrew Tate, who's tough and hyper masculine in an almost manner that's almost a parody, and wealthy and famous, and apparently has women at his disposal, with a fair bit of stress on the idea of disposal. You'd think, well, I'd much rather be him than me. That's the incorporation of the shadow from the Jungian perspective. It's like, it's right.
And you think about the number of men that are incels. The thing about men also, if they get rejected a lot, they associate women with pain.
Yeah.
And then they get angry at those women because those women cause them pain. Like, it's just very simple equation.
Of course.
And that's how you get a man hater. Or, excuse me, that's how you get a woman hater.
Oh,
and the same could be said for, that's how you get a man hater, right? You associate men with rejection and cruelty. And
well,
you think they're all that way.
Young men in particular are more likely to be rejected. Young women may have difficulty finding the ideal man, but they don't face the same degree of universal rejection. So it's hard on young men.
Well, they're not the pursuers, right, as much. The young women aren't.
Right. Well, and women are the gatekeepers fundamentally of sex. So that's their essential power. That's also the power of chastity.
And that's the scary thing about acquiring wealth, is that wealth allows you to bypass the genetic social hierarchy.
Yeah, well,
just
I talked to Russell Brand about this a lot. You know, women threw themselves at him. How'd that work out?
Wait, he's homies with Russell Brand? Wait, so like this literally is just about Israel, I think. Because Russell Brand is the worst of the worst, is also an anti-intellectual grifter in the same vein as like the Andrew Tates of the world, but just like a different seasoning on it. But he seems to be pro-Israel. Whereas a lot of these other guys are not only anti-Israel, but also anti-Semitic. I think for most of these dudes, I'm a little surprised. I thought that their gripe was with the anti-intellectual branch of the right wing, which is, of course, all reactionary and, of course, anti-intellectual across the board. It's just simply that these guys present themselves as intellectuals. JP talked about lipstick in the workplace like it was a Hitler mustache. He is 100% a lame Andrew Tate. Oh my God, that's such a banger quote. Exactly. He does. He hates women just as much as Andrew Tate does. You're so right. I'm kind of falling for the fucking bullshit that he's presenting here for a second. Yeah, he is just as much as a vicious woman hater as Andrew Tate is. What the fuck are we talking about? He just doesn't have the broy vibes that people respond to. That's it. He's also a boring nerd who tries to intellectualize the fucking hatred that he has for women.
For him.
They wear rouge to be able to attract these harlots. They wear rouge, Joe, to attract men in the workplace. We don't know if women in the workplace are good. We simply do not know. There hasn't been enough time to make this assessment. Do women deserve less? Alexander Solzhenitsyn had a wonderful take in the Gulag Archipelago. As opposed to Myron from Fed and Fat going to a fucking college campus and sitting there in front of a panel that says, women deserve less, change my mind. These two arguments are the same. It's just he's a lame-ass, boring nerd who is trying to intellectualize his perspective, and Myron is too stupid to do that. He's even dumber than fucking Jordan Peterson. He doesn't want to do the pseudo-intellectual shit. That's it. He also knows not to say, you know, Jews are responsible for all the evil of society. He's too smart for that, of course. Not to say that he doesn't think that. I'm sure he is not exactly fond of Jews either. He just is, you know, smart enough to hide his actual opinion about Jews. And he's pro-Israel openly, and probably also just pro-Israel in general. Yeah. This is not different than what this fucking douchebag is doing on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, this is the logical conclusion of douchebags like this. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. He's just a woman Jews that he really hates. The dragon of chaos is at the heart, not of a shiksa, but instead a temptress, one of the faith, responsible for the original sin. Joe, actually, the dragon of chaos is a shiksa as well. Oh, I hate all women, Joe. Let me tell you, Joe, let me tell you about my grandmother's pubes.
Not great. You know, it threw him into great spiritual confusion. It was empty and hollow. And that's worth knowing, you see, because you might say to the people who are interested in the shadow figures, and Tate plays that role, the master of women.
Tate fuck your daughter, dude. What are you talking about? He straight piped Jordan Peterson's daughter for a while, okay? He is almost directly responsible for Andrew Tate. That's old lore. Y'all forgot about that. I didn't. Let me tell you something about the Dragon of Chaos, okay? His daughter almost killed him because of his benzo addiction. He wanted to quit. He wanted to quit benzos, okay? Jordan Peterson. And he couldn't do the normal way for some reason. I don't know why. So his daughter was like, let's go do this experimental way to quit benzos in, I think it was either like Russia or Serbia or something like that. I don't know where it was, but they had to go do it. I think they had to go do it in literally Russia because they wouldn't do it in the Western world. The Western world, they were like, no, we are not doing cold turkey benzo withdrawals. You will die. So he almost died then. Okay. He went to Russia and he almost died. So then they moved his body to Serbia when he was in a fucking coma in the middle of COVID, and his daughter was gallivanting with Andrew Tate, getting fucked by Andrew Tate, and hanging out at hookah clubs, and brought COVID back to Jordan B. Peterson's home as he was fucking comatose. You're saying that as if she's not hot? Come the fuck on. No, I mean, yeah, Andrew Peterson. Jordan Peterson's daughter is attractive. I admit that for sure. Yeah, they had to put him in a coma to get him to quit benzos cold turkey. And then in the aftermath of that recovery, he went to Serbia, and literally they put him in a medically induced coma in Russia. And then she went to Serbia with Jordan. Disgusting take. I'm sorry. Okay, I call balls and strikes. I remember I was a massive JBP follower back in the day, and then I found you, and for a while I followed you both, even though I knew about your JBP takedown video, till one day I watched it, and that's the moment it clicked that he was a deep shit. What the Chinese think of Jordan Peterson? Hot knowledge. This Peterson beast once hid in Russia for drug rehabilitation due to prescription drug addiction. His most famous achievement is to go crazy on Twitter late at night, such as forwarding stills from a special fetish Love Action movie and claiming that it was a live shot of a sperm extraction factory in China. Learning self-discipline from him is like learning to be low-key from Musk and being humble from Trump. Gay Chinese netizens popping off, dude. Shut the fuck up. That's literally the image that he posted, but not with his daughter in front of it. But yeah, he posted that and was like, this is what they're doing in China. And they were like, dude, that's a milking factory.
Let's say, why not do that? Because you need an answer to that. If it's certainly when it's better than being lonely, isolated, bitter, and ineffectual. That's for sure.
Right.
Well, it's because you don't confuse a stepping stone with the pinnacle. That's why. There's way more beyond that. I mean, you're a tough guy. You went through your disciplinary processes on the physical side in particular, the intellectual side too, I might add.
Just say that he worked out, man. Like, what do you mean? Just say that he worked out. You went through the process. You went through the interdisciplinary process on the physical side.
You know, you've got what Tate has to offer, but you're what? You're respectable. Why?
Well, I have a completely different background than him, first of all. And also, my feeling in life is whenever you can, be nice. That's like a general guideline.
Do you mean nice or good?
I mean both.
Okay.
Nice as well. I get the posturing. I get how it would be attractive to young men. I get it. If I was a young man, I would certainly be drawn to him, and I was to many fighters. And I accepted a lot of personality flaws in people that I admired as fighters because they were very successful at doing this one insanely difficult thing.
Right.
And oftentimes...
That's true. After JP woke up from his coma, like 2 months later, he crashed out over Elliot Page, called the doctor that did his top surgery a butcher, and got hired by the Daily Wire. And it's kind of funny because it's okay, conservative dad. You didn't do that intentionally, okay? It's fine. It's all right, dude. Chill. Okay? It's all right. And he literally said that doctors who perform gender confirmation surgeries on consenting adults are akin to Mengele, okay? He said doctors that perform gender confirmation surgeries on trans people that are consenting adults are doing Holocaust-style experimentation. He is a fucking psycho.
That requires a certain amount of narcissism. It requires a certain amount of internal focus. Ironically enough, not at the championship level. Ironically enough, it gets you close, but it doesn't get you to be the king. The kings are almost
precisely
universally disciplined, focused, and generally kind. They're some of the nicest people, the best at the most difficult thing athletically to do. And the most difficult, you're conquering
Why
other
do you think
trained
that
men.
is?
I think you have to be.
Why?
I think
Why
Miyamoto
doesn't-
Musashi wrote about this in the Book of Five Rings. You must have balance in everything in life. If you have imbalance, you can get pretty far because you're so
specialized.
Right, you're so driven.
Yep.
But you will fall prey to the balanced man.
Yeah, well, that's exactly my point.
You will also recognize characteristics in him that you envy and that you wish you had yourself. Like if you're a narcissist and a sociopath, you know you are, and you can't really be proud of yourself. You can't. You don't have the benefit of the positive feedback that you get from true kindness to others. You don't have.
Well, you also know that your reputation is founded on sand. And one of the way to rationalize that is, well, everyone does that.
Right.
Everyone's like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but then you don't trust or like anyone.
Right. And then you're really alone.
That's for sure.
You're really alone. And then if you do achieve success, it's hollow because you realize like.
So, you just outlined there the progression that Carl Jung identified as characteristic of individuation, right? With the second thing that you said. So imagine that you start an incel, right? You're ineffectual and you're rejected as a young man. Now there are exceptions, but let's just play that out as the unhappy majority. Okay, now you look for a shadow figure to sharpen you up, to toughen you up, and to make you strive at least along one dimension, right? And so then you do that. Well, then the next thing that happens in the Jungian stage progression is, for a man, it's integration of the anima, which is the feminine part. And it's integration, it's not replacement. It's like, oh, well, then you discover the utility of empathy and compassion and kindness and mercy and care, while still being able to deal out justice, let's say. And so then you bridge that gap, and then that integration you just said, even among fighters, that's what puts them in the highest place, right? That's right. That's right. So, but it's hard for the people, it's hard for those who are completely disaffected and also quite angry about it. The people who are interested in the pathway that Tate offers, they're not so unhappy that he's hard on women because they're pretty mad at women. And so, if it's the bitch or me, then I'll pick me. Right. Exactly. And so, and it is very crucial to get this progression correct because monster's better than wimp. Right. But the question is, what's better than monster? And so it's very interesting that you made those comments on the fighting side because you wouldn't necessarily think that it would be true in that world as well.
Well, one of the best examples.
There's no way Joe is having fun with this. I don't think this is so boring. There's just no fucking. Yeah, here it is. Holy fuck. I don't remember why I blocked this guy. I think it was a Destiny orbiter. After Peterson finished his treatment in Russia, they went to Florida and eventually ended up in Serbia, where Michaela gave her entire family COVID, hospitalizing Jordan yet again. Had to do with Kyle Rittenhouse apologia. Did this guy do Kyle Rittenhouse apologia? What's he up to? Is he still posting? Maybe he is. I don't know. What's he up to? All these guys fucking hate Elon and Trump too. Oh, never mind. He's still posting about me. I hate this man. Now I know why I blocked him. I hate this man. Why? Literally a correct take, saying that those who recognize American imperialism's severe role in what happened in Korea, as opposed to those who don't, are closer to the truth on just that issue alone. Thank the gifter. Nicole the Muse, thank you. D fans love to use anti-American as a pejorative. I don't even know if these guys. Wait, who the fuck is this guy? Why? Why do these people do this? Why? You hate Trump. I do too. Please wake up. Just wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Trump is a extension. Trump is a logical continuation of the system that you are defending. Please wake up. I genuinely don't understand how these guys liberals who they hate me, but then they fucking take and assume my positions that they initially hated years later, years down the line. They will always inevitably arrive at the same positions. Thanks for retweeting my tweet, Hasan. I won't you. Wait, are you the one who fucking posted the Sam Hyde thing? Do you see Sean O'Brien is going after AOC and Bernie? I think so. He's making fun of them for getting in a PJ, right? Did AOC and Bernie get on a PJ? Good for them. Yo, join the fucking Champagne Socialism Club, baby. Eco Warriors, AOC and Bernie. Ew, I don't want to fucking support you guys. What is this? Eco Warriors, AOC Bernie Sanders took $50K per hour private jet to attend fighting oligarchy rally. Far left New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was spotted exiting a private jet with her comrade in arms, Senator Bernie Sanders, after shuttling between stops for a campaign dedicated to denouncing the wealthy. Video from Fox News shows AOC and Sanders exiting a Bombardier Challenger 604. A luxury aircraft with a lofty $5 million, $7 million price tag. Okay, they didn't buy it, dude. Costing a eye-watering $15,000 an hour per hour to charter. The duo hopped a swanky ride to attend a series of Sanders fighting oligarchy rallies, which aim to have real discussions across America. The site even solicits donations to help fund the tour, which it says in an understatement that strains credulity requires a modest amount of resource for travel-related expenses. The tour has taken the duo to locales including Tucson, Arizona, Los Angeles, Salt Lake. Okay, so where did they fly? This is very important because as someone who is anti-PJ, but has also been inside of a private jet that I hitched a ride on, as you guys know, people constantly love posting that. It's entirely dependent on where they were flying and what the circumstances are. Yeah, I gave them my PJ, chat. I gave them my fucking PJ, baby. That's right. Weren't you high as fuck? I was. It's my personal private jet. I'll tank it. I'll tank the aggro. I'm a humble guy. It was my PJ. Last month, the congresswoman was photographed flying first class on a JetBlue flight to a fighting oligarch. Wait, what? Now they're mad that she was flying first class on a JetBlue flight? Wait, what is this shit? What the fuck? Is this even first class? There is no first class in JetBlue domestic flights. It's called Mint. And some of them are lay flat, but I don't even think this is, unless this was like a shorter trip. I don't know. I like that they wrote the same article. Like, they wrote the exact same article. Oh, AOC flying first class. Bro, this shit was a Fox alert.
Far left champagne socialists. AOC, Senator Bernie.
I don't know if I should boost this. I feel bad. No, I shouldn't signal boost it. I'm not. Listen. You know, it was cheap. Listen, I got it for like $10 million. Okay. It was cheap as opposed to $100 million, which is what the normal going rate is. Okay. First class JetBlue seat on the same route. Wait, now they're saying she should have flown first class on the JetBlue seat. Wait, last week they were complaining that she flew first class. Now she's in a PJ. They're like, she should have flown first class, which is the people's form of transport. It was so cheap. I had to buy it, dude. Yeah, it was so cheap. I had to buy it. Anyway, this is 100%. 100K dog and a 10 million jet. He's going to destroy in Content Puke 2.0. AOC responded about the PJ accusation.
How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Hey, I'm the one that sold you the used PJ. I can confirm. Yeah. Woke soy right pocket watching Bernie and AOC. Fucking ball out, dude. Freaking ball out. What is this? Ethan drew a swastika on PewDiePie? What the fuck? Bro! Oh my God. I mean, look, listen. He also unironically did Sig Heil numerous times. He's never reconciled your audience bouncing back post October 7th and his audience continuing to shed. No, don't worry. He just needs to keep crying about how he's a fucking permanent victim of everything. Oh, he drew another swastika on him. Now, I don't think Ethan is a Nazi. Okay. Well, I don't think he's a Nazi in the old Nazi sense. I think he is a defender of, you know, the most prominent neo-Nazi movement, Zionism. That one's not backwards. Yeah. The real swasti boy. Guy with a 25-minute N-word compilation, N-word hard R compilation, who's drawn swastikas on another guy who very famously also said the N-word, is being like, you know, this Hasan guy, he bought a bleach sword He's using that clip of you jokingly calling it a swastika story, but dude is out here drawing fucking swastikas. I know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I was trying to do a dog whistle, dude. You know, secretly. That's why I purchased it. The one on the 20 was just a practice swazi. Yeah, you got to get it right. He's like the current version of Trump's. There's always a tweet. Yeah, I know. I know. Most of the article is just about the fucking environmental cost of, dude, I love this because this makes New York Post come across as woke for a second. Like where they're just like, I'll have you know, private jets are destroying the environment, which they're right. They're not wrong. I suspect that they probably did this because they had a scheduling conflict and they had to go back and they couldn't get a flight for the entire team in time. Having said that, it's still a fucking optics L for sure. For sure. But also, at the same time, I don't give a shit, okay? I don't give a shit. I'm a champagne socialist, baby. I'm a goddamn champagne socialist, okay? Private jets for all, baby. No, I'm kidding. I don't want people to take that seriously. Bro, how are you still live? I've done 3 finals since you started streaming. I am actually, oh shit. I have to end the broadcast. I got to get a haircut. Good fucking call, chatter, reminding me. All right. I love you guys. I'll be in tomorrow. You already know, and I gotta go. Fuck. Haircut already? Yeah. It's Jeff. Fuck my shit up, dude. No, I'm kidding. I just need to like shorten it a little bit. It's too long in the front. That's it. Because I'm so goddamn lazy. I never want to do my hair. I never want to do my hair because I'm a lazy asshole. And when it gets like even a little bit too long, then I have to like actually worry about fitting it. Haircut at 7 p.m. sus. I'm a baller, dude. I'm going to do it in my PJ. Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so